Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the first edition of PeopleTech.Future Conference and Awards organized by BW People. This grand two-day-long conference serves as a platform to discuss, to celebrate, and also illuminate the remarkable work done by organizations and HR product and service providers in the field of people tech. HR technology has evolved significantly over the past decade, adapting to the growth complexity of modern work environments. As business shifts to meet new workplace expectations, the next 5 years will bring an even more profound transformation, driven by AI, driven by data analytics, and also by employee experience enhancements. The discussions that you will witness today will be around these topics and more. The panelists will discuss the future of work by embracing remote and hybrid models of work, AI and automation in HR, and the ethical considerations around it, prioritizing data-driven HR practices, and also enhancing employee well-being. And following the discussions of the day, we'll also have the first edition of PeopleTech.Future Awards for the leaders and pioneers in the HR tech space. With that, may I please request our team to play the BW People Community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. And now about BW Business World. BW Business World is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, which is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And the change in times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW's portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated on the developments, you can subscribe to the BW Business Group magazines. For that, you have to go to the same desk where you got your registration bands from. And today's proceedings will start with a keen look at the talent strategies to drive business transformation. We're thrilled to welcome veterans from the HR fraternity, HR leaders from big and small corporates, and also HR service and product innovators. What do we have in store for you today? To show you a glimpse of that, can you please have the event AV? Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business Hub platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. And if you have any views or any opinions, any pictures that you take and you wish to share online, please do so. And also use the hashtag BWPeopleTech.Future. And with that, a big thank you to all our partners for today as well. Our associate partner, Ericsson, our HRMS partner, Great HR, our talent solutions partner, Ripple Hire, our HR tech training partner, Enlink, our employee recognition partner, High Fives, our exhibit partners, Talent Monitor and Lead 10X. Our event partners, the TECH Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Phantom, and also Daily Coffee. And please request our team to be the partners, Ruby.
2024 was a year to remember. We unveiled our new brand identity and renewed our commitment to empowering businesses with smarter, more effective solutions. This year, we enhanced our platform with smarter, more intuitive modules like the caretakers performance management system that automates goal assignment, tracking, and progress. TECH.FUTURE Recruit transforms hiring with automated tasks and more to simplify your processes. But that's not all. With great HR engaged, Unite Marketplace, and over 105 plus enhancements, we've made your HRMS platform more cloud-driven ever. We reached the milestone of 27,000 customers, empowering a 2.5 million strong community across 25 plus countries. With 23 franchise webinars and over 6,000 attendees, Great HR is empowering our customers with knowledge and skills. Over 34,000 learners expanded their knowledge through Great HR Academy. Great FM broadcast received an impressive 2.77 lakh plus listens, delivering insights from industry experts. We're not just growing, we are advancing together. Our numbers from 2024 say it all. We also hit the road with Great Together, connecting face-to-face with our incredible community in Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Kochi, and beyond. Our customers say it best.
This is the best assurance software is provided to you.
I integrated Great HR services under my umbrella. A whole new version of information. I would recommend Great HR. Definitely recommend Great HR.
And let's not forget, we secured our largest investment in series and funding from Apex Digital. This year we celebrate our wins, World's Best Indian Software Product in G2 and the EG DigiGrace Award for Creator Fund. Thanks for all your contributions. Together, we move forward, stronger, smarter, and ready for what's next. Your trust in us fuels our drive to go beyond good, to deliver something truly great. Cheers to an even better 2025.
Frontline engagement and training is broken. It should meet your workforce where they are without feeling like a battle to get to. It must as brief and engaging as social media they know and love, so they can enjoy, remember, and even come back to it. But it isn't. Important information never reaches them. Issues with engagement, onboarding, scalability, completion, and access snowball into issues with workforce performance, compliance, and retention. Meet 10X is giving you a new way to engage and train the frontline. Meet 10X embeds in the apps your frontline already use, such as WhatsApp, SMS, etc. So they can access content intuitively, take the next task, and notify easily. Frictionless access and in the flow of work with both new app or login. Workers stay engaged with our immersive, interactive, Insta-story style content that involve learners. We win their attention and support rather than interrupt. The best part is the training that meets them is personalized, created with AI in seconds in more than 10 languages. High-value content access to them, wherever they are, anytime. This means your frontline training can effective. E10X supercharges productivity, safety, compliance, and retention. This is a happy, empowered workforce operating at their peak. Leap 10X helps you empower your frontline, engage them, and future-proof your operations, brand, and service.
A year ago, Maria, HR manager of Symbicorp, was looking for the right solution to keep employees motivated and engaged with a limited budget. The earlier system was a nightmare and needed significant administrative effort, follow-ups, emails, and spreadsheets. Maria found the perfect solution in High Fives, a global SaaS platform for employee rewards, recognition, and engagement. High Fives is accessible from desktop, mobile app, and through HRMS. Today, managers are empowered to reward team members instantly through High Fives using e-certificates and reward points. Employees can send thank you cards to coworkers, appreciate them for demonstrating core values, and can also post pictures and videos that others can like or comment on. Employees can redeem their reward points for Amazon, Starbucks, Pizza Hut, and many other e-gift cards through the High Fives platform itself. Thanks to High Fives, the process of sending birthday and work anniversary wishes is now fully automated. Certificates and awards can be announced on Microsoft Teams, Slack, and Intranet through integration with High Fives. Using High Fives, Maria can now conduct engagement activities such as quizzes, polls, and contests easily. She can manage and monitor everything from her interactive dashboard. Additionally, she can consult High Fives experts for best practices. High Fives has made everyone at Symbicorp really happy. If you are looking to transform your workplace experience, visit highfives.in or myhighfives.com now.
Thank you so much. Before we begin, just to understand, anybody who's come from Noida? Here? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Gurgaon? Maximum. Delhi? And what time did you all leave from your home? A random figure. I don't want the precise time, but just 8 o'clock, 7:30, 7:30, quarter to 8 times, 7:30. So that's why you all made it on time. And the empty ones are all stuck in jam, and I still believe that, no? Also, when I'm Delhi today, I realized that it's better to leave around 7ish and be here and wait. And actually, about chai will do better, rather than be late. But thank you for making it on time. That is what matters the most. And it is now time to start the day, and we'll do this with an event brief with a broader outline of what more is going to happen today and also tomorrow, the awards, the process, the kind of speakers that will be gracing this very stage, out of which many of you are already here. To talk about that and more, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, Business Head, BW People. Get me louder. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and dear friends. I hope and I really pray that more audience joins soon. I know everybody is stuck in traffic. They are calling me and telling me, assuring me that we'll be there in some time. Okay, so a little bit about this conference. Human resources has always been about people, finding the right people, nurturing people, and creating environments where people of organizations can thrive. In today's rapidly evolving digital world, technology has become an indispensable partner in this mission. The digital transformation of HR represents a fundamental shift in how we approach people management, engagement, and development. The talk about HR technology is especially relevant in today's world for several interconnected reasons. We are experiencing unprecedented technological change across all business functions. HR is no exception. HR is now a strategic partner in business using data and digital tools. Modern employees want self-service platforms, mobile accessibility, and intelligent interfaces for everything. The rapid advancement of AI is transforming every HR process. Economic uncertainty has intensified the need for HR to demonstrate value and efficiency. The growing emphasis on employee well-being has created demand for digital wellness platforms. The discussion about HR technologies is highly relevant in today's time because they sit at the intersection of several major business trends. PeopleTech.Future is an attempt to acknowledge, understand, and anticipate these changes and anticipate for the changes that are coming in the times to come. During these 2 days, we will have fantastic lineup of brilliant minds who will brainstorm and discuss all these aspects and much more. Our esteemed speakers are joining from across the country and have massive amount of knowledge to share. We are very thankful to them and to all of you for being here. There are 2 entertainment sessions also during these 2 days to refresh you. So sit tight, listen, absorb, ask, debate, network, and make the most of this opportunity. I hope that you carry many, many meaningful connections and brilliant pieces of information from here. BWP People Team is here to help you. Please let us know if there are any queries or you need any kind of help. Thank you very much, and please do participate actively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bilkis, for setting the context. And now for the opening address, Dr. Batra couldn't be here. He's not stuck in the jam. He has been called for a meeting in the ministry, honestly, yeah. But for the opening address, we have with us Mr. Ved Shukla, advisor to BW Retail World and also the founder of Milomart, along with holding the CEO position as well. Let's welcome him, please. Everybody. Great, sir.
Thanks a lot, Aditya. Ladies and gentlemen, the leaders of HR present here, who have, of course, braved the morning traffic and have been here in time. I welcome you all to this first ever event by BW People on technology and HR. And as you are aware, and as Bilkis has also said, that we are on the cusp of rapidly changing technology, where tech is impacting each and every aspect of our lives. And of course, HR is not left untouched. And we are experiencing a seismic shift in how talent is attracted, engaged, and retained. And while we were watching the videos, we can see some very, very innovative products which were being presented, and all through the day you might get to know more about them. So this is an attempt from BW People to bring technology in HR to you, have the discussions and deliberations about where it is going, what are the trends, how you can you can adapt them and use them for your benefit and for your efficiencies. So today here is going to be very, very engaging. We have HR leaders from the most innovative and most progressive forward-looking companies of the country. As Bilkis said, they have traveled and we have traveled all across the country to be here. And I see that the next 2 days would be very, very enriching, engaging, and a learning experience for all of us. Today in the evening, we will see the HR 50 under 50 awards, and as you may be aware that all business world awards come through a very stringent and very process-driven jury process. Business world is only the custodians of the process. It does not have any say in the award winners. So whosoever has won the award today, they really deserve it. And in the evening, you see all those winners and promising leaders coming, and we have got very, very rich talent winning the awards. I was privileged enough to be part of the jury. Tomorrow you will see the awards in HR Tech. Again, as I said, they come through a very, very process-driven jury, and very, very eminent jury has selected all those winners. Leaders who are, doing amazing work in bringing technology to HR and making your life easier. And you will see their work. So, I would take, again, it's an honor and privilege to welcome you all here, and we look forward to having a very, very serious, enriching and engaging 2 day at the PeopleTech Business World PeopleFuture Conference. Thank you, all the best. Thank you.
Chaliye, with that, let's get down to business now. Just a request for all the speakers, all the moderators, all the speakers on the panel as well. They have a timer for you. They have a timer for you, and as soon as the timer is up, it shows a big red screen. That means they somehow send me to stand here and just stare at you. It's very embarrassing. And अगर उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता फिर वहाँ से बजर बजाते हैं. So just be very mindful of that. Just a humble request, because all of you have so much to share from your experiences and we don't really want to stop you there. It's just a request. Yes? चलिए इसी के साथ for the opening keynote address on talent strategies to drive business transformation. अभी नहीं सर, चेयर्स अभी नहीं चाहिए. आपसे ज़्यादा जल्दी में है. Chalo, the opening address, the keynote address on talent strategies to drive business transformation. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CHRO of Capgemini India, R.P. Srivastava. Handle, mic.
It's nice to get the fact that there is a time meter looking, staring at us.
Okay, good morning everybody. We're starting off a little late, but I'll still ensure that at least the right messages are passed through and at least you take back something from the session. So since this is an opening session, I have been given the responsibility to start off on a note which will build your further 2 days, and I'm talking about talent strategies for business transformation. We're talking about business transformation. Can we have the slides, please? Yes. So if you look at business transformation, almost everyone is talking about business transformation. And how do we ensure that as HR leaders, we drive it through our talent strategies, any industry that you want to talk about, whether it's manufacturing industry or services industry, hospitality, any industry you talk about, people actually form the core of it. And if you don't have the right talent strategies, whether you're talking about business, you're talking about the revenue model, you're talking about the, the go-to-market strategy, any anything and everything is required and based on people and talent strategies. And we will talk about it. So firstly, let's understand what is driving business transformation. What is business transformation all about? Do we understand why are we talking about business transformation so much these days? Okay, while the slides are being put up, do you know, and I put a question to all of you, do you know how many organizations are going through transformation right now at any point of the point of time in these days? Would you know? Good. 95% of the organizations are going through transformations. 1/3 of the organizations are going through transformation at any given time. That means 30% of the organizations are going through business transformation at any given point of time. And it becomes a very pertinent topic to talk about. Do you know how many organizations are successful in landing with the business transformation? Lesser. Around 12%. Now, isn't it very amazing to note 95% of the organizations are going through transformation these days, and then 12% are successfully landing? Because during the transformation process, a lot of things are getting lost. Probably the interest of people is getting lost. Probably the strategy is getting lost. And that's what we are going to talk about today. It has been sent. I have to, yeah. Anyways, it's important that I put it because then, people need to take back the messages. They may want to click pictures because while I may not be talking about any specific science, but there are certain things we do it right. Capgemini right now is going through a big transformation. There are a few things that we have been able to achieve, and we've been able to achieve because of certain strategies, and I wanted to share that with you. In the meanwhile, I'll just open it up and I'll continue talking so that, we don't lose time. Wonderful. So, do you know the organizations, some of the organizations with very successful transformation? Can you think of something? We all know these organizations. Successful landing of transformation. Absolutely. Yes, they are the masters in it. They started with the whole thing, Apple and Google, but perfect. So let me give you some examples and let me explain what transformation would mean. Do you remember Netflix? What was its business initially? Absolutely, sending DVD by mail. And today, they are the largest content provider with revenue tripled, and they started streaming their content, from mailing the DVDs. That was a visioning that was required. They changed the business model in line with the times. What else can you recall? And that's called transformation. Complete shift from what they were doing to what they are doing today. You look at Microsoft, Adobe, these are very big names. And if you look at their strategy, they used to be thriving packaged software business. But they completely shifted from that to cloud-based subscription. And again, they are thriving in the business. And some of the names that you just mentioned, Amazon, we're talking about Google, all these organizations today are thriving. You may be shareholders in these organizations. What drives you to hold shares in these organizations? Because you see that they are future-looking organizations. You know the share price will go up, slow and steady, but it will go up because the leadership is transforming with the time. And that's how, as investors also, we put in our money into these organizations. So this is business transformation. if you look at why is the need of business transformation, why are we transforming business, there are multiple things which are playing. If you remember, our parents used to work in some of the private companies or government organizations, wouldn't change for 10 years, 15 years, same things were going. If you think people born in 70s and 80s have had the toughest life, from no technology to a boom of technology. We've seen it all. So if you look at it, from those days to today, what has changed? Why do we need to be so agile? Number one, you see the geopolitical situations, the environment around us. Firstly, we've become a global village. There is nothing called, only India-centric. Of course, there are markets that we're dealing with, but the approach to whole business transformation is now very global. We have geopolitical situations, we have international security concerns, wars that we had never thought of. Now, what has this put into picture? It has put uncertainty, it has impacted cost of labor. There are multiple things that have happened. So you have to be really agile and transform your business in light of these things. Then we have hyper-automation, which means the customers are expecting everything round the clock. If I'm sitting on my laptop at 1 o'clock buying a sari, then I want the customer care to answer me, okay, is this material soft, it falls well or doesn't fall well? 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the night. So you see most of the websites have this little chat box, which is of course your virtual assistant, your chatbots, so hyper-automation is transforming companies into intelligent enterprises, if you see. It's no more company. These are intelligent enterprises which are looking at, how to really create a customer experience, because that's the differentiator. Maruti has stood number one, Maruti Suzuki in automotive industry, number one for years now. The competition is always for number two. Number one, nobody touches. Why? Because they have been able to create that customer differentiation through many more things. Affordability, availability of after sales, multiple things. That's what is driving business transformation today. Number three, customer needs. It's completely changing. As the market is maturing, people are becoming discerning. They are demanding. And if you're not able to create that environment for your customers, you'll be in a situation. So hyper-automation, customer differentiation, then we have geopolitical situation, the environment, larger environment around us. Then we have also Gen AI. Now, everybody talks Gen AI. Whether they know whether it's gentle AI or generative AI or generation AI, but it's Gen AI. Everybody wants to talk about it. And now it's agentic AI. It's changing the way we are looking at the business. The revenue models are changing. Thank you. Let me skip what I've already spoke about. These are the names that we can think of, the transformations. We talk about economic fluctuations, we spoke about client experience, hyper-automation, and then, of course, Gen AI, and that's what I was talking about. I'll come back to sustainability. But Gen AI is actually agentic AI. It's changing business models now. It's no more a talk of, optimizing and creating efficiency. It's about now changing revenue models, business models, and way of looking at business is completely different. Will it take over the workforce? If any HR leader thinks that, Gen AI or agentic AI will take over the workforce, no, it will not. It will change the way you think and think of jobs. So you need to start thinking now. Think of the people who will pass out of engineering colleges 5 years hence. Will we need coding job? Think about it. Gen AI is already coding, making simple apps. How do we start thinking that 4 years later our workforce is going to look like? How many of us are thinking? I'll leave you with this food for thought. Sustainability is driven today by, consumers. It's no more an ethical approach. It's a business ask. Clients, when I sit in front of clients in my client discussions, etc., they're asking for what are the sustainable practices? What are your sustainable policies? Are you more favored towards renewable energy? Are you saving anywhere the natural resources in any form. It's an ask now. It's a business imperative. No more a new thing that you would create that here will be a sustainable organization. It's needed. Even employees today are asking for it. And I'll come to that. So what are the talent solutions to these challenges? Am I suddenly going to give you a jargon which you've never heard of? Probably not. I will tell you the same things that you hear. But I'll tell you how did we do it. Adaptive capability models. Do you understand the workforce of today in your organization? And are you working for the workforce of tomorrow? We all say very proudly, we have an L&D function in our organization. What is L&D function measured on? Number of hours of learning? Or how many people are taking up the jobs for the next level in the changed environment? Data-driven insights into skilling and recruitment strategies. With talent markets so volatile, I don't think you can create an objective decision-making without data and insights. So you need to have the data, analytics, being able to understand the insights to be able to take objective decisions. Otherwise, it will be all subjectivity into your promotions. I like him. It's been 3 years, he's been promoted. Those will be the decisions taken if you don't look at the data in the correct way. Upskilling and reskilling, I don't want to talk about it. I just said that, when we talk about upskilling and reskilling, we say very proudly we have a very engaged L&D function. And what do we track? How many people attended? How many hours of learning happened? It's not going to work anymore. Are you going to look at who are the people who are creating the modules for you and what does it cater to? Is it solving a business challenge that you're looking at? That's what we need to look at. And then, of course, within employees' intrinsic motivation, if you don't have that, you're in trouble. Because think about it. Today's generation, which is Gen Z that we keep talking about how to engage them, and that it's very difficult to engage them. They have grown within the COVID times also, where there is a scarcity. Some of the businesses failed. Their parents probably were living with difficult means. They have a very conscious mind of saving things because they saw that time. Now they want, and when I look at my employee workforce, the younger one, they want, are we sustainable? I've seen the younger ones putting the lights off when they leave the room. We saw abundance. But the younger ones, assuming that all of you are around my age here in the room, but the younger ones are more conscious. And that's what employee workforce is asking for. So you have to find out the intrinsic motivation. I have 2 examples. One being myself. There are times I have chosen offers which paid more, but I chose the organization which had better practices. And that's what younger generation is doing that. Are you able to create that in the market? And then, of course, right leadership mindset. It flows from the top. If you're able to create the culture, it's a half battle won. Can you create a business transformation strategy without your leadership involved? Absolutely impossible. And if you have leadership which is on the coffee table and standing on a coffee machine, pata nahi yaar kya kar rahe hain log. That leadership is not going to work. The leadership has to walk the talk and otherwise take tough decisions on that. I became famous or maybe infamous for a statement of mine which I said in some of my conference, that if you have HR teams who said, I work in HR because I love working with people, it's not going to work. You must have heard it many times. Why are you in HR? Because I love working with people. Not going to work. You have to love working with people in every function, not just in HR. You need to be a psychologist in every function to understand to have the acumen of dealing with people around you. You need HR leaders who have business sense because you're driving the business strategy through people. And if you don't have that, and if you don't hire HR with that mindset, and even if you have existing teams, change the mindset. Ask them to be business aware. Ask them what challenge are they solving. And that's very important. As I said, your talent strategy cannot be in exclusion. I'm reducing the attrition. I'm creating the SAT score. What is the business strategy? What is it that your business wants for? Are you creating a strategy to achieve that? And that's what you need to think. Skills ontology is extremely important. I again leave you with a food for thought. How many of you know what skills, do you know by numbers, what skills do I have in my organization and where is the gap? And what is the gap looking like for 2026? If you don't have that in mind, probably you're not agile enough and thinking ahead. And it's time to get there. Because agentic AI and Gen AI will also look at certain aspects where, something will be done automatically. Where is the human brain going to be used? Skill is the currency, it will always be. That's the jargon we read everywhere. If your people are not skilled to take the right level of job, and if your people are not skilling themselves for future, making themselves employable for future, the organization is going to be in trouble. And as HR leaders and business leaders, we need to ensure we think ahead and train our people. Gen AI is coming today. Our group CEO committed to the market 1.5 years back that we will train 100,000 people in Gen AI. We didn't know what was the future, but we trained 100,000 people in Gen AI. So by the time Gen AI hit the market, we were ready. And that's what thinking ahead. After hitting, if you start training people, you've lost half the battle. Employee experience, as I spoke about, is very important, and we have multi-generational workforce. So you need to think, how are you catering to everyone? While I have the Gen Z crowd, and I have to take care of their requirements, I also have a crowd which is probably reaching menopause. So I launched a policy on menopause and hormone replacement therapy. Because I don't want women at that age when they're reaching just the leadership positions to leave us. So you have to think ahead. Think of things which are taboo. Think of things which nobody has thought of. Think of things for the generations that you're dealing with. The problems that you may be dealing with. Are you really addressing? We want diversity. We want to create policies after policies for women because women probably like grey matter. Why do they need to be trained more? No, they have the same grey matter as everybody else. How are you supporting them to be in the leadership positions? How are you supporting the fathers that they can support? The females and the ladies and the women in their house. That's what we need to think of. And then, of course, what is not measurable is not impactful. So when you hear in HR that, a lot of things are gray in HR, a lot of things dealt with people, emotions, not going to work. Again, if you can measure, you can create an impact. And that's very important. Some of the organizations you see, they have very innovative policies. Google, 20% time to think. Gmail and Google News was an output of 20% time given to employees to think, to innovate. If Google would not have thought that every employee takes 20% time off just to think, they wouldn't have had Gmail and Google News. And similarly for Amazon. It's a painful process of recruitment in Amazon if anybody is there. But they have a bars, they have a system where everybody goes through a certain assessment. It takes months. But they want to ensure that they don't have people leaving them after they hire them or they don't fit in culturally. So they really get into it. Can I take 2 minutes because we didn't have the slides? Okay. We follow in Capgemini Get the Future You Want, which means future is in your hand. You drive what you want. You want to be a CFO? Okay, we'll give you a track. You want to be a CHRO? We'll give you a track. But you need to decide what you need to do. And you need to make yourself relevant and employable. We say, get the future you want. There are a few things I will tell you. How do we build talent ahead of time? You must be thinking, how do you build talent ahead of time? In IT industry, there's lack of talent. Thousands of engineers are graduating. But the talent that can be deployed is very, very less, very few in numbers. How do you build that talent? And everybody, Google, Accenture, Capgemini, IBM, all are vying for the same talent in the same talent pool. What do I do then? Oops, I think I'm going back, sorry. We have Tech for Positive Futures. We are targeting lower strata economic zone where kids are not getting the right opportunities. We are going to remote towns, setting up digital academies, preparing them for future so that they feel grateful from the organization that they are being trained free of cost. They of course join us. They give us the preference and they stay with us for long. Because they know that Capgemini is investing in them. One person hired from a poor family breaks the poor poverty cycle. Do you understand? So we give back to community and create our talent pool. Similarly, diverse and inclusive workforce. Like I spoke about Menopause Cafe, there are many other programs where we ensure that women stay with us. This is a talent pool where we need to really bank on. Neurodiverse. People with disability. I know everybody talks about them. What have we done about neurodiverse? Everybody wants neurodiverse people because it's the buzzword in the market. But are you honest to them? We have job coaches assigned to every single one of them because they're different. They need to understand. Managers can get exhausted dealing with neurodiverse people. So we have a job coach for managers, job coach for employees so that they succeed. It's not a number for us, oh, we hired 40 people in neurodiversity. No, it's the impact and the intention for us. We have created an employee workforce which will work. Some of the managers have come back that they are more productive than the regular workforce. Ring fence, your top talent. I will not spend too much time on that because we've spoken about it, but top talent needs to be ring fenced. If you're giving 1% for your regular performance appraisal, 1% increment, 2% increment for slightly better, 3% for your top talent, the top talent will say for 2% I'm not going to work extra. Differentiate. Know your top talent and create an environment for them to thrive. And that's extremely important. I will skip this. We spoke about it because we are running out of time. What is the key takeaway? What is a successful business transformation? As I said, employee is the heart of everything. Transformation is not something you do for employees or you do to employees. It is something which is done by employees. If you go and say in the town hall that this is what we are doing for you, no. This is what will happen and you need to buckle yourself and, be ready for the ride. No. Please partner with me to drive this. This is what we want to achieve. As per a Murphy report, how many employees should be involved for a business transformation to be successful? 7%. But that 7%, to find that 7% who are truly invested in a business transformation is very difficult. My organization, if 25% of your employees are involved with you in different teams, parts, and advocating for it, you'll be successful. We spoke about few things. You may want to take a picture if you need, but these are the few things that you need to really keep in mind to drive a business transformation. These are not new words, but you have to do it with the intention by creating an impact, not as a buzzword. Or having that, I have an L&D function, I have a component function, it doesn't help. What is it that you're trying to achieve, you need to know in your heart. Keeping talent at core, knowing the potential of your workforce, thinking of future, knowing your business. My really urge to all of you is, please know your business, please know the business impact, and create HR teams with business acumen. We are business leaders. That's all I had to share.
Thank you. Anybody who has a question for ma'am? You have a question? That's why you asked for a question.
Sorry, Aarti, I'll call you back here. First of all, congratulations for being on the list of most influential women in HR by BW People. Thank you so much. A very quick question that you spoke briefly about women in leadership roles and special initiatives for women. What do you do for women who take a break from career because of certain reasons? And also, like, you have reached a certain place, it is very heartening to see that.
how do you promote more women coming to that level? And what is it that Capgemini and you as a HR leader would do to promote it? Diversity these days is a very controversial topic, right? With the political situation in the US, but okay, I'll continue with that. We have different programs. So women who are taking a break, firstly, I think it used to be a taboo 2 years, 3 years back, 4 years back, but not anymore. If you take a break, we want you to come back. We have a program called Fair Welcome. Not just for women, even for men, because these days even men sometimes are caretakers in their family or they want to take a break. We get everyone back, whoever wants to. We give them a time to train themselves, make themselves relevant. We hire them and we put them back on the job. So we have a program called Fair Welcome. So we definitely welcome everybody who has taken a break, wants to come back. Because we are a technology organization. Technology becomes obsolete very soon. So we need to train them and quickly make them relevant. But we welcome people and we have a full-fledged program. We have really taken more than 500 women. My colleagues are sitting there. More than 500 women, back after taking a break. So that's, similar programs really help. And as I said, you can run 20,000 programs with 20,000 free names, excellent names, tick mark. But if you don't see the impact and sustainability and the really worth of those programs, they're not going to work. And when you say women in leadership position, it has to be a very thought-through process because you have to identify the talent at the right time when they are in the middle management. And that stands true for men as well. Sometimes people do think that, we are identifying only women, and we don't do that in Capgemini. Of course, we probably try to push more women because women kind of, culturally are nurturers, and sometimes they take a back seat that, I need to take care of this and I need to take care of that. So we try to provide extra support to women and sometimes push people to look at the right promotion numbers or, how are we looking at women and really tapping the talent at the right time, middle management, and then grow them to the right level. So there is a very structured way of looking at it. And sometimes, but this is for all the men in the room. I know sometimes you get pushed beyond your boundaries thinking that women are getting promoted because you are in a good time and you're a woman. That's not true. If you see from previous times, culturally, the rubber band was stretched this way, towards patriarchal society. So now we are stretching it other way to bring in the balance. So that stretch of the other way seems a little overwhelming, but support it. We need equality and equity, both. So when you see these initiatives being taken in the organization, take it in a positive sense. I hope there is no unconscious bias on the other side in your organization, but it's important to stretch the rubber band on the other side at this point in time.
Good morning. Wonderful session, Aarti. It was very insightful, especially for a company like mine, which is 120 people. We do IT technologies, and for the last 25 years, I have been just into technologies. But when being CEO, I see the challenges my HR faces. It's very unique, especially in these days when you very well mentioned that futuristic skill matrix. You need to envision that and fulfill that. But that needs, HR alone cannot do that job. So they definitely need a high collaboration with the tech team and cutting edge stuff. So the challenge I face is that bridge which has to be filled between these two pieces. Can you please guide how do you guys do in such large organization?
At this point in time, I think I have passed that stage of that challenge, but there used to be a challenge where it used to be a standard exercise of your learning needs collection. What is your learning need? It requires an effort from both the sides. Firstly, are your business leaders and technology leaders thinking ahead? Are they agile enough to think ahead, or are they just looking at, okay, my need is 10 people in, SAP something or SAP HANA, and I'm just going to focus on that. You have to create a mindset where you know what is it that you want. And then, of course, having the right HR leaders and HR partners in place is very important who can push you, guide you.
who can tell you what framework needs to be created and what is it that I can provide to you. Because if I'm just being a bridge between the training institute and the business, I'm losing my worth, then I'm a postman. If I'm in a technology industry, do I know what are the skills which are difficult to hire? Am I thinking ahead to train them ahead so that I'm not hiring them from the market? And again, HR is a key function to ensure that we have a build organization and not a buy organization. If we're running to market to buy the skills all the time, there's something wrong. So it's absolutely a collaboration between technology function or business function, between HR function. Firstly, I call both of them as business function because you're trying to achieve the same thing. But having the right leaders in place is very important. Who you hire to lead what position is extremely important. So I think it's the fitment of the competency. If you're thinking old mindset, it's not going to work.
The way things are changing, so fast, so dynamic, that by the time we get people trained in one technology, deep sea comes in the picture.
Yes.
So there are many such things which are varying, like overnight things come up, and even though we plan 80-90%, our plannings need to be revisited. So that's the fact we have to adapt.
Absolutely, because if you think ahead, isn't it? I told you, group senior fast. It's a very big risk to train 100,000 people in GenAI. You don't even know the future of GenAI, but you took the risk. You need to have that leadership mindset to take risk, be agile, think future. Yeah?
Thank you.
Am I audible? Check.
Yes.
Wonderful. Ross, thank you for the talk. It was great to see you composed as the slides came up. Thanks for your patience. It was good to see it in action as well. My question is this. You brought in the case for transformation change. In the HR space, in the people space, what's the most, and I'm saying the most, radical, courageous thing that you have either done in your organization or you've seen being done? Something that all of us should be paying very clear, sharp attention to and learn from.
Very good question. So, I think courage is where your conviction of decision is. When you know market may be going the other way and you may be questioned for your decisions. And that's what I call, a courageous decision. Multiple things. We have been very consistent with the way we treat our employees. Without naming anybody, if you see in IT industry, every day in economic times you would see so many people laid off, so many people trained, so many bonus cycle pushed, or pay cycle, this year no payouts. You continue reading these news. Capgemini, and of course my CEO is very supportive, has always been consistent. We have treated employees as employees, not as a resource. And I think it took a lot of courage when the market was taking very precautious approach to payouts, bonuses, etc. We ensured that we keep our promise to our people. And I think we were very worried. And I think we are known for our consistency in the market. And I think and this is just recent thing that I can talk about. The second that I can talk about is the HR transformation that we took. Especially in difficult times when IT industry was going through a lot of turmoil, we decided this is the time to go through the HR transformation, and we picked it up. When you do any transformation, it requires a bit of investment, maybe a bit more of investment. So when you're in difficult times, taking a call on HR transformation, I think it was a big thing. It has definitely paid us off, but I've had sleepless nights. And I think that courage has paid off to our organization. We've been able to take those kind of decisions. Recently I spoke about the turmoil on the diversity. Anybody who belongs to a US organization or has its operations in US, you would know the pressure of how do you manage the diversity of an organization. I'm very proud to say Capgemini has taken a stance that we are what we are. We will continue to be an inclusive organization, come what may. And I think I'm very proud of that courageous decision as well. And apart from that, of course,
These three are the topmost because it's taken a lot, because there is a political turmoil, there is a market industry turmoil, there is judgment being passed, and it has resulted in much more, thought process, sleepless nights, so I call them courageous decisions. But apart from that, on a daily basis, there is something that we're doing which is different, which creates an environment for our employees that they're proud of. Like for example, Mumbai and Delhi offices are completely running on renewable energy, completely. We get back to the grid. That's something that we are very proud of. Menopause Cafe, we are very proud of. I think that's something that many people reached out to me. We address something that is really lurking in the organizations, but nobody is addressing it. So multiple things, to be honest. There is no one decision. It's a collaboration of the whole organization's leadership that this is the path we want to take. Thank you.
I think the Q&A is an entire session altogether, yeah? So thank you for that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing this, your experience and your views, of course, as well. And now it's time for the first panel discussion, which is on defining trends for the future of work. The topics that the panel will be covering will be around remote and hybrid workforce, technology trends to create better employee experiences, AI and automation in HR processes, employee well-being, skills for the future, and overall tech trends defining future of work in this very space. And let's now welcome our panelists to the stage. Simin Askariji, Senior VP, Corporate HR and Business Excellence, BS Group. Also Manish Mendaji, Head of HR, International Hubs, NatWest Group, India. Joining them is Suresh Srinivas, VP Engineering, Great HR. And this session will be chaired by the founder of Legal Care, Shirupa Chaudhary. Yes, please welcome them to the stage, everybody. Oh, the audience got more in the hall and the claps suddenly went down. Let's try again, please. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
Thank you so much, and I now see a full house, unlike the anticipation of the heavy traffic in the morning. Thank you so much for being here today, and I would like to heartily welcome our esteemed panelists. Since this is the opening panel for the day, we would like to broadly cover the future of work and technology trends that define the future of work. Now, before we get into the future, we should actually talk a little bit about the present as well. So, how many of you think that technology is already, changing the way that workforces operate? Just please, a show of hands. All right. So I think the mood is clear. The technology is here already. And it's not just about the future, it's also about the present and how we evolve into the future. And I love this saying that I read somewhere, that the best way to predict the future is to invent it. So while, a 40-minute panel may not be enough to invent a great technology tool over here, we will try to deep dive into some of these themes and talk about how things are evolving and what is being invented. And I'm glad that to kick off this discussion, I have someone who actually builds technology, who is a technology leader with many years of experience. Surya, my first question to you is, what kind of technology are we seeing today that is more geared towards flexible and hybrid workforces, something that came up in a big way in the COVID times and is here to stay as well? Could you define some of these technology trends, please?
Absolutely. First of all, good morning to all the people here. Of course, on the stage, I think I'm the odd one out, coming from the tech background and not a proper HR, but throughout my professional life, I've built software for HR, so pretty much aware of what HR does. Coming to the technology platforms, I think remote and hybrid work has been in discussion for the last 4 or 5 years, but if you have seen all the MNCs in different geographical locations, remote work has always been there. But what we are talking more is about the co-location. Post-pandemic, I think, pre-pandemic, if you recollect a couple of things that, most of the knowledge workers do is one, gathering in a meeting room for brainstorming, and two, some form of whiteboarding, that you do in terms of, some boxes and arrows and the strategy or plans, etc. So I think post-pandemic, these are some of the things that took a little bit of dent. I believe a lot of new technology platforms, the rise of Slack, Microsoft Teams, Google Chat, Zoom, all these different techs have helped people to, virtually connect, though at times switching on camera becomes a challenge when we work as a team, but, I'm sure most of you plead and request your team members to do that. When it comes to, brainstorming, I think, tools like Miro, Draw.io are some of the things that have really helped, team members to brainstorm and create content that can be shared. Now, one of the biggest challenges, when we lead remote work teams is the communication, right? Though, synchronous communication happens via calls, a lot of times I suggest that we should adapt asynchronous communication, should not be waiting for somebody just because they didn't join the call, but rather send a message or email and, let them figure out stuff. And in addition, I think more than asynchronous communication in remote work, more frequent communication is what should be done. Most of the times we send an email or broadcast a message and think that many of them could have read, but hardly 10% of the team members would read it. So more and more communication actually helps through all these tools. It could be the call tools, chat tools, drawing tools, etc. So that, we can collaborate as a remote workforce.
Right. Thanks so much for that. And as a follow-on question, what role do you think technology has to play in ensuring productivity and performance management?
So again, productivity is very highly contextual word. It depends from role to role. A designer has a different measurement scale, and an engineer has a different measurement scale, and a marketer has a different measurement scale. So we have to set the expectations, roles, and responsibilities upfront. Right, and I think one of the key things for productivity is engagement. I'll quickly share an anecdote, about productivity, what we did differently. So when we were, doing remote work, a lot of the big companies started calling people back to office, right? And so our HR team also was a little anxious to call people back to office, and we created, a lot of WeWork and small co-location working spaces, but the team members resisted. So one of the experiments that we did is we asked HR teams to repurpose the same budget that we are investing in offices for team outings or team lunches, right? And we did that experiment for 1.5 years. There are teams who travel to, let's say, Run of Kutch Festival, or there are teams who actually go to Darjeeling, book an Airbnb for 2 weeks and work together as a team. So a lot of these things have helped us, repurposing the same budget and, people traveling. So today we have a culture where every team thinks what's a new location they have to go book Airbnb and work from. And that really helped us to actually maintain our, retention rates to a very, very high level. Yeah.
I think I resonate with that while you can have a remote workforce or a hybrid workforce, you eventually need to also come together, and the trips would definitely help in that. So if you can repurpose your budget for that, I think a lot of people in the room would be really happy about that. All right, so moving forward with the thread of discussion, Manish, you've had years of experience and you've pretty much seen the evolution of technology, so I'm so excited to speak to you about it, from the time when there was probably very low technology, where email was a technology, to now where you have so many different platforms. My question to you is, what kind of platforms are you adapting in your work? It could be in the hiring process, it could be in people management, it could be in any of these processes, and also, do you look at something which is an integrated platform, or do you like to go for, specialized platforms? Just your thoughts on this.
Thanks and good morning to all. So yes, we are a large organization and we are an international organization, so we do have largely tech platforms that actually are in a way accessible to all colleagues across the world. So we are largely more focused on not having bespoke solutions, but probably having solutions that are in a way the HRMS solutions in that sense. What I've seen over the past few years, and I think to some extent COVID has been helpful to just get us thinking differently. A lot more move towards paperless, and I think historically we've had loads of paper, loads of physical signing, loads of personal files being maintained, and so on and so forth. Technology has been an enabler, and also I think there's a change of mindset that you definitely don't need wet signatures. You don't need to probably fill in these forms in kind of ink, and you can always do it digitally and so on. So that's been one big change I've seen. In addition to probably the various platforms for connections, which I think Surya covered a lot, there's still a lot more focus on engagement platforms. So I think if you look at probably meetings, the example which Surya talked about, never were we actually kind of recording meetings when we were in person in the room. But today, if somebody is not able to attend, then you actually kind of record the meeting and then probably send the audio recording to the individual. The person can be up to date in terms of what's really happened. And again, there are platforms like Facebook at Work, Workplace, Viva Engage, etc. There are various such platforms organizations are using to actually kind of stay connected, share key messages, and also engage and get instantaneous feedback. For example, if you want to launch something new, what would be a best way? Just go on probably kind of a platform and write to your colleagues saying that, okay, I'm thinking of launching this initiative. These are the options we have. What do you think? And maybe 10, 20,000 people respond and vote for it. So you've got the voice of your colleague before you even launch the product. So that's so powerful. And I think organizations are using technology for that kind of purpose also. So there's lots happening. And I think just to touch upon the point on hiring and onboarding, again, like I said, the experience is completely changed for candidates. There are organizations that are doing onboarding completely through apps. So if you're joining an organization, you just sign up to the app. From the time you sign up to the app till you join the company, you have absolute information on what you really need to do, what documents to submit, who is your buddy, what's your first day going to look like, and all messages about the organization is also kind of cascaded through those apps and so on. So lots happening in that space and a lot of exciting work happening in that space. Thank you.
Super. And I think both of you touched upon meetings. One of my favorite tools is the note taker. I mean, I don't know about you people, but there are times we zone out in meetings, don't we? So I really like that bit. All right, so there is this saying, in fact, that's a question. Do you know how many people it takes to change a light bulb? Anyone wants to volunteer the answer? How many people does it take to change a light bulb? So the joke goes that it takes 3 people. One to stand and change the light bulb, and 2 people who will be below the ladder turning it around. So what this basically, this joke kind of signifies is that there is sometimes redundancy in people, and that's something that is often criticized about people management in workforces. But now with the advent of AI, there is a bigger fear that the redundancies will go and there will be a lot of job losses, etc. So Simran, I would like to ask you, with the it's omnipresent. I have to say the word. The generative AI and artificial intelligence. Do you think that these kind of redundancies can be solved for, and should it be solved for? Is there a genuine fear about the future of the workforce in terms of people losing jobs?
Hi, thank you so much, and thank you for this question. I think whenever there's something new, there's always anxiety around us. And I think that's what the fear stems out from anxiety. And anxiety is because you don't know what the change is all about, what the technology is all about. And this happens with everything that happens in life, right from the time when the computers were actually brought in to today when we talk about generative AI and the redundancy of, or so-called fear of losing jobs. I really don't think that's a fact, really. If you are able to understand technology, if you're able to upskill yourself and keep yourself relevant, there's no reason why you would be losing a job. You lose jobs because you're no longer relevant, you're no longer productive, you're no longer contributing towards the organization. And therefore, what is most important for organizations is to make sure that their workforce, the people that they are engaged with, are kept updated. So we just heard Aarti talk about 100,000 people being trained on generative AI right before it even came in. I'm proud to say we are also one of such organization. Right when generative AI was just a buzzword and people were not even understanding the nuances of how powerful this is going to be, we started getting in people to train our people, in different functions. And the interesting part is that it was function-specific understanding. So if you're in marketing, understanding how generative AI is going to make you more efficient, more productive, more creative, we've had sessions on that. We've had sessions for HR, for procurement, for supply chain, for virtually every function, and then kept them updated. I think what is most important in organizations is also to continue having a digital mindset in the scenario and the world that we are living in. We can no longer be dependent on, okay, this is something which is new, let's train people. You need to have that mindset that I need to be agile, I need to understand what is new in the world, I need to be updated all the time. So I think that's most important, and I definitely don't see jobs getting lost, I just see the roles getting changed, and the way we work is going to be different. So yeah.
Absolutely, and I think I resonate with that, and as someone wise said, AI won't take away your job, someone using AI will. So I think that is the overall, sentiment. Again, to just get a sense of this room, how many of you have used any of these GenAI chatbots, maybe ChatGPT or Meta, at least once a week? Right? All right. Once a day?
Yeah.
Yeah? Should I say once an hour? Okay, several times a day.
Okay.
Right. So I have noticed this trend where even my colleagues at work are using ChatGPT to draft emails now. They don't want to draft an email. So I'm very scared that, we are actually losing our minds and we're losing our creativity. But at the same time, the quality of the drafting of the email has become better. So, between the devil and the deep sea. So any thoughts on this, Manish?
Yeah, just kind of reflecting on a conversation I had yesterday in office where I was sitting with my HR operations team, and they manage all the queries from colleagues and ex-employees and so on. So one of my colleagues who was actually kind of resolving the query said, it's become really hard that, all the queries or complaints that I'm getting, colleagues are using ChatGPT to draft those complaints. And he showed me saying that this is how the complaint is. And then I asked him, what did you do about it? He said, I went back to ChatGPT and we have probably something within our environment that we can use. And he actually used the co-pilot to respond to that query. And he actually kind of responded to that query, and he said, by the way, at the end, I just added the policy link, which is something unique to us. So it's made my life easier, and it's good that people have started using chatbots and ChatGPT because it makes my life easier and also how I respond. So that's something that happened as of yesterday.
I just want to just add on to that. When we started hearing about generative AI and the application in various functions, and also seeing people start using it for emails, I personally was also surprised when colleagues who could barely write 2 sentences suddenly were like beautiful English and creative writing, and you couldn't understand what happened, right? But frankly, I think what is most important is that while you use that, and it's good that people are able to, use this technology and better their communication at least, there needs to be an oversight. You cannot just keep your brain locked up somewhere. You actually have to apply yourself and see whether whatever has been written is relevant to what you are trying to communicate. There have been instances where people have used this and just come up with, completely weird sort of emails, which has no relevance to what they were actually supposed to ask. So I think human oversight needs to remain there, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I just share my experience as well. So I had a candidate applying for a job at our organization at Legal Care, where they said, "Dear recipient name," in brackets. So I looked at that and I was like, very nice. So when I responded, in my response, I had also said, "Regards, recipient name," so that they get the message, but I'm not sure, and absolutely correct. So it's a great tool, but we need to use it with caution and with great deal of oversight. All right, so coming back to the technology leader in this panel, artificial intelligence, automation, how do you build that into your systems, and what do you think the future is going to look like?
So, of course, because I'm representing Great HR, right, so we already have a lot of artificial intelligence built into our system. For example, the very famous use case of recruitment where, the resume parsers, right? So sometimes some of the crazy jobs have thousands of resumes and it's humanly impossible for anybody to take a look at it. So the resume parsers actually looks at the job keywords, like the ATS keywords, and ranks the resumes based on high, medium, and low. So that's one of the natural language processing use case from AI. The other thing that we do is face recognition based attendance marking, right? So typically the proxy buddy punching kind of things happen even if we introduce attendance marking systems within our HRMS. So that's where face recognition based attendance marking is one of the key. Even there, somebody can mark attendance with a photo. So in our libraries, we actually have implemented something called blink eye detection, where it only recognizes the accuracy of a human being actually marking the attendance, right? We also have launched something called Great AI last year in our Engage module. All of you have raised your hand saying 24/7 or once in an hour you use ChatGPT, but between your Gmail or an email and the ChatGPT you have to switch windows. So in our Engage module, if somebody has to send a feedback to a colleague or appreciate a colleague, right, and if they're not so good with English, they can just click Great AI once they write something, and AI will actually give suggestions on how they can actually make it more dignified, professional, respectful, so on and so forth. So that's one of the use case we solved. And the general use case of the AI conversational chatbots is something that we have, right? So that's again a little past what's been implemented, but with agentic AI there are a lot of use cases that many HRMS are exploring. One of the agentic use case could be for larger organizations. If you have more attrition and more exit interviews are happening, an agent can actually run through and generate a report and send it to the manager saying, hey, something has happened in this quarter where more people are living in your span. Do you want to raise new requisitions in the 8 years, or plan for the better manpower planning and budgeting for the next fiscal year, so on and so forth. So all these things can be automated today with HR juggling between manpower planning and budgeting, a different point solution, recruitment is a different point solution, or offboarding or resignation is a different solution. So that's where it is heading to.
Super. So basically data-driven insights, and also looking at employee retention overall through that process of artificial intelligence and automation. Before we move on to the next theme, I would actually like to know from you, Manish, in your years of experience, when there was not so much of technology in the people function, and then when you first started to look or evaluate at some of these technology pieces, what was top of your mind? How did you make those decisions, and how do you continue to make these decisions as you prepare your workforce for the future?
Yeah, so I think, of course, there'll be multiple aspects that you consider when you look at, technology solutions and what works for you. But I think primarily for us would be around the safety and the whole data sanity. So ensuring that the data is safe and probably it's not vulnerable to any threat. So that would be one big one. Cost would be another one in terms of how much it will cost. Of course, we want the best of technology for everybody, but eventually we are an organization that's also looking at cost and also looking at it. I think the most important one for me personally would be the experience. So will this really enhance the experience for colleagues? Will they spend less time doing HR processes, or probably anything to do with HR policies? So if they are able to save time and not waste time on admin tasks, and the experience is superior, then I think it's worth the technology investment.
Lovely. And just to you brought out reduction of time at the best available cost, and automation to remove redundancy in work, and also HR policies. So because we were speaking about ChatGPT, one of the things that we have actually built is a chatbot that kind of gives answers on HR policies and legal policies. So, and that kind of reduces the time that HR teams would face in answering the same question again and again, and sometimes, what is an optional holiday or whatever.
Yeah, I don't have access to it, but I heard in one of my kind of networking events that there are companies that are building solutions for somebody who wants to start up in a new country. So for example, you are trying to come into India and you say, I want to set up an office in these 3 states. It will give you a complete summary of what are the legal requirements to set it up, what are the HR requirements to set it up, what are the various compliances that you need to be taking care of, etc. Of course, it will need a bit of expert supervision, but the base work is pretty good, and it will give you a fair sense of where it's very complex to set up an office or an organization, and that is much more easier, and you can do a bit of a read across with all the countries, so that's really powerful.
Yeah, I don't know who else is doing it. We are also building that. So kind of an automated roadmap, right, for legal and compliance requirements as well. Simon, coming to you, so any case study from your experience of, integrating technology into the workforce, something that stood out for you, something that you're really proud of?
So, I can't really think of any specific particular thing, but technology has been integrated in so many different aspects in our organization. I also happen to lead business excellence for the group. So that means a lot of business transformation. Obviously, technology is at the core of everything, right? A lot of it, as Manish just said, that it has to do with the experience and with the efficiency that it brings in. So sort of evaluating the processes, figuring out where efficiency can be brought in and what kind of technology is the best, possible solution for that. One such thing that I would like to talk about is the, technology that we, applied and experimented with was for the sales force that we have. We are a sales and manufacturing driven organization, primarily FMCG, so a lot of sales people, right? And the challenge was always to make them more productive, to make sure that, it's not just a matter of tracking where they've gone and what they've sold, but to push them to sell better, to push them to do better, right? So we had, implemented a technology which was based on the principle of nudge, right? So every day you would get, obviously AI driven, so every day you would get hyper-personalized nudges on your app, which told you something which motivates you. So everybody has different motivation level. I may be motivated with money. He may be motivated by the position that he holds in the peer group and all of that. So, I would get a nudge which says, you've sold this much. If you sell this much more, this is the kind of incentive you'll get. He would get a nudge which say, you're right now number 3. If you sell 500 more units, you'll be number 2 or number 1. And, you just need to do this. So every day we would see, and it would be obviously because it is personalized, people would get different nudges and we saw productivity go up. So I think different technologies have different purposes. Applying them where you feel this is most appropriate, I think that's the key. And, this organization has been using a lot of different techs, for improving the way we produce, the way we sell, the way we motivate our people, productivity, everything. So, yeah.
Right, and I love that example of gamification, pretty much of motivation. I think it's so useful, and I'm very curious to see if I can find something for my workforce and not having to motivate them. And in case you didn't know, she mentioned FMCG, so she heads a large people function at the DS Group, which is responsible for something we love, which is Pulse. Yeah, I mean it's. I didn't recognize the name of the company initially, and then I was like, Pulse, of course. Yeah. We all love that, and it gives that zing, to our lives. All right, so moving to the next theme. So we were speaking about technology, but in all of this, we can never discount the importance of the human. And, employee well-being has been in focus in recent times thanks to some very controversial comments around 70-hour work week, 90-hour work week, and So, or whether we should stare at our wives or husbands or not. Manish, I would like to know from you, what are your thoughts on the number of hours in a work week, and how we choose to spend our time outside of that as well?
Yeah, so I'll actually want to stay away from every controversy. I'm not going to comment specifically on the number of hours and so on. I think we should just start off by being a bit more real about this topic, right? If you look at India as a country, let's not forget that majority of the workforce or people who are self-employed actually work on Saturdays. So that adds to one more day to their work. My father has been a businessman till he was alive. There was not even a single kind of, weekend kind of holiday for him. He worked 6 days definitely for 10, 12 hours. And of course on Sundays he would work for a few hours and he'll say, I just want to do a bit of my accounts and be in the shop and so on. And that was the way of life. We used to see him as a child do all of that. That's what he's used to, and that's what he never complained about it. He really loved doing it, and that's what his passion was. So if you look at that, clocking any number of hours, if you add an extra day, then it's very different. So I think some of us are privileged and we should be grateful that we work only 5 days. And so on. I think the biggest challenge, I think, is about really being clear on the outcomes and the output that we expect from each colleague or individual that works in your organization. If you keep it on effort basis, then I think you're really going to have eventually low productivity and low morale, and you will also have issues with wellness of colleagues and so on. If you're very clear on the outcomes that you expect and realistic around the outcomes you expect in the number of hours, then I think it works well. So if, for example, we all have 9 hours in a day or 8 hours in a day, and if I'm able to be more productive than my peers, that's actually superior performance, and that's what I would love to recognize. Rather than saying that I would recognize somebody who works 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours a day, that doesn't really help any cause. It just adds to probably cost in the long run because it's not sustainable to work that many hours every day and then be healthy. So I think as an organization, and also I think personally I believe that there should be a fair balance between your wellness and health. This is cliched, but everybody knows that career is not probably a sprint, it's a marathon, so you have to run it really long. So instead of looking at short-term gains, you should look at what's your long-term gains, but not at the cost of health, because that comes really kind of prime for all of us. So that's my thoughts. I'm sure there are other thoughts in the panel, but I'm not a big fan of counting hours and then saying that that's the way you track a person's career or progress. I think progress can happen if you're really the best amongst the lot. You can do things much more smarter, much more faster, and number of hours are not a challenge for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, basically measuring performance through other metrics and not number of hours, I think that's very, very important. Simin, would you like to weigh in on employee well-being? We're seeing a lot of innovative offerings around that space. I think Aarti also touched upon some of the things that they are doing around, menopausal women and fertility care, etc. So we are now seeing financial well-being. We are seeing a lot of focus on mental health. Anything you would like to weigh in on in terms of employee benefits and that entire piece of employee well-being?
So yeah, Shrirupa, while I completely agree to what Manish just said, today I think is the age of working smarter rather than just working harder. So, those 70, 90 work-hour discussions are, I think, completely useless, really. So yeah, it's a waste of time, frankly. In terms of well-being, I think organizations started focusing a lot more specifically after COVID, right? And I mentioned that because it's not like people were not doing it before that, but I think after that, that phase of life was quite difficult for all of us. And we all realized the importance of life and the importance of what we need from life, right? And more so in the younger generation. Things are changing as to people don't really want to just do a 9-to-5 job. They want to enjoy life. They want to do things that they want to, that they're deeply passionate about. So organizations have started rethinking and making sure that their people have the right balance of, while of course work is important, they would also give an emphasis on how are you feeling today? Are you depressed? Is there anything which is bothering you? So having various interventions on health, on mental well-being, on financial well-being. I mean, in our organization, we've had sessions for our workers, the blue-collar workers, who don't really understand how to invest, how to make sure they earn not very large amounts, but how do they make the best of it, right? And that's very important as an organization, because if we have to thrive, our employees need to be, happy in what they're doing and be able to sustain their way of life in that manner, right? A lot of organizations are introducing various initiatives. Health, checkups and everything have been there. Everybody's been doing it. But having a psychologist who's there, on board, you could go there, have sessions free of cost, checking in, even for remote workers, checking in, having regular check-ins and understanding how they're feeling, how they're doing. All those initiatives I think are really helpful now.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
Just one build. So I kind of quite completely agree. There's been a huge amount of focus on wellness across physical, mental, financial, and so on. And social, of course, because coming back to workplace, people are expecting a lot more social events and looking at how do we really engage. I think you gave a good example that you can go on a holiday with your colleagues and also work in nice hill stations and so on. But one important aspect that I think we should not forget, if you just get real about the situation that we have in metros. Right now we started this conference and we said traffic is a big issue, and that's the theme wherever you go. You go to Bangalore, you go to Chennai, you go to Mumbai, anywhere you go, traffic is a big issue. Personally, I believe flexibility with respect to working from home or working from an alternate location or somewhere closer to your home, you've got an office or probably, like you said, shared workspace, etc., is going to be a powerful thing in future. For me personally, that has a huge impact on your wellness. If you probably are spending 3 hours, 4 hours commuting, that's the time, that's precious time that goes away from your 24 hours that you could potentially repurpose to actually kind of do something physically or do something socially, and so on and so forth. So for me, flexibility is going to be a currency, and it's going to be very big in future. And it's really important that people don't kind of really understand what are the areas where they're wasting time and where they're investing time. That's really important. And if you're able to kind of really balance that out, there's going to be an indirect benefit and really an upside on your wellness quotient.
yes, I absolutely agree. So I live in Bangalore. And, commute time in Bangalore is legendary. So I think more than anything, I think I really resonate with the hybrid model or the remote workforce scenario. And I also would like to touch upon a thing that, we have noticed. For example, there was, it's recently been in the news that a man called Atul, he took his life because of some marital issues that he was facing. And there was actually 2 instances of such, white-collared employees in corporate India taking their lives because of this same issue in the last 6 months, because of course our legal system is in shambles. But the point is that they were all from tier 2 towns who had migrated to tier 1 cities, and the legal issues were coming in those tier 2 towns. So that actually took a toll because they had to travel back and forth, trying to manage that piece, etc. So, actually one of the things that we have introduced is legal well-being, which basically kind of encompasses, personal legal needs of employees, which they might not be very comfortable sharing with others in the workforce, and how do we kind of address that in the current situation. So I kind of, really resonate with the fact that in a lot of ways hybrid and remote is probably the answer, but again, how do you kind of collaborate, communicate, measure performance and all of that. So coming back to...
Can I just add for a minute? I know we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Sorry about
No,
that.
please.
So there are 5 things that I keep communicating with my team members. After we started hiring in tier 2, tier 3 cities, we have engineers from Nagpur, Jaipur, Vijayawada, Mysore, Coimbatore, Haridwar, right? So not in Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Hyderabad, right? Every time I meet them, I tell these 5 things. One, I tell the paradox of SEZ, right? SEZs are always, the companies have discounts, but if you have to buy an apartment or rent it near an SEZ, it's skyrocketing. So real estate is one of the biggest, reasons why, tier 2 people can't come and relocate to tier 1. Second thing is the education cost of kids. It's I don't know, right now it's in lakhs. By the time they graduate, you end up paying a few crores. Third is hospitalization. The consultancy to OP and IP compared to tier 2, tier 3, the tier 1 is pretty expensive. That's the third reason. Fourth, of course, India, the climatic condition we cannot really compare with US or Europe or Australia. We have 3 months of solid summer. I come from Hyderabad, so it's very pathetic. People will sweat by the time they reach office. 2 months of rainy season, so 5 months are pretty much not just the traffic, even the seasonality comes into picture. And fifth, of course, the AQI or the air quality index. I think I don't need to speak much about it in this region. So I think considering these 5 things, if there is a possibility, I know knowledge workers are less than 10% in India right now, considering the agriculture sector, industry sector, and the services sector. But wherever possible, if flexibility is an option, we should give that to ensure that people have at least one good meal with their family and spend time with their kids and elderly parents. Yeah.
Absolutely. So in the interest of time, I think we can try to summarize all the things that we spoke about, and also look at, how does the future of work look like in terms of technology playing a big role in that, and how does it solve for some of these problems. I mean, there's no point of having technology for the sake of it, but when we're looking at it to solve a problem, right, be it for remote work, be it for solving for productivity, be it for motivation, be it for learning and development, what are some of the key things to look out for in this space? Manish, if you would like to weigh in.
Yeah, happy to. So I think from my perspective, colleague experience will become really key in future. I think we are all using mobile for almost everything that we do in our life, and we are having multiple apps in a mobile. We get updates every week on any app that we use, but sometimes technology that we have, HRMS and others, I think we update maybe once in a few years and so on. So I genuinely believe historically organizations have looked at probably their processes, automated them, and then colleagues have experienced that processes through the technology that's been built. From my perspective, we'll have to start with the colleague and the candidate and look at how to really make the experience amazing for those individuals. So even the number of clicks that you probably will have to do to get to complete a process is going to be really key. And the patience levels are low. People, because they are experiencing really high-end technology, when they come into organizations which are traditional with the systems and the way they experience technology, they start in a way complaining, saying that, oh, this is so obsolete, I can't work on the system, or doing a transaction on this is not intuitive, or I have to go and learn something to understand how to do it, so why do we have a e-learning for doing something, etc., etc. So my kind of just final takeaway would be around colleague experience. That's going to be really big. Everybody is going to look at that as a key kind of driver.
Absolutely. I think colleague experience, and when you look at Gen Z experience, then that's a whole gamut altogether of looking at how to motivate and retain them, right? Simran, your thoughts on what are the key skills that the workforce of tomorrow need to build on, given that there is a lot of, things that AI will make easier or simpler. So what is it that will stand out for the workforce of tomorrow?
I think the key skill, probably for me would be adaptability, to be quick, agile, to be able to adapt to something new very, very quickly. So having that mindset that, nothing is impossible, I will be able to learn. Having that continuous learning mindset, that's going to be the key. Yeah.
Wonderful. So adaptable and make sure that you can learn very fast, I think, across different domains and functions. So yeah, coming back to you, you must give us the key tech trends that you think will define the future of work and what you are looking to build at a personal level, perhaps, for your organization.
Yeah, again, right, there are a lot of speculations when it comes to future, so, take it with a pinch of salt, but as the remote and hybrid workforce and, working across time zones and geographies increase, I think virtual reality and augmented reality play a big role in terms of doing a lot of meetings and training sessions and onboarding new joiners, etc. That's one of the biggest trends that I see happening across, right? From Great HR perspective, we are building a lot of agentic AI stuff within the system that will enable HRs to do much more strategic work and eliminate the operational work. But touching upon the skills part, I think, yes, as the other panel members said, agility and creating experience. I think data literacy is one thing that I would say everybody, not just the HRs, should start gaining, because most often the fundamental skill always stopped at, the soft skills and the communication skills. But with the rise of data, because, the paradox of data and AI is AI creates a lot of data, and AI also uses a lot of data to train itself. So AI creates data, it trains on data, it creates more data, it gets trained on data. So the more data literacy we gain, I think, it actually helps a lot. But I know time's up, but if I have time, I'll share one anecdote of how we resolved with the data literacy. Is that fine? Is it okay? Okay. Yeah. So I think in 2022-23 timeframes, we are not a big brand like Amazon, Google, Meta, where we roll out an engineering post and hundreds and thousands of people apply for it, right? So I don't know how many of you struggle with hiring where you get just rejections of people saying they just decline an offer a day or a week before, right? So we faced it, and the entire hiring funnel from sourcing to interviewing to rolling out offer to joining is like, let's say 100:1. Like you source 100 profiles, you end up hiring one person, right? So we did that, and the entire 2023 year, we rolled out some 9 to 10 offers, and none of them joined, right? So we were studying to understand why. We gave them the pay we want and they want, and we spoke and they qualified. So what's the reason? So we went and we looked at the data, and we saw everybody is from a metro. Most of them are from Bangalore, Pune, and Hyderabad. So we said these metro people are going to Walmart, JPMC, Google, Meta, etc. They're not joining us. So let's change our sourcing strategy to tier 2 who have relocated and really good talent. And with AI and a lot of level playing that happened with the 5G internet, we targeted people in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and that's where, as I said, Haridwar, Coimbatore, a lot of places, right? And in 2 years time frame, our attrition rate is 3% and 4%, where Bain actually says 12 to 16%, and we were able to retain people because we keep communicating the 5 benefits of remote work, along with, the data literacy that we built in terms of, not just doing the data analysis, it's also looking at the insights, taking action, and looking at the overall impact over multi-year period. So that has worked us for us. So I would say data literacy is one skill that everybody needs to. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think really, really powerful there, data literacy, and I think the 5 benefits of remote workforce, even I'm going to take back and kind of feed into the workforce. And I would like to conclude by saying that, at Legal Care, we're trying to automate and bring technology into a very legacy process, which is legal, which is very, very broken, and also offering some of that to the workforce of large corporates and enterprises. But we also play around a lot with data and automation and chatbots, etc. But just to conclude, the future is something that is indistinguishable from magic, because we can't even imagine it today sometimes, right? So to take away, if I were to say, how technology is going to play a role, we today cannot even sit here and comprehend, because someone 10 years back would not have comprehended that we can put a question on a chatbot and get an answer for almost anything in the world. Right? So that is how technology has played a role today, and how technology will play a role in the future is almost unimaginable, but we are trying to imagine and invent it. Thank you so much, panelists, for this amazing discussion, and thank you everyone for listening in. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Can you hear me? थोड़ी आवाज console आवाज थोड़ी. Thank you. In the front. And thank you, Shilpa, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. A slight change in the agenda. We were supposed to have a next panel discussion and then the power presentation. We'll do that now, and then we shall do the panel. We just have the entire stage cleared. change and plan again. First edition, no? That's right, we're also learning. We do the panel and then we'll do the power presentation. Sorry guys. Bilkis, are we sure? Chaliye, while they're setting the stage up, I shall introduce the panel. And the discussion is on AI and automation in HR. Opportunities and ethical considerations. I will first introduce all our panelists and the session chair, and then we can welcome them together while the stage is getting ready. Our panelists for this session, Gaurav Saini, Global CHRO, Madhwani Global Foundation. Joining Gaurav is Ruchira Bhardwaj, CHRO, Kotak Life Insurance. Also joining them is Sumesh Khatua, Director, KPMG Global Services. Also Dr. Pradyumna Pandey, seasoned HR professional, happiness coach and posh trainer, ex-head HR Lido Motocorp. And this session will be chaired by Ambika Sinha, founder, Vision Consulting, ex-Global Executive Talent Lead Asia at Microsoft. Let's welcome them, please. You know, I know कि अभी हम काफी कम है, but हाँ. Yeah, you'll have to get them inside. We'll give you 30 seconds for that.
Don't worry, we can discuss among us.
Yeah, we'll get people in for you.
Check. Can we increase the volume a bit? Hello everyone, while we wait for people to come in, and I know maybe we should keep time given everything is running late, and we should also keep a counter for the number of times AI is being said in this panel or the session. We're very, very excited to be here. And as people come in, why don't I get started with a very quick rapid fire for the panel as well as for the audience, if that's okay with everyone. All right. So, I will give the audience a chance first, and people coming in as well. We're doing a rapid fire question. AI advocate or AI critic? All the advocates, please raise your hands. Panel? AI critic, skeptic, or minimalist? Similar? No one? All right.
But the rule says that for every 2 advocates, there should be 1 critic if you want to be successful.
Absolutely. I am with you, Pradyuman, and there has been a very interesting quote being made recently. And look, we will move from generative AI to agentic AI, given my background in Microsoft. This is the year of the agentic AI, as per the famous Jensen Huang. What I will say is that any chief AI officer, any chief HR officer, many of you in the room, the big fact is that if we do not have a framework for AI, don't use AI in your enterprise. This has been said by a number of people, including the chief AI officer of Agnat recently. So, taking forward the discussion from the first panel, and I know everyone's going, oh no, another panel, but you know, we will make this as engaging and inclusive with all my esteemed CHRO community here, and ensure that we talk to you around the important frameworks as you think about
utilizing AI and automation. So our topic today is AI and automation, opportunities and ethical considerations. And you've met, you can see all of our names here, very, very diverse panel as well. I will mention that I have actually just returned to India after 24 years living overseas. And how exciting. Not really.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably all our discussion here, but Gaurav just felt a tremor, so if anyone has felt a tremor. I was saying that returning to India after 24 years and just seeing the excitement on tech and our usage, can you tell me which is the top two user countries as far as AI is concerned? No? Not China. India is one. US is the other one. And so we are actually second, closing in very, very fast to the US. As we think about the unprecedented pace, right, at which AI and automation are coming across us, HR is transforming really at this unprecedented pace, right? Bringing technology, bringing AI and automation. So my question is to the panel and to all of you, please take a pick on who would like to go first. How do you see AI shaping the future of HR in the next 5 years? Who would like to go first?
I think being from a manufacturing background, sometimes I see that technology is something which people in manufacturing, they fear of technology. But for sure, when I say that technology, AI is not an option now, it's a necessity. And I can clearly see that not only in HR, but even in manufacturing, we have started using those technology, those predictive analysis, predictive maintenance, those things are driven by all our efforts which we are putting into technology. Yes, into HR for sure. While we talk about AI in recruitment, AI in all in those employee experience, but my point I always keep very clear that you can't replace us. We are there. So it's difficult to replace the human touch, the empathy part. Yes, for streamlining, for making more the transitional activities more smooth, more effective, that bringing those efficacy. And the point which I bring from HR perspective is that I want to build a trust in the organization. And that trust comes from technology. Trust comes from knowing people well, their aspirations well. I think technology is helping me into getting into those areas which as a person I was not able to put my efforts or time in. So yes, it is helping to bring more efficiency in my deliveries, but for sure it is not going to replace me.
Well said.
So I can take it, and maybe people will wondering that how the foundation guy is doing here, what is this in the AI. So what we do is just for a few sentences about us. We work on the skilling side and we mentor the entrepreneurs, and a lot of AI-driven work we are doing, and we built the platform for the nation and the India plus other countries also, and all our AI-driven platforms. So with that knowledge coming in, currently the status is human versus AI in HR. It will change to human plus AI in 5 years. So that is the one gist which I want to give a perspective. So people will like to have this plus thing along with that. It's currently being discussed, debated versus, I think that will change first of all. It will become a plus to us. It will become a part of our life, as other technologies we have adopted in the past. So this is what I want to just open the statement with. It will be plus, not versus.
Super. Just to add on to what we heard, I want to take two examples and then maybe set context further for our conversation. All of us really enjoyed the win that the Indian cricket team had very, very recently, right? Which was the Champions Trophy, by the way. We all enjoyed it on our screens, but there was one change if you were watching it on the streaming platform. The platform had changed. it was bought over by Jio and it was not Disney anymore. If you dial down a little bit, Disney had the highest number of subscribers, everyone who was there, but what they did not balance out was their balance sheet. And hence Jio came and took over, right, and brought the rights that they had. So all this while, our discussion has primarily focused around efficiency and effectiveness. But if you bring in AI brings in what differentiates good from great, which is that human touch. And we are actually worried in reverse, right? We are saying we will lose the human touch when we bring AI. But hey, just let's think a little deeper. If that human touch would really be better with the kind of information and opportunities that AI provides for us. Recruitment, great example. How many people apply versus how many people are we able to respond to? Now with the use of AI, maybe you are able to respond to each and every one who has applied to your organization, right? So just setting context, pass it on, right, so that we have that broader conversation.
Ambika, thanks. So I'll twist your question, first 180 degree. It is not AI going to shape the future of HR. It is the people who are going to shape or reshape or repurpose the future of HR using AI in a big way. And how it is getting done is, and we heard the previous panel, I think AI is going to make us look smarter. AI is going to make us look more strategic. We heard that, males, people who are not able to write 2 sentences of English are now able to articulate better. So we are definitely going to look smarter. Our thoughts are going to be much more strategic when it is put in front of the Mancom. And hence we will maybe now HR at a larger scale will have a say at the table. So from tactical to strategic is what AI is going to help HR to transform. The second thing is the hyper-personalization that we are all talking about and experiencing in our lives. Now HR might be able to use AI in a big way to hyper-personalize its actions. If you are a performance coach, you can hyper-personalize using AI, reading the report saying, okay, how do I really talk about it to my people? I'll give you an example from Kotak Life. We have a bot which talks to employees at each phase of their career. And at each phase of their career, we are getting multiple data points. Now, that's just part one of it, and it's not even the tip of the iceberg. Can you imagine if, as an HR, I know that Ambika, by giving her responses at when she got promoted or she didn't get promoted, when she was enjoying something else in her life, multiple phases, she went for a workshop and she liked it or whatever, data points. The AI, the generative AI tells me, Ambika is this persona, and if you are going to give her these inputs, these kind of discussions you're going to have, which is very personalized, vis-a-vis Sumesh, which is going to be very different. Sumesh is going to be, say, a flamboyant guy and he wants recognition, versus Ambika, who is looking for austerity. It's going to be such an amazing piece where HR need not be, our own biases need not be there. It is your responses which is thrown back to HR to have a very, very customized, personalized, meaningful conversations with people. Taking actions, so the OD gurus, the retention experts, the engagement trackers, everything can be done by AI, and you then use that data to build relationships, basically.
Love that. So human plus AI, hyper-personalization, we can't replace the human, but definitely the human plus AI coming in strong. Thank you, panel. There is this important piece which was also touched by the previous panel about efficiency, but we won't talk about that. We've heard that we're actually going strategic and we're going much more beyond efficiency and the tactics of using technology. The challenge is that this also raises ethical concerns. And how can organizations strike the right balance between automation and human touch? I know that you all have touched a bit, particularly Ruchika, you talked about Kotak Mahindra's chatbot. Now, how do you get to balance this in your talent acquisition process? Maybe I will start with you first, Sumesh.
Sure. I work with an audit firm, right, which by its birth is an audit firm, so you can imagine there are only so many things we can do and there are enough guardrails, but here three very specific things that I can really share about. One, the context is very, very important. So the context in which we operate, understanding what is that the output that we are really looking for from an AI system that we are bringing in is absolutely critical, because there are enough and more products out there in the market. Not every product is what an organization requires. So step one, identify that context. Now that you have identified the context, for your own organization, you can start building those guardrails. What is it that we have done? We launched something called as Trusted AI, which is a framework to help all of our professionals understand on how do you evaluate the AI to take care of the biases, the challenges, what is that Trusted AI that we are trying to bring about. It has series of questions that you can ask to get that done. And third, and most critical, at least that I feel, get an independent evaluation done. I mean, we all understand that systems could have challenges. There could be biases that could be there in the system, primarily driven by someone who has presented that idea for that to get through. Can you cut it to zero? Improbable, but you can reduce that probability by bringing in an independent panel who evaluates the system. So these are three very specific things that we do in the organization whenever we have to implement a system.
Thank you. In terms of bias in hiring, and maybe time to engage the audience again, how many of you think AI helps remove or AI introduces bias in hiring? The remove team, can it remove it? All right, just four. Does it introduce bias?
Definitely, if the names are same and using in our resumes like final, not final, almost final 1, final 2, if your resume says final 3 or final 4. So I don't know what is AI going to pick up your resume from. So or the names are same and you have done a spelling mistake in your name or something, how AI is going to react. So obviously biases. And one more important thing is from last, so this is generative. And based on the learnings from the machine, this totally depends what kind of data the generative AI has today from last 50 years of hiring. Yeah, it lots depend on that. So basically, what has been the trend in hiring for last 50 years is going to definitely pick up that. So it's going to be biased from that perspective that if are we becoming so intelligent that it is picking up the data from last 50 years, last 3 years, last 2 years, and depends on the evolution of the country, specific technology as well as the roles and the industry they have it. So a lot of biases can be there with these factors, which I have seen this in the world being very, very close to the generative AI and now agentic AI we are exploring and ChatGPT 6 and 7 coming up. So it's like, it's confusing.
Thanks, Gaurav.
Can I just add one point to it? Very, very healthy conversation proves your point about for every 2 people there is 1 critic that is required, right? So let's date back where all this evolution started. If you think about what IBM did, right, with IBM Watson when it came into being, it did something very similar. And that's where that context in terms of where that data is being picked is so critical. Are we saying that there aren't human biases in a hiring process? We got to kid ourselves, right? I mean, when we make a call, it's a judgment call that we are really making. Can we enable a system to provide us more data to make a deliberative decision? If you let the system make all the decision, That's where the challenge is. I go back to what Gaurav started with, it is and, it is not or, right? So that's how we probably want to look at some of this system. So back to you.
All. Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
Well said. Let's stay on the panel. Yes, Ruchira, please go.
Also, the data is going to be inherently biased. For example, middle-aged white men are going to be superior CXOs, or brown men, sorry, are going to be superior CXOs because CXOs are men, right? And that's what AI is picking up. How do you break the cycle? How do you train the AI to think differently? That is going to be a challenge for another day, and I'm sure the Sam Altmans of the world are looking at that challenge.
Very well said. And what I can share from Microsoft is, because I think we were the first company to bring this up, and my teams globally, we threw them the challenge to actually look at, they were sourcing and they were talent teams, and we said, why don't you automate and then you do another sourcing which you're doing manually, and then see which one is actually bringing up a more diverse set of pool. And I will tell you that these were the humans, because there was intention that they were bringing a diverse set of pool, but they thought that that was diverse because it was superficially diverse. There were more women, there were more people who looked different. But I think when they pulled in AI and they used the automation to actually cover a bigger market, a bigger background, a more diverse sort of industry experience. And I think this is where, constant practice and trials have helped. I mean, I'm sure people are using Copilot, but we were using Copilot back in 23, 24 to test this. And one of the ways is to be very intentional, that we are going to look at diversity deeper down and not just think in terms of skin color and gender, but actually to hire people from outside of technology. I know you've spent a lot of time.
I have to look at the panels and the audiences which attends these panels, right? A raise of hand, how many times you have seen in a panel of 4, women 3 and 1 man? How many times? Raise of hand, once.
Many times.
Many times.
Yeah.
Oh, Gaurav, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So it depends on the topic, it depends on the background as
so
well.
when diversity is being spoken about,
So-
when, women
Then you're going further on the prompting side of it, right?
Yeah. So it has to be broken. The cycle has to be broken. And the thing, and very good example, Ambika.
Fantastic. I know this is a very, very debated and hot topic, and I think it's good to get.
I don't debate.
Good call. But I think the famous case is when Amazon and Jeff Bezos asked them to use the AI, and when AI started doing selection, it was rejecting the women initially. So I think there's a good case for us thinking about how we work on and we intentionally take out the bias through our hiring process. Moving on, and I'm still staying on this, but an important one is employer branding, which has not been touched upon. So Ruchira, if I can ask you, how has AI helped in your organization's approach to employer branding? And tell me just the metrics that have improved significantly for you there.
So Ambika, am I audible at the back? Yeah. So Ambika, we are at a very nascent stage at Kotak. And the first stage where we have progressed a lot is in the hiring, using AI extensively in hiring. Thousands of resumes come for a normal sales job. So there's extensive usage to channelize the data, use AI to see which are the profiles which are going to be more productive with Kotak Live. They're going to stay more into Kotak Live. So but if I separate that for employee branding, the 4 things that currently we are working on. One is AI-powered communication, a very personalized communication to the talent pool which is there. So for example, the way someone, say a fresh grad out of the school is going to look at communication versus middle level person, how they are going to receive that communication is going to be it is going to be different. And their experiences, their chat histories, all that can be used to generate very customized, personalized communication to them. The second is where we are working on is the talent fit itself. We are going to be, and this is a discussion which is currently going on in the organization, we want to make the selection process absolutely democratic, especially for fresh grads. Currently, if you see in the organizations, in most of the organizations, except the tech organizations, we have tiered colleges. So saying the IIMs, we will go and select, particular kind of a grad and a particular salary bracket. But we forget that it is not the education of the person or the college of the person, it is what the person brings to the table. And that person can be sitting anywhere. It could be a tier 2 college, a tier 3 school, they could be anywhere. So that's one thing that we're bringing in. Actually, we want to democratize that entire process. If you see that democracy is already there in the selection process of the schools, right? They do not, or even say the civil services, they do not differentiate the pedigree of the person, right? Anybody can come from anywhere. So that's the second thing we are doing. It is really the job fitment than the school fitment. The third thing, and that again through AI, the third thing we are talking about is where is the talent pool lying currently in India? If I want to hire operations, say at the middle level people who are really good in process management or designing processes, are they really lying only in the 4 metros or 6 metros? May not be the case. And Surya in the previous panel made an excellent point saying that talent might be lying anywhere. So we are wanting to use AI to identify the talent pools which might be there for very specific roles. So those are the 3 ways that we are, but it's a very nascent stage, Ambika. Yep. And so hence measurement is currently not, I can't tell you how it has changed. For hiring it has changed. My TATs have improved, our experience with the candidates have improved, our retention rates have improved because now my HR team is able to have a deeper conversation instead of just saying, kahan se ho, kya kar rahe ho, bike hai ki nahi, that the AI is telling me. I don't need to have asked that question. I can then ask very deeper conversation with candidates. So that there's a huge difference that we are seeing, and the other things that I spoke about is what we are wanting to now establish.
That's great to hear. And I agree with you that while this is nascent, I think we have this goal as a panel to actually introduce the new things and your experience in measuring or thinking about measuring employer branding is going to be significant. How are we doing on time? I don't want to be the panel that sits between you and your next speaker or your lunch. Shall we shift gears? And there was a whole discussion around experience. I think a couple of people in the last panel talked about employee experience. I think Manish mentioned from the NatWest group. That is going to be a big one in future of work. And unfortunately, if I may, I don't think experience is taken seriously in our country or in most of Asia, right? It is seen as something which is so soft and not important for business outcomes, but unfortunately it is going to be highly, highly relevant. Gaurav, shall I ask you around, what challenges have you seen in employee experience? And are you thinking about utilizing employee data or tech at all in improving that?
So I think it's a very good question, and all of us been kind of doing that in some other phase, but our organization particularly. So one thing which I want to mention is very clearly the picture is really scary if you see that for future, for HR professionals. Why it is scary? Because we're always talking about same thing, human versus AI and all, not plus AI. So please think from that perspective. But if you really think the experience is going to change multi-folds when the agentic or whatever you want to name it as, AI is going to come on board It's going to like changing the experience of your onboarding experience where people are coming, there'll be virtual offices created for the people, and it's going to help a lot in the virtual environment what we're working today. You know, the onboarding will become very, very, I would say, fruitful. And the debate what we have is AI bringing any kind of efficiency to you? There is no debate about it. There is something like, we should not be debating about this question at all because this is going to bring that efficiency. But when I meant is like this, that the experience is basically in a different life cycle actually. So it starts from onboarding till the performance management reviews and other things. So what we have done is we have I think moved away from the annual reviews now. It is mostly on the real-time scenario, and we are only evaluating the human approach is basically done on the how part of it. So everything has been done by the generative AI, the kind of data we have it, and it throws the data because we are a highly KPI-driven organization, and one of the leaders comes from Microsoft. So
that makes it just the best.
So the thing is, it is going to change that phase, and we've been talking about eliminating these performance reviews for a long time, and Deloitte started this debate, but we didn't get away. I think it's time now that we will get away from that matrices and all that stuff. People will get the real-time thing, and we are getting that. So what we have done is we have been able to give a real-time feedback to the people. They do that, but how part cannot be eliminated because this is very different from the human approach. And that's what experience is. And the other experience which we are talking about is in learning actually. Because the things will move in future from our maybe the experience-based hiring or maybe experience-based promotion or experience-based your role changes, it will move to a skill-based thing. So what skills, what level of efficiency and competency I hold on those skills basically will change the entire picture to it. And what we have done is, and we have done it for the other people, our beneficiaries as well, we have bring a skill card kind of thing. So we have internally following that skill card, what efficiency you have in those skills, and depending on that skills, we basically assign the projects to the people. And how it is being done by AI, because the kind of work you do, the kind of adoption rate you have on AI, because it's not about that you have to be a technical person every time to be evaluated in that model of maybe ecosystem what you have. Your adoption, how adaptive you are for that AI technology and the using it on a day-to-day functioning, because it's not going to replace the roles. It's going to only replace the task. So AI is here to replace the task, not the roles. We have to be very, very clear. It is going to generate a lot of roles. The major problem what comes is that people get scared.
Yeah.
Am I going to be replaced in that experience model? So there is an education required, deep dive into it, like we have a prompting thing in the ChatGPT today. If you have the right prompt, you'll get the right answer. If you have the wrong prompt, you have the wrong answer actually. So if you're looking at it from the wrong angle and the wrong thing, then I don't think that you'll get the right answer in the for this debate for it. Definitely, yes, I can talk on and on about the experience, but onboarding has changes. We have created the virtual office because we have, in some of the countries, we don't have office as well. So people are working from the home and there are 5-6 people in those countries. So it's a problem for us to have kind of onboarding them and all this stuff. So virtual AI-driven thing has helped us a lot. So they give us like, if they want to interact, they want to connect with the people through those virtual tools, they can connect. So we have done that through internal, that technology what we have developed. And I think it's helped a lot. And in the learning phase where it is very, very hyper-personalized, this is like skilling, in adaptation and learning those skills of adopting AI is helping us a lot. So that is also one of the important things which we are including.
Gaurav, thank you. Thank you for covering a lot of that. I'm not going to paraphrase it because we are obviously running in this race with time. I think AI needs to invent some more time for everyone. Praveen, I'll come to you, and I think the important part about ethics. Tell me, you've run HR and now you actually run a college. I mean, that is such a fantastic thing that you're doing for the community. What ethical considerations, and if you can go, from the top priority to down, should leaders and leaders, everyone, leaders, people, consider when they're leveraging AI in their organizations?
When we talk about AI, it's all about dealing with data, analyzing data. And it's important then when we talk about collecting data, employees should know that for what the data is being collected, how it is being used. And this information, if transparently shared with employees, that becomes the base of your being an ethical organization using AI. That becomes one. But for sure, I also say that when a lot of data is with you, you get into trap of being a surveillance culture. You should not track those individuals, rather track the trends which are coming out of the data. That becomes important. And there are a lot of data protection laws now. We should be aware of it and we should follow those. I think the trust which employees need is that the data which is being used, they should know the intention behind the collection of the data and how it is being used. I think that becomes important.
Absolutely. Thank you. And you know, I think this was brought up as well, but in terms of the guardrails that are being built by organizations, please tell me one big guardrail that your organization has created. I think Pradyumna highlighted some of the challenges. I'll go with you first, Sumesh. What is KPMG doing to keep ethics in AI?
So, like I started with my earlier response.
One guardrail.
Yeah. So, which is ensure that you have a review board that checks out for the systems that are built. Just don't go rely on someone who has built the system.
Thank you.
So for us, going by the law of the land is extremely important at Kotak. So DPDP Act, before it came in, we had guardrails and there is a Chief Information Security Officer, even a contract that we're doing with another partner where data is going to flow out is very, very deeply evaluated and approved by our CISO team. So it's part and parcel of our life. Plus, we are highly regulated industry, so it's a given.
It's a given.
Yeah.
Very, very good to know.
For us, it is also human-driven but AI-powered. I think Kotak talks about it, saying everything has to be human-driven but power it with AI.
Right.
I think very quickly we only check the relevance and the impact. Is it really required? So AI will check a lot of things, but we only get into detail that is it really required to be checked?
Yeah.
Because a lot of data throwing on you will not make a lot of relevance. And am I going to use the data or not? If it's still being kind of generated, it's no use of me. But it might create a kind of a problem for my people. They might feel insecure about it and all. So relevance and impact is very important whenever you do that.
Thank you, Gaurav. We have the Ram, and I'm really excited to also conclude this, because while we're talking about technology and AI driving, as this panel says, it is the human which is in the driving seat, and all of you in HR are in actually the first organization and the first team and the first leadership that needs to take responsibility of driving the future of life in the organization. With that, I will thank you to each of you in my panel. I know some of you traveled overseas. Thank you, audience. Very, very engaging. A lot of data that we collected, and we will be using that ethically. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Ambika, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shweta?
Thank you, not a complaint.
The business world team, Prashant, can you have clear the stage, please? This was the second panel discussion on AI and automation in HR. And now it's time for our power presentation, for which we just take 10 seconds, have the stage cleared, and then move ahead with that as well. after this, it's another panel discussion. Then, of course, you have the lunch. Then we have an entertainment session, as Bilkis had mentioned in the morning. It's a happiness session. Happy people, happier people, management. After lunch, I think the perfect time for it. Chaliye. While this is happening, next is a power presentation on prioritizing data-driven HR practices, leveraging analytics for better decision making. And to share her views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage the CHRO of Bata India, Pooja Pinocha. आपकी तालियों के साथ Thank you. The presentation also has.
Afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? All right. What a lovely panel we had, and my picture really looked very lonely. So, yeah, we'll try to then cover for me talking to the lovely audience here. We've heard some very, very good insights from our previous panelists and the morning sessions on AI and how the use cases have been. I also thought when we were connecting with PW team that what really Bata is doing, in the last 3-4 years, we've taken leaps and leaps of, jump on developing the experience around AI and tech. And it could be good use cases, nothing that you will hear new, but what matters really is facts matter, they register better. So we thought it would be good to share some of what at Bata India we do. So as we all know, Bata India is the biggest shoemaker for the world and in India also. I've been with Bata for over 3 years. Bata historically in India has been 80 plus years, and we've gone through several changes in automation, be it manufacturing, retail, and various other enabling channels. What keeps us being the market leader, what keeps us is how we continuously change the employer customer experience, which matters the most to any retailer organization. But what we saw in opportunity area, for our employees, our experience was not as fast, as agile as we were doing with our consumer organization or the consumer ecosystem. So what I have here for you is how we are using AI, how we are using AI-powered HR experience from end-to-end, the hire-to-retire journey, and how it's helping us. So here we go. What we're saying is HR no longer is about processes. If today, as HR teams, we are speaking about processes, I think it's high time that we look at what kind of an HR setup we have, which means we are at a very baseline of HR. If in your day-to-day discussions, you're still developing processes, if you're still talking about SOPs, tags, structures, audits, yeah, they're good for compliance, but if that's going to be daily, then there's a big challenge that you should highlight. It's a red flag. And that's not what HR teams should be spending their time, but it's more about the intelligence that you get out of those processes and the data insights. So that's what AI powers you with. The second is AI transforming HR into a more proactive strategic powerhouse, and how does it do it? Why do you need an AI? Yes, it gives you speed, efficiency, inciting, many things that probably many humans put together may not be able to do it. Which means that leaves us as HR teams to drive the strategic, more complex
and the white space is better, because that's not what AI can do. The third piece that AI can really, it's just not automation, it is, but it's just not that, it's very insight driven. So please use any digital and not technical solution. So the difference between a technical solution and a digital solution is where the inciting comes from. Pick up an application or build an application which gives you inciting. At the end, if you are sitting and trying to find what data is talking to you, what is the messages coming from the data, then we're not being digitally armed. So these three key areas in HR, if you're able to build a baseline, the insights-driven approach leading to a more strategic powerhouse with support of intelligence will absolutely up your game as HR professionals. So that's really the summary. And are we ready for this? A very quick view how we do some of these AI-driven experience across our hire to retire journey. It's more the experience here. What we do is right from our pre-onboarding recruitment, background verification, hiring, complete onboarding, complete performance and development programs, retention. As retail, we need to continuously be on training. It's not once a year, once a 6 months, it's an everyday thing for us. Retention, a very big one. Again, being a retail organization, in fashion, both for enabling teams, product teams, sales team is a big one. Rewards and recognition, more around inciting what my employees are really feeling. And finally, the offboarding and including alumni management. All of these programs and sub-programs have been fully digitalized. Unfortunately, we don't have one single system, but we are in a journey where we can build this or at least integrate that into one single system, and of course, the entire inciting that comes in. I'll talk about a couple of them a little more. We've heard some examples earlier in the day about technology in talent acquisition space. We hire a lot. We're 10,000 employees. Retail attrition is 30% upwards. For the store teams, enabling teams is at an average of 15 to 18%. And we are driving growth engines. We always are in look for talent that can drive fashion, lifestyle, strategy, because it's a very fast-paced industry. And therefore, the strategic mindset of my TA team needs to be more proactive, needs to be more out there, understanding what kind of talent is coming from where. So while we automated it and we got a nice application support, it's not only speeding up the process, but today it's DIY. My managers, hiring managers are absolutely independent of the TA team. They raise the requisition, they have their approval process on it, they know where the vacancies are lying in the entire process, they know which type of candidates are applying, what are they saying about the interview process, so it's also a feedback to them. We are also giving candidates the feedbacks in terms of whether we are closing in with them or we are moving on with some other candidates. The entire pre-onboarding process is all DIY, do it yourself. Which means my TA team is just monitoring, like the ATC tower team, and seeing what's really going on in my TA ecosystem, talent acquisition system. Working with business leaders not on process, but where are those retention roles that the talent management team is facing issue that they can proactively start searching for? Or what are competition or new roles that are coming in the industry that will up our game on strategic levers. And that's why a very lean, small TA team is able to drive the attrition that creates vacancies and a complete automated process, which is very, very transparent and efficient. So that's one use case. The second use case, one of the panelists spoke earlier in the day about the digital business partner. Again, for us being a very, very widespread organization in terms of employees across more than 500 cities. We have 2,000 plus point of sale stores. How do you really get the pulse of your employees? How many ever HR business partner teams we keep, we will not get the pulse the way we would want it. And again, how do we make it DIY? How do we like keep it HR manual fed free, right? So then HR is not following processes, it's more dealing with complex issues. So we got a nice application which is a voice bot which connects based on your organization needs at different milestones with employees. Pre-onboarding, onboarding, post-onboarding, at different tenures, at different milestones, say if there's a role change or a big event has happened in the reorganization in their function, or we can pick up an event where we feel there are some changes. Here this chatbot will connect with you, and they personalize the chatbot that it actually looks like a colleague is talking to you. And we use that chatbot not only for connecting with them, picking their pulse, but she is actually talking to them to drive some of my cultural levers, some of our cultural levers. And it is giving me inciting, it's giving the HODs and the CEO inciting what my employees are feeling today. And there's a very interesting question that she asks every time. Would you recommend the organization to your friends, colleagues to hire from, which we know is called the NPS, and in our case it's called ENPS, Employee Net Promoter Score. And we've taken a very tall target with all our leadership team that all of us will have the score as part of our objectives. Not on the engagement, because that's an easy one to do, but do every employee of my organization feels that they are promoting, they're a promoter and not a passive or detractor, if we understand the NPS format. We all understand how NPS works. When you buy a product, you get a survey and we kind of rate. So it's for people who may not remember, it's a 10 rating scale. And for whatever reason, if you choose 9 and 10, then you're a promoter of the product service. You really liked it, so you come on the green side. If you choose the score between 6 to 8, you're a passive incumbent or a user. And if you choose anything 5 and below, it's a detractor. That means you've not enjoyed the product or service. How NPS is calculated or ENPS is calculated? Promoters, total number, so out of 100 people, if 20 have, or rather 50 has said 9 and 10, 20 have said 6 to 8, which are passive, and the remaining 30 will say we are below 5, scored below 5. So 50 minus 30, which is your promoters minus detractors, which is a score of 20. Passives don't get counted, which is 30. My score is my NPS score. It's a very simple formula. So promoters minus detractors. And if my employees don't feel excited about referring the organization at any point of time, they will not rate me 9 and 10. They may be at the fence rating me 7, 8, or if they're really unhappy, they'll go below 6. Which is telling each of my leadership team and me as HR, what's the problem? So they're not engaged. So taking up tall targets, solving complex issues, and it can actually get into negative scoring, and good organizations have scores between 30 to 50. Of course, there are teams that are 100 also, but there are teams which are in negative. And there as HR, we intervene, we work with the HODs, we understand where the issue is. We would never know this if we didn't have this digital business partner with us. This is one. She also highlights to us as PTM, people to meet, right? As business partners, we're very intuitive. We try to find, okay, somebody is not really looking very happy, engaged, looks like something, let's connect and talk. That's what we do as business partners also. What she does is very logically, once understanding the trend and the mindset of the employee, will highlight, these are the red flags, these are the PTM cases. Please go and meet them. And these are the issues they have said, whether it's compensation, training, manager, work environment, whatever. And that helps us to have a very direct dialogue through HR or through the line manager. How do you help the employees? The best part about this application is it's not anonymous. And that surprises, right? We were also very surprised. We said, why would people answer if it's not anonymous? They would not raise an issue. And then we realized people want to express. they express in an incorrect platform with their colleagues, with their friends, with people who probably can't help or probably make their problem even more worse. Something like trolling without revealing your identity. And it's also not on the hindsight help the organization, because eventually if the problem is not addressed, the employee will leave and cause more problems. So please identify yourself and help us through. Of course, very limited people have individual case or individual reports access. For many it's must. But employees are clearly seeing that these are the 4 people who are going to have access to my inputs. So they're raising to the HR head, they're raising to the HOD, they're raising to the CEO. And that's the right forum to address. Now, if this set of 3-4 people are not able to help you, then something is not right in the organization, right? And that makes the organization transparent, trusted. That's what we're trying to gain for. So there are many, many benefits of having a digital HR business partner, which we can use support if dealt well. Again, it's DIY. HR is not into any reports. It's an automated emailers that comes every 15 days, see that's what's happening in your organization, and it also tells us what's working well, what's not working well, which is an employee. So we absolutely don't know what this application is sending to which HOD. So it's completely DIY. Of course, it also helps us carve out categories of employees, demographics, basis on retention. So if you have high performers, or you have high potential, or you have critical talent, we slice and dice data and see how are they feeling, or on diversity, or on a new department. So we see that how many of my detractors have actually become passives and promoters. Are they reducing, are they increasing? My PTM cases, have they increased or they've decreased? Do I see some trends? So we spend a lot of time talking about how to solve a people issue and not how to identify a people issue or validate a people issue. So that's a journey we've taken. We spoke about NPS, happy employees, stronger business performance, and it was a little difficult for all of us to take it, but we love it now. What are the key business outcomes that we've seen with this? Specifically, we thought it would be good for the forum to know. We've seen 80% of high performers which were at risk retained. And that was a huge revelation that the team, the business, people analytics team told us. That my retention, all my high performers who were probably detractors, or they were PTM, or they were not feeling good about the organization, by addressing in a structured way, identifying and then addressing, I was able to retain 80% of them. And this is facts, so nobody can. I'll just take one more minute. Second is efficiency, 12x improvement. My business partner to employee ratio is much more wider, more structured. Employees are at risk to brand ambassador, which is detractors to actually becoming promoters. And finally, benchmarking versus, the average resolution time. They also tell us that you are very slow in closing your PTM cases, or are you fast, are you doing well? So it keeps us on our toes, all of us, right? So these are some business benefits. There are many more. So at Bata India, AI doesn't follow the trend, it sets them. So we actually trend setting in the employee experience ecosystem, empowering us to craft a smarter, stronger, and an extremely agile organization. That's all from Bata. Thank you. Questions, if you have time? One question? Yes, please. Sorry, you want to give a mic to?
Bata is a traditional organization, and culture has been set in for a longer period of time. And these kind of initiatives, for example, replacing engagement survey with a voice bot, measuring the milestones of employees, how do they react. And I was very happy when you showed the results. But somewhere, the leaders have to take it up, leaders have to act on it, because somewhere, over a period of time, the culture has been set in Bata, and this is a huge culture shift. How did you manage this culture shift? That's one. Second, in terms of your voice bot giving you insights and all those things, there should be somewhere sort of a focus group discussion to validate why the people have reacted the way they have reacted. So that validation process, it is happening in better what? There's a couple of questions.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Culture change takes long time, but mindset changes is short term. If you're able to articulate, leaders are smart, and that's why they're leaders. If you're able to articulate the business case to them, that you will be spending less time on your people issues and more time on business, they would love to. And if this is going to help them, why will they not? So they all jumped on the opportunity. It's just how you present the opportunity. And if you're convinced as HR, then there's nothing, no way you cannot convince your business leader. Some were reluctant on taking the tall targets, that I've agreed. But when we said, okay, kya ho jayega? It's not going to impact too much of our workforce. Okay, we'll try efforts. Let's take a tall. Let's not take suboptimal. That's the best thing about Bata leadership team. They don't take suboptimal targets. Right? So if we start with suboptimal, we'll be even probably going down. There's a probability. So we say something which is optimal. Let's go for it. And when we did that, we said, and some pockets did well, some pockets didn't do well. And we started exchanging practices. What you did better, that your scores actually jumped up, and there's another function that couldn't really, actually the scores went down. So it's actually bringing leadership conversations come together on people agenda and helping drive people agenda without me talking about it, but they're more conversational on a topic. That has brought culture change. Yes, please. This is Infido Amber. For stores, we have a separate one. No, that is Skillsoft. Yeah. All right, we have a question here. Yes.
We just take that one. When can you offline, please? Just request. So sorry.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. In your slide, we saw that earlier it was 1:345, and now the voice bot, it is 1:29. So just wanted to understand the reference around that.
You're talking about the business partner issue.
Yeah, correct. Right? So it was before bot 1:345, after bot 1:29. Yeah.
Yeah, so because now the bot, we are only addressing the PTM cases. Bot has already touched my remaining 270 odd people who are green, who are doing well. So that's where it comes to. I don't go to everybody and say, hey, how are you doing? Are you happy, not happy? We only address the problem.
So it's just the reduction in the touch point.
Concentration to address the touch point where the problem lies.
So whatever bot is highlighting it across to you, and that's the touch point that you're doing, and hence you've drawn the inference.
Absolutely, and that's only for the challenge areas, for the business partner. Of course, business partner does many things, but when it comes to the employee connect and solving an employee issues, that's their issues.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, so thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Please, I'm around, we can talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pooja, for your address. थोड़ी volume देंगे sir इस mic में. Thank you. And with that, because we want to make sure we try and come back on our scheduled time, our next panel, it's on employee experience, enhancing well-being and engagement. And while we set the stage up, I will introduce the panelists and also the session chair. The panelists for this, Aditya Kohli, CHRO, Orient Electric. Joining Aditya is Rajiv Bhardwaj, Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer, Sun Life Global Solutions, and DDPS Asia Sun Life. Also joining them is Sunaina Mattu Khanna, Chief People Officer and Head, Transformation Bajaj Capital Limited. Joining them is Gayatri Das, Lead Talent, A&E PepsiCo. Also Sushil Baruja, CHRO, Chimbal Stainless. And this session will be chaired by Hani Thakur, C-suite coach and also co-founder of our coach. Let's please welcome them. Thank you.
Hi, am I audible? Thank you. So good afternoon to all the participants and the dear panelists. Before I begin the session, let me just put in a context to it, and we'll try and make it quick and ensure that we don't stand between your lunch and the session. This session is about employee experience, enhancing well-being and engagement. Now for me, this is a strategic approach within the organizations focused on actively creating a positive and supporting work environment. So today the panel is going to deliberate on this, and we've subdivided the session for ease of discussion into 3 parts. But before I go there, I want to do full justice to my panelists and the experience they bring on board. Allow me to introduce each one of them. So our first panelist is Rajiv. Rajiv is a people's leader who in his career has curated and nurtured collaborative partnerships between stakeholders across GCC, FMCG and financial services business. He builds an objective-driven learning organization that goes beyond geographical barriers and embraces practices that enable the future of work. Please help me welcome him with a loud applause. Sorry. I think I need lunch as well. Our second participant panelist is Aditya Kohli. Aditya is passionate about technology, especially how it impacts people, and you'll hear a lot about it in his sharing. He has leveraged people, culture, technology, and networks to drive performance in consumer durable, banking, and technology sectors. Please give a round of applause to Aditya. Gayatri Das, our third panelist. Sorry, I will introduce Sunayana first. Sunayana Mattukhanna is a great architect when it comes to designing how best organizations work. She's known as a trusted advisor to the management, driving innovation, HR practices for which she got industry recognition like awards for Great Places to Work for 4 consecutive years, and recently they bagged the best use of AI. So the right panel to be in. Thank you. With this, I'd like to introduce Gayatri Das. Gayatri has strong change management experience and has been instrumental in implementing these initiatives across FMCG, retail, pharma, and edtech sectors. A round of applause for Gayatri, please. Sushil Babeja needs no introduction. He is a people-centric leader. He's experienced in aligning HR agenda with business goals, focused on building a future-ready organization where employees feel valued, respected, cared, and connected both rationally and emotionally. So as I mentioned, we're going to talk about this in 3 parts. The first section is on employee well-being. And our objective as a panel is to bring you strategic insights, practical things that have been implemented and have worked for these organizations. The second segment is about impact of technology on new hires, onboarding and training. The third being conclusive with improving social connectivity. I request the audience to hold their questions till the end to allow for a meaningful conversation with the panelists, and then we'll take your questions and answers. Is that okay with all of you? Thank you. So my first question to you, Rajiv, when we speak of employee well-being, and here we're talking about, the major segment of the audience being Gen Z and millennials, what are the 3 factors or 3 key definitions of well-being for them?
I think before we talk about Gen Zs or millennials, if you look at the foundation of well-being, I would say there is the physical well-being, the social well-being, mental well-being. We've also added 2 additional ones. One is financial well-being, and a 5th one would be purposeful. And the way the 2 sets of audience react to that also goes a long way in defining what it means for them and what are the tools an organization would use to kind of address that. So for example, if you look at financial well-being, it could mean very different things for millennial versus a Gen Z. For one, it could be budget for traveling. For another one, it could be actually owning a house. Very, very different targets you may have. There's also a Deloitte survey on purpose, which talks about how both the segments align on purposeful nature of the organization. There are candidates who have been known to turn down offers if they feel the organization's purpose doesn't align with what they want to do.
Okay.
And this is something which we are seeing, particularly in Gen Zs, is coming up in a big way. And I would also talk about mental health. Again, the way, mental health tools and I would say different organizations kind of approach it differently. The way a millennial would kind of approach a mental health issue and the support they require would be very different from the way a Gen Z would kind of look at it from that. So I think, again, the foundations are very critical in terms of how these two audience segments, the population segments, respond to well-being.
All right. So my next question to you would be, knowing the dependence in day-to-day work for the technology, how would you, or let me rephrase, would you use AI or technology, and how do you use it to promote well-being? What are the technology options that are available within your organization?
One of the things which we've noticed is that the AI has a direct impact on the offtake of a particular initiative which you do. So for example, we are going to be launching a mental health chatbot called Visa, which is 24/7. You can interact with it anytime you want, anonymously, and get a wide range of mental health benefits from that. We have also recently introduced, a tool called Care, and within 2 days we had some 400 sign-ups, and it is again a health wellness platform, which again goes to show that both the millennials as well as the Gen Zs warm up to the use of AI and the convenience it offers.
Right, that's interesting. I would want to lead this on to Aditya. Aditya, would you like to share one of the strategic initiatives where technology has helped to improve the well-being of your resources?
So I think that's a very good initiative. One is there is a lot of awareness today than there's ever been before, right? So people are very open to experimenting. We're pretty open to being on the platform. And the way we kind of look at this is, we've got EAP tools, and we've got bots which drive constant conversations with our employees. But I think what has really helped is creating very specific targeted platforms within the organization. So we've got a platform which caters to women health, and that as a platform has worked very well, which gets a number of people on. And from a technology perspective, we use workplace, we use defined groups to kind of discuss. So those become a very good way of not only getting information but disseminating information also. And I think today there's just so much information that's available. It's about curating it, making it bite-sized available. That kind of helps.
Fair enough. Thank you. Gayatri, would you like to add on something more about the strategic initiatives at Pepsi?
I think very similar to what Rajiv mentioned. PepsiCo's Wellness Hub is based on 4 pillars of financial, physical, social, and emotional well-being. And as an organization, we launched something called as PepFit. Okay, and it was a very beautiful way of curating personalized well-being offerings, not just to a particular generation, but the diverse group of individuals who work for the organization. And let me just give you a simple example, right? We have got a platform which is called Lyra, which not only caters to emotional well-being, but also goes above and beyond, extending financial well-being offerings, legal offerings, right? I mean, nobody would think of it when it comes to well-being first, but we did come across some of these insights during our wellness survey. Similarly, very similar to what Rajiv mentioned, we have integrated that with some of the physical well-being apps like Care.
And this year we have gone ahead, apart from, OPD consultations, the blood test reports that we do from a physical well-being standpoint, we have kind of integrated that with an element of fitter. Okay, so as an organization, it has worked out really well for us. And very surprising to say, because most of our frontline workers, when I talk of sales and manufacturing setup, the kind of feedback that we have got, the highest uptake is from them. Okay, I mean, typically when we talk of shop floor, we don't imagine people working in a manufacturing setup will be so tech frenzy, but we've seen PeopleTech has the highest adoption at the front end. And to just add on to that, as part of our total reward offering, what we've done is we've kept a certain kitty in terms of our expenses, or I would say as part of our CTC, as PeopleTech wallet. And what it typically does is, if you want to go beyond this, there are certain offerings from a well-being standpoint. If you want to buy a bike, a cycling bike, or probably a certain gear for sports, the organization offers you that flexibility.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Could you pass on the mic to, okay, she has it. So Naina, you've been with Bajaj for a long time. So tell us, how was technology, or tell us some initiatives, recent initiatives, which have enabled the well-being of the resources?
Surely. So Bajaj Capital, as you know, we are a legacy organization, promoter-driven, promoter-led organization. And if I have to go 5 years back, I would say that we were very rigid about not giving up the touch piece, because when it comes to money matters, I think it can't be all done by AI or tech. So we retained the hybrid part of it, so we are still physical and digital both. But last 5 years has been tremendous in terms of the digital transformation. Now I'll be very specific. What AI has done to us is not only kept our employees well engaged, but it also increased our efficiency by 25 to 30%. Wow. We'll be very specific with the recent developments in AI, and which were kind of a trendsetter in the industry. One is that, we adopted one of our AI-backed application monitoring system, and this is observability platform, which was developed with the help of one of the India's leading tech giants for us. But what this AI-backed powerful tool does for us is it keeps monitoring key applications across, and it gives us real insights. It not only gives us insights, but also helps and enhances, and very quickly it not only identifies the problem, but also resolves the problem at the same time. So it has reduced a lot of stress when it comes to, you might have seen developers, engineers, always under the stress, arey, ye phat gaya, wo phat gaya, now that piece is gone. So a lot of stress has gone down, and this application is taking care of all our critical applications and keeping them up and running. Second is the AI augmented business campaigns. So you can Google it. This is hashtag Bless Me Ganesha. This is one of the award-winning campaigns that we launched. What it did is it blended the AI with the creativity of almost 3,500 employees across. We got almost 1.5 million, impressions in 5 days, 3 lakh votes, and this kind of an innovation not only fostered engagement, but also it fostered the deep cultural connect, not only with, within the employees, but also within the general public. So I think these two initiatives were well acknowledged and rewarded.
Thank you so much. For those who haven't seen this campaign, it's a must watch. That's the next phase of AI enablement. I'd like to invite Sushil in here to give his context on technology and well-being.
So, well-being has always been at the center stage, particularly when it comes to, manufacturing organizations. The orientation has changed with the advent of technology, and like, all other organizations, we too have, a tie-up with an EVAP portal called Silver Oak, and which is essentially to take care of all issues with respect to, mental wellness or financial wellness and stuff like that, which provides employees an easy access, 24/7, and they can reach out. Which is nothing but, what we've experienced, that employees really feel, accepted and wanted in the larger ecosystem. And this is also topped up by, counseling support, psychologist support and stuff like that. One interesting dimension which I noticed, was that it's been in our organization for about a year now.
Right.
What I've seen is that this portal of Silver Oak is being used largely by the Gen Zs, interestingly. And another interesting statistics which came out was that the kind of concerns or anxieties that are actually getting discussed with the counselors or with the psychologists are more to do with off-work issues. So when you are actually stepping into the work, you're already carrying your stress and anxiety, and the work-related stress and anxiety is very little. That was a very interesting, element which actually came out of it. The other technology piece that we have been using is that, we have introduced, an app which is called as the 24 Response. And this 24 Response is something which takes care of employees beyond the workplace as well for any emergency situations. So it could be a personal emergency. Let's say you're stuck in the rain, or your car is broken down, you got a flat tire,
right.
You lost keys at home, you need emergency medicine at 4 in the morning. So this system works very fast. So within 30 minutes, employees have access to that.
That's very good. Amazing. So what we're hearing from all the panelists is well-being is holistic. It's not just about mental or physical, there's the social aspect to it, and there's the financial aspect to it. So if we are able to address that at the first level, or even level 2 with technology, we can then bring in the human touch to make it more effective. In this context, in fact, Narayana Healthcare, also someone was sharing, has this initiative which they have called Sampark, Samriddhi and Samvad, catering to all aspects of well-being. Now I bring up this next topic. We're going to talk about impact of technology on new hiring, training and onboarding. And I invite Sushil to start the conversation. Do share your experience on digital tools and its benefits for new hiring, training and onboarding, please.
My experience with technology is about 10, 12 years old, and in the sense I have seen and experienced a variety of tools that have been deployed at the workplace, starting with an SAP HCM to SAP SuccessFactors to Darwinbox. And somehow whenever we talk to people, we always feel that bringing in technology at the workplace is like the end of the story. But honestly, actually, it's the beginning of the journey. So implementation is just one milestone that you've achieved. The real challenge lies in, in driving adoption of the technology that you've deployed. Because at the center stage of all of this is driving employee experience, and that can happen only if you've been able to, drive adoption. And that also is not a very easy ask, by the way. So when we talk about adoption, it is about your capability to articulate the value proposition of each module very precisely to each stakeholder segment in the organization. So let's say, I have a PMS module running on the system. So what is a PMS? So usually the employees feel that, this is something which HR has brought in to simplify its own work. But they are not able to relate to the fact that how does that help them in their own, managing of their performances there. So it's extremely important that we have to articulate a value proposition, and we must articulate value proposition for each stakeholder segment, for the employee, for the manager, for the leader, for the HR, to make sure that, there is a pull towards technology and there is very little of push. And that is how actually I feel things have worked. And, coming to deployment of technology across, onboarding, and also we have used this very extensively in recruitment. Everything is done seamlessly, no paper involved. Every data, everything is uploaded on the system itself, be it on SuccessFactors or be it on Darwinbox for that matter. You're able to trigger off, your background verification checks and everything. It provides a very good experience to, candidates who are getting onboarded in the system.
Right.
And as part of the onboarding also, we run surveys which are kind of AI enabled. So we do a 555, with the Infido tool there, and with SuccessFactors used to do 30, 60, 90. And this is able to actually throw up all kinds of analytics to you in terms of how people are feeling and what proactive actions can be taken there. And on training as well, we have made sure that we deploy the best of the tools there. So in the past in SuccessFactors we use Skillsoft, here we are using Cross Knowledge. And it is something which has made the whole learning experience very seamless for all the employees there.
Right, thank you. I think in just a minute, let's have the other panelists also add on to specifics on impact of technology interface on the well-being of, Rajiv, would you please add on the well-being of people being hired?
I would say that there are tools like DocuSign and Clito, which is a documentation management system which makes the process very smooth.
Okay.
So I think these kind of tools have really improved the efficiency of the process and the candidate experience.
So are you saying that the candidates have a more seamless experience? Does it save time? Well-being, how is it?
It saves time. I tell you that earlier getting an employment letter signed could take anywhere from a week to 10 days depending on how costly the different signatories will sign and then the candidate will sign. Now it happens within the day. A lot of us also remember the day we used to go and sign up for a new job. You would carry a pack of papers with you for new hire onboarding facilities. Today Clito does all of that before you come on board.
Right.
So those kind of things I think have a definitive impact on experience, which translates to well-being.
Great. Aditya, on well-being of the hiring team, for the hiring team.
So we can't do much about well-being of the hiring team outside of work. So what they do outside is theirs. But if I kind of look at it at work, I'd say it's connect. It's about capacity. It's about capability. Now let me kind of expand. How do they connect? And hiring team, the job is a tough job because they're almost on an asynchronous mode. They are connecting on a weekend. They're connecting when the candidate is available, and that creates. That's a challenge. But what we've tried to do is we've used technology to make sure that that process is streamlined. Also, we've created tools which push data to the managers who are the biggest stress points for a recruiter, where they keep asking statuses. So how do you, on a Friday, statuses go so the manager is up to date and doesn't chase up the recruiter. So that's on Connect. Capacity is how proactively are we looking, and today technology gives you this data in terms of how many recs is a recruiter handling. And I think the biggest benefit a recruiter can get is if you can load balance proactively.
Right.
Because so that the work is equally distributed. And we've also seen that when you distribute the work well, the quality of hiring improves dramatically. And the third is capability. How do you keep your recruiters up to date with all the technology that's available and almost sharpened in terms of their skill in the way they're going about doing the thing? So I'd say CCC.
Thank you. Gayatri, would you like to come in on well-being of the employee during onboarding?
I guess, and especially because I'm leading talent acquisition for PepsiCo India, from an onboarding standpoint, I think not just the employee, there's a huge well-being attached to the hiring managers as well. And I'll just put it across in two simple points. Like for anybody who's joining a new organization, for me when I joined PepsiCo India, everything was flawless, right from my documentation getting uploaded, what Rajiv mentioned, to getting my appointment letters on time, to getting my employee ID on time, to what I should be expecting on day one. The person I should be connecting with, what are the modules that I will be oriented on. I had a complete visibility of my 30, 60, 90. And for a hiring manager, I mean, they could create a high-touch, high-personalized connect because they were the ones who were sending us welcome emails. They were the ones who were welcoming us to the organization through an org announcement. They were the ones who were setting up the one-on-ones with our buddy and with all the other relevant stakeholders who were there. So if you see that there's a lot of productivity that is attached, not just to the person who's coming in, because there's a lot of seamless process that is coming in, but even for the hiring managers, they have a complete visibility. Now, from a mindset change, I think HR used to play a very, very important role when we look at traditional HR because they were the ones who were probably working on welcome notes, the orientation plan, the onboarding plan, etc., etc. We have been able to leverage a platform where the ownership of adoption just not lies with HR, but it also lies with the hiring managers, the line functions, and the onboarding agents. There are specific touch points that we have as part of our surveys that we keep doing with our relevant stakeholders on the platform, so that if there is a disconnect on the platform, there's an onboarding agent who reaches out to you. Very similar to a banking system when we are using internet banking, we have relationship managers calling us. I think this has really leveraged the whole platform, the whole experience. And while it is a standardized onboarding experience that we all get, it is also a very personalized one.
Thank you. Sunaina, could you please add on your AI enablement?
Yeah, so I'll specifically give example for training, which is learning. Of course, our business is highly knowledge driven. So one has to be really updated in terms of, macro economics, environment and all that, and of course regulations. So what we have done is that the Click to Learn is one of our platforms that we developed in-house, our content partners being Upgrad. This platform, what it has done to us is otherwise, what would happen earlier, that people would have information overload, bringing a lot of anxiety to them. So this application creates customized learning paths for the trainees, and depending upon their learning styles and knowledge levels, it would suggest the modules to them. Another initiative is that the Super Intern 2025 that we recently launched. This again is a AI-driven initiative. It integrates AI in their learning so that to equip them with the industry-ready skills. And it has also helped our permanent, employees reduce their burden in terms of, creating AI initiatives because the tasks have got distributed effectively, and we have almost 40 to 50 interns working on AI-driven initiatives. Wow. So these are the two recent.
Thank you for sharing that. Sushil, could I request you to quickly wrap up the session in terms of AI interface in becoming a norm to enable employee lifestyle?
Well, I think, AI has today become a very part and parcel of the regular work life. And we've seen in the previous session as well, when Pooja was talking about the Bada experience. And even here, if we notice, I think AI is very extensively being used. I would like to bring in two specific experiences with AI in my organization here and in my past organizations as well, where it is all about, we were having a town hall where, the employees expressed a concern about, the policies and the systems not being accessible easily. People don't know what's happening.
Yeah, a lot of people complain.
Yeah, so they feel that, HR tries to keep everything very confidential and they're not very transparent about things. We said, okay, let's go transparent with all of it. And we got a bot place there, so we used Infido, and we now have a AI policy chatbot, and which is accessible, available 24/7. And so we use Infido here, and in the past, I've also worked with Lena AI, for a similar policy chatbot. And that has actually created a very positive experience in the organization. Another interesting thing that we are also working on right now is we are just going live with the Darwin Box journey module,
okay,
where we are trying to capture moments that matter. And we felt that there are certain moments in each employee's life cycle which need to be truly celebrated, which truly need to be managed well to drive that employee experience. So that's something which is happening very soon. And there is one of the first moments that we've mapped currently is in terms of an employee proceeding on maternity leave and coming back. So there is an automatic nudge which gets triggered to the stakeholders to let them know about this particular thing happening in the team there. And we are capturing some other moments that matter at this point in time.
Amazing. So guys, AI is here to stay for HR. So who haven't implemented it yet, I would invite them to deliberate and look into it. With this, we move to the third segment of our discussion, which is about engagement and performance. And I'm going to request our esteemed organizers for 5 minutes to wrap this up. When we're talking about engagement, Gallup research shows that businesses with engaged employees are 23% more productive and experience 78% lower absenteeism rates. Now, we all know digital fatigue is a reality, and we all have faced it at some point or the other. So how do I, as an HR leader,
improve the social connect in an environment which is constrained with hybrid work or with flexible work options. So that's our topic for discussion here, and I invite Gayatri to open this discussion. How does it impact employee well-being in the organization, and how do you establish this connect?
And very well put, Honey, digital fatigue does exist. All of us have experienced it during COVID times, for sure. And at some point of time, it will have a huge, huge impact on employee productivity. So at PepsiCo, what we really believe, it is called 4 C's, okay? Very similar to what Aditya was saying. We're talking about, connecting, creating, collaborating, and celebrating. And for these 4 C's to thrive, I think what is really important for us as an organization is we've outlined a policy which is called Work That Works. And as part of that policy, there are a couple of things that we call out, and especially because we are operating out of India, we also have a lot of remote working employees who are tagged to us from a global standpoint. We call them location-free employees, where we typically emphasize a lot on tech mindfulness. And when we talk of tech mindfulness, it would be elements like how do you leverage Pep Social. So Pep Social is a platform where it allows employees to take a break, collaborate with each other on social media platforms. It kind of integrates all the social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, Insta, and it allows employees to collaborate amongst each other at an informal level. We also have something called as Focus. I'm sure most of you would have seen it on Microsoft Teams. I think our IT team internally is doing a fab job in letting us know that how do you use Focus to optimize your calendar. Okay. We encourage teams during our sessions, especially managers who have larger teams, to look at how can you look at different and diverse ways of operating. Not every meeting has to be a video meeting. Not every meeting has to be a camera must-on meeting. It can be a camera optional meeting. You can have walk and talk conversations. You can have phone conversations, and please do leverage voice notes. So these are a couple of things that we've been doing, Honey.
So next time I won't come on video, I'll do voice.
Yeah.
Thank you for that share. So Naina, can I request you to talk more about the formal environment that's LinkedIn and how it helps promote social connections?
Definitely.
Quickly in 1 minute.
Yes. So we have a well-established handle for Bajaj Capital on LinkedIn, and this is the biggest community that we have created over the last few years. And this platform has not only helped us engage with our employees, existing ex-employees, but also with the investor community as a whole, our industry peers, and helping them keep them current vis-a-vis the regulations, the updates, the challenges that the industry is facing as a whole. And all of us know that the markets nowadays, why and how. So it has really helped us create I would say a knowledgeable community who are adding value to even our problems. They are giving solutions. And believe me, when it comes to HR, my best hires are from LinkedIn. We have a dedicated relationship manager from LinkedIn who keeps on giving us talent insights in terms of, how the talent is flowing inside out or outside in, about the pulse of people, And it was very heartening to know that 60% of our employees are already engaging with the LinkedIn learning, upgrading themselves, So I think while we are all bullish about AI, just last point I wanted to make a very candid one. I think there is a need to have some regulations around the usage of AI, because it really upsets me when I see Mr. Ambani promoting some SMEs and their products, Mr. Modi dancing with Mr. Kejriwal, or people uploading their prescriptions on ChatGPT or medical reports and getting advice. I think we need to have some regulations. What kind of fake world are we creating? I think that's my candid piece.
Thank you, and we'll leave that to the next panel coming in. Sushil, can I request you, while we say personal branding and social media go hand in hand, we would want to know how Meta helps promote social connections within the organization.
So, we've been using Meta and LinkedIn from an employer branding standpoint to a great extent. We very recently kind of re-articulated our employee value proposition, and we thought the best way to socialize, potential candidates or the community at large is to use Meta. So we use Facebook, we use Insta, we use WhatsApp, all of it, including LinkedIn, in terms of socialization of our employee value proposition, and we've seen a very good response to it. And the other thing which we are going to go live very shortly is an alumni portal. Because we always have felt that our employee who work with us in the organization are also kind of our brand ambassadors.
Absolutely.
And they are also your potential candidates going forward. We've seen, a lot of DevOpsy people also happening, and we thought, an alumni portal is a good way to connect with that population as well.
Absolutely, thank you. I think alumni base is a good base to tap into, especially in times where we're finding retention to be a key challenge. Rajiv, would you like to come in and talk about customized tool in your organization for Social Connect, please?
We leverage a tool called Applause. This is for social recognition, and it is also used for wishing employees on their birthdays and work anniversaries. And we find that we've actually also transitioned all our monthly, quarterly, annual recognitions also into this platform, and they have points which the employees can redeem. And this again takes away the inequity in the workplace, because like you said, if we are operating in a hybrid world, so someone is at office, someone is not in office, so it's become the unifying force in a way for the organization.
Thank you. Aditya, I think you have a different view, so let's hear it from you.
So, okay, so we've been talking about hybrid, and I moved from an organization which was incredibly flexible to an organization where there were fairly structured times. So I said, this has to change. I'm the new CHRO. Let's kind of do something about it. And I got a team together and I asked them saying, how many of you would want flexibility? And this is what flexibility brings, which is you're connected, you're accessible, or how many of you would want a very structured day where you cut off at a certain time and then nobody pushes you to kind of get on, connect, and behold, the biggest stakeholder group that said, look, we like the structure, were the women. They said, it gives us structure, we come at a certain time, it gives us, once in a while is fine, but the structure really helps us plan our day, plan our life better. Add some amount of flexibility. So if we need to kind of cater to our days, we need a little bit of flexibility, but the structure helps. So as an organization, we are very, our work timing is structured. We have flexibility. Of course, there are exigencies and other things. You can work from home and others, but yeah, it's a contrarian view.
Thank you. So how many of you want flexible work options at workplace? Can we have a quick raise of hands? Okay, so others want a structured environment and you want to switch off at 5 or 6, right? So I'm afraid that's all the time that we have for today. I would like to thank our panelists for the lovely discussion. It's been a pleasure to host you, and thank you to Business World for hosting this event. The floor is open for questions, or you could connect during the lunch break. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Annie, for moderating that. Any questions, Arya? You can, of course, take them offline.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I always say this from food for thought. It is now time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 2 o'clock. 2:30 we meet here again for our next session, which is some happiness movement based session. 2:30. The lunch is served outside. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. If any of your colleagues are outside, can you please request them to also join us inside so we can start? We'll leave a minute more, then we shall get going. Okay. Before we begin with the next session, I just have a question and you can just answer yes or no by a show of hands. How many of you feel that you are happy in life? By a show of hands. So you want? किसी को उठा लेता हूँ मैं. Okay. For the ones who aren't raising their hand, are you unhappy or you haven't found a reason to be happy? Yet I'm just asking. This is no joke or something. Ma'am, what are you the most happiest about brushing on back to your phone? Ma'am? Ma'am? You're so happy you forgot all of us. Yeah, I just want to ask you in a sentence, what are you the most happiest about? Top of your head, don't think. जो भी आता है. You're happy to be here today. Okay. Ma'am, the most happiest about? That your kids are happy. Nice. So, happy being here. You're wondering, so you're happy. Okay. Anybody else who wants to share with us why they're happy? I'm happy I had food. Simple, that's it. Ma'am? You're happy with where you are. Lovely. Why do I ask? Because the next session, it's a happiness session. And I do not know why I should be asking Bilkis कि उन्होंने right after lunch एक dance session क्यों रखा है? But I'm sure it's going to be super fun. We also have with us a happy person, I would say. And it is now time for a happiness session, which is going to be a dance fit session with someone who is only getting younger with time. And he has 8-pack abs, I believe, which will also show towards the end, if you are lucky enough today. Show him. Aye, come. You 2 minutes? Okay. He's charging himself up. Now session with Shoaib. After that we have our next panel discussion. We have 2 panels and a fireside chat. उसके बाद 2 panel और and then the awards ceremony as well. And then come tomorrow. Similar agenda with the newer people, new experiences, newer topics, and then a goodbye as well. Anybody who's just walked in now, after lunch, who's just joined us after lunch? You've all been here since the morning. Thank you. zero for sure, and then we can move ahead. Yes, sir. Sir, why am I happy, you are asking? Sir, I had food. I almost had after 24 hours, I'm very happy, sir. और मैं 10 मिनट सो के आ गया तो मैं तो बहुत ही खुश हूँ, sir. And after lunch, sleep, no? Yes, I'm happy for that. No, why jealous? Yeah, because I was sleepy. Oh, I'm lucky I got, मेरे को नींद आ गई. आप में से कितने लोग हैं who feel very sleepy, but then when you eventually reach your bed, वो नींद उड़ जाती है. By show of hands. Ma'am, there's one there. So, okay, किसको नींद बड़ी comfortably आ जाती है? You all very comfortable sleepers? You hit the bed and you manage to sleep? I think you're the luckiest. I feel so. I honestly feel that. Who? No, not today, ma'am. He's coming to make sure everybody doesn't sleep. Just a small technical error. Shoaib is taking some time to get happy. Yeah. Tell them to the next panel and then we'll do the happy session after that. Yes, please. Prashant, here. Shweta, Malik Saab for chairs. Can you call him? So the next panel, it's on skill development and continuous learning in the digital age. We'll just wait for a panelist to come and we shall start. We'll do the happiness session after that. Surely. We'll first do a panel discussion, then we'll come back to the dance session after that. The panel, it's on skill development and continuous learning in the digital age. Joining us for this are Lipika Verma, Vice President, Human Resources, International Operations, Schneider Electric. Joining her is Bhavna Batra, VP, People, S&P Global. Also Dr. Shilpa Kabra Maheshwari, EVP and Country Head, People and Organization, Siemens India. Joining them is Vivek Ranjan, EVP and Global CHRO, Zensar Technologies. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World. हालांकि ताली बेचारे खुद ही बजा रहे थे, एक बार आप भी बजा दीजिए सबके लिए. Thank you so much. Rima, the after lunch onus is on you now. Yep.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon. I know it's after lunch, you all must be heavy, but actually I think Aditya also said, before we start the panel, if you can give a great applause for our panelists. Works. And as Anurag sir says, कि इसमें अब तक GST नहीं लगता है. So we can have some enthusiasm. Okay, so we have talked about a lot of things since morning, and I'm so glad you all are here. But now we move to how upskilling and the continuation, as skill development and continuous learning in the digital age has become important. All of us are working, and in the rapid, I would say, digitization, the ability to learn, adapt, upskilling has become very crucial for both individuals as well as organizations. So before I start the session, if all of you could give a quick introduction, like 20 to 30 seconds of yourselves, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bhavna. I work with a company called S&P Global that's in the space of indices, ratings, and intelligence. Very happy to be here with all of you today.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Lipika Verma and I lead the HR for commercial business for Schneider Electric in India. We are an organization into energy management and industrial automation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good to be here. I'm Vivek Ranjan. I'm Global CHRO of Zensar Technologies.
Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction. Now, Vivek, if I start with you only, since you are the only male on the panel, we believe in inclusivity, we are talking about HR. So, if I start with you, as I said, that, in these changing times, we need to continuously learn, upscale. How can HR leaders actually stay relevant themselves, as well as, help in the workforce, in building up their career and uplifting it in a time of digitization? If you can.
Good question. So I will share my experience in terms of how I do it, and maybe connect with that question on the basis of that. So for me, in fact, I have more than 26 years of experience, worked in US, UK, and then I've been in India in CHRO since last 7 years. So from my perspective, I believe very strongly that what is most important virtue is self-leadership and self-learning. And I believe that if we have to make an impact, that's the essence of everything which we should do as HR leaders. And the entire gamut of self-leadership, it's not only about what we do in terms of the learning which we do in classroom. We have to focus on 70-20-10 principle. And most importantly, humility to learn. So we can learn from anywhere and anybody. And it is important that we go to the grassroots and learn. In fact, I remember when I was in XLRI, we used to go to Tata plants. And I heard from one of the leaders saying that where you learn most is shop floor. So it is important that, and that is something which has stuck with me, because it is important that what is happening at the forefront, at the front end, at the ground zero level is important to understand. That will actually enhance your learning. Second, obviously, the entire spectrum of ensuring that you also find ways to network, connect, and find courses which are relevant to learn and be relevant. And I also am very strong and robust learner of business. For me, in fact, it is extremely important that a good student of business understand the context in which our business operates, understand the macro level impact which is there for business, and when you do that, you obviously have to stay relevant, because if you have to enable business to succeed, you cannot without staying relevant. So I believe the self-leadership part and ability to learn about business and agility to ensure that we understand what is the new trend is extremely important from the perspective of learning and developing ourselves. On the second point, when you do that, you also have to take the responsibility of doing it for your employees and the wider workforce. And for me, there are three aspects which are very important. One is about learning culture. So learning culture, in fact, just to give the context of Zensar, where I work, obviously it's a $600 million organization competing in an ecosystem where there are organizations of a size of 1 billion, 2 billion, and 10 billion. For us, what change and shift which is happening is an opportunity also. So it starts with making it sure that how you energize the organization in terms of learning. And we in fact have put together a purpose, we call it as together we shape experiences for better futures. So the spirit of togetherness, the spirit of shaping experience and making impact is extremely important. So it starts with the setting up the purpose and then putting together a very strong learning ecosystem. And when we talk about learning strategy, it is about learning ecosystem. And not to forget learning experience. So everything which we touch upon with respect to technology is about experience. So I believe that there are three areas which we have to focus on.
Lovely. Lipika, on the similar front, like with Meg's 26 years of experience, I think you also have a similar experience level. So on those grounds, if I ask that, how do you look at it? Like, how important do you think that, or how are people, HR leaders, upgrading themselves, upskilling themselves, as well as the organizations, if you would like to add on something to it?
Sure. So I think Vivek has set a beautiful context in terms of why upskilling and continuous learning is so very important for us. In fact, in this digital era, it's not only, imperative, but it's a strategic advantage if you are regularly into upskilling yourself and also rejuvenating yourself with continuous learning. And people who are actually doing that have an advantage, plus they also are much more confident and much more successful, so to say, in terms of any solution that they are trying to come up with. So with that context, I think beyond what Vivek has shared, I think it's important to for all of us as HR professionals to really create that ecosystem, create that learning organization, be it through various elements. So one is, of course, through self-learning modules. How do you have your learning place in the organization setup, where we focus on bite-sized learning, micro-learnings, skill development, and all of it. Beyond that, there are things where there is open talent market, where you can get into mentoring, you can have mentors alongside with you, and the organization gives you enough and more opportunities for you to explore new areas to skill yourself or reskill yourself. Beyond that, being an organization which is highly technical in nature, and the products are very, very complex, because for Schneider Electric, we are not only into electrical products in the medium voltage and low voltage space, but everything is getting combined now in terms of products, in terms of services, in terms of software, and therefore the need of enhancing the digital acumen of people is super important. And therefore, how do you manage that ecosystem from an HR perspective of making sure that people, when they join the organization, how we grow them from a skill standpoint in the times to come, basis the role that they are doing. Alongside, I think it's a time when you're really looking at a T-shaped career, so to say, where people should not be just, jack of all arts. They need to have specializations in probably one or two areas, and therefore we focus on a T-shaped career where you are having that competency of something which is much more broad-based, but maybe you specialize in a couple of areas and therefore look at a T-shaped career. So that's something where Schneider is heavily working on. So depending on the choice of employees, depending on what is the career that they want to take ahead, we try and give them very specific skilling and trainings in that area of T-shaped career. So there's something called a Gurukul, as we call it, and we have named it Gurukul in Schneider, a very Hindi name. But what we are concentrating on over there is making sure that people learn those skills, learn those products, learn those services, a lot around software, through a very extensive 1 or 2 weeks of training at Gurukul, which is set up across India. And that is something which is really helping us move the needle in the right direction. So from an HR standpoint, what I essentially was talking about is making sure that we not only upskill ourselves from a digital citizenship perspective, making sure that we understand how can we use the new technology in all our work to be working in a much more smarter and much more speedier basis, but even ensuring that we have a full ecosystem in place for people to get trained, reskilled on, and provide that continuous learning, because the dynamic market and the changes that we are seeing in the system really need a lot of enhancement in skill on a daily basis. So that's how we build careers, that's how we build our employees in the long run.
I really like the initiative Gurukul. I mean, I think Schneider Electric in itself has that element of, when they're in India, I think with the sustainability initiative also, they have this green Yodha added along to it. Wonderful. So, Bhavna, if I come to you, I mean, they have covered a lot of aspects, but according to you, what do you think, what makes the HR leaders relevant, as well as the workforce relevant in uplifting their careers through this continuous skill development?
Thank you for the question. I think the biggest part of relevance is about continuously reinventing yourself. I'm going to give you a very specific example, and that is that when I think of myself, I don't think of myself as an HR leader. I think of myself as a business leader, right? The reality is that if I don't understand how my company makes money, if I don't understand who my customers are, what do we do, then my own ability to ensure that we create value within the organization, that in itself gets impacted, right? So the biggest way for the people function to remain relevant is to ensure that we are anchored on operating realities of the business, both the environmental factors as well as the internal ecosystem factors. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is, it's lovely to attend forums such as this, because there's so much give and take of thoughts, of ideas, of experiences, of what's happening where. But that is, I think I was telling you this, I was having a conversation with a very dear friend who interestingly is also based in Pune, a gentleman called Manish Khanekar, who does a lot of coaching work with CXOs. And I was talking to him about how I feel like I need to learn something. And this was just 2 days ago. And he said, it's not about learning, It's about assimilating, retaining, and applying. So it's very cool and fashionable to talk about upskilling and about learning. The point is not how many certifications you have. The point is not how many degrees you have. The point is not what pedigree you bring to the organization. But in the world that we operate in, the point is what is it that you are doing with the perspective that you have, with the exposure that you have, and with the point of view that you have. I think from being in a place where organizations used to, and still do, value certain types of experience and certain types of profiles, we are gradually moving into a more skills way of thinking, right? If you do a random search on, and I'll use LinkedIn just because, you know, that's our understood platform for networking, but if you do a random search of jobs on LinkedIn, you will find that there is certain kind of years of experience, background, etc. that is there. But if you also look at a lot of companies, you will find that they are emphasizing the skills that they are looking at. Right? If you go into business schools, and I had the pleasure of being at a couple of schools, the Delhi School of Economics 3 weeks ago, Sri Ram College of Commerce a day before that, and I asked those students that how many of you are willing to wait for 25 years before you become CEOs of companies? No one raised their hand. Then I said, how about 15 years? And there were maybe 10 hands that went up. And then I said, how about 5 to 7? And all the hands went up, right? So if the lead time for expectations has gone down, the reason that lead time for expectations has gone down is because skills and the relevance of skills has gone up. So when we think about capability building and when we think about, you know, people growing their careers, to me the path to growth has 4 components to it. The first component to it is diverse experiences. What is the diversity of exposure that you are getting continuously? There's an exercise I've been doing ever since I graduated from MDI Gurgaon in 2006. Every 6 months I ask myself, in the last 6 months, what did I learn for the first time? Where did I fail? What did I take which I have applied, and what do I want to do differently in the next 6 months? And if I don't have answers to any one of these questions, then I know that I'm getting stuck in a rut, right? So what is the diversity of experiences that we have? That's one important component of the path to growth. Second important component is assimilation agility. So I have all of these experiences, I have all these programs that I attend, etc. What do I do with it? Do I reflect on it? Or does it just remain notes which go into one fancy LinkedIn post and that's the end of it, right? Do I actually take it and make something of it? So assimilation, agility. The third one is growth mindset. Do I fundamentally have the belief that I can make the needle movement happen if I put in the effort? And yes, commitment and effort is operative over there. And the fourth one, I think, and this is true of organizations that really have that kind of an ecosystem, it's about what is the organizational attention and the organizational conversation that we are having on impact, on skills, on growth, on future readiness beyond the numbers. And those are some of the components that I believe are really important on this journey.
Very well explained. Thank you so much, all of you, for giving actually such explanatory to have a base. At least everyone sitting here will at least understand that what are we exactly talking about. Bhavni, actually, all three of you explained very well that how, you know, it's important, it's relevant to keep on upskilling as well. On this note, can you tell me any of the challenges, like, Vivek, if I start with you, what are the challenges that HR professionals face in upskilling, especially in this digital age? What are those? I mean, if you can just give me one line, if we think we all can do one.
One or two challenges which I can think of. One, there is always a time constraint, right? For us as HR professionals, there are multiple stakeholders to deal with, and obviously the ecosystem has become extremely challenging. and it is important that each of the stakeholders we interface with, we be the best version of ourselves, and that takes time, that takes energy. So there is always a time constraint which is there. Second, the pace of change. Pace of change has been extremely dramatic. I remember we used to have AI as a subject of conversation, then Gen AI has become hot topic, and now obviously we are talking about agentic AI. So the massive change which is happening in terms of technology, the disruptions which are happening, to keep up pace with that is extremely difficult. And third is obviously as HR professionals, we always have to balance between what are the priorities where we should focus on and the operational aspect. We cannot say that it is either or. We have to be very efficient, we have to deliver on excellence, and we also have to be strategic and ahead of the curve. So where in fact, obviously these are the challenges which are there. I'm just adding from my own experience, where I believe that fundamentally while these challenges are there, we should make an impact is one, obviously the culture of continuous learning which all of us spoke about. For us it is important that we have that self-leadership and we are at the center of what's happening within the business so that we can stay ahead of the curve. And if you're not, obviously we'll become irrelevant and our business will get impacted. So that is extremely important. Irrespective of time constraint or pace of change, we have to ensure that we are ahead of the curve in terms of learning. Second, change is bound to happen. So there's as much you can anticipate in terms of change. And what is important is our agility to react whenever there is a change and we are able to master it and deliver outcome. So we have, our centering has to be right. The centering has to be that, look, I'm prepared to deal with any kind of change and I will ensure that I'll deal with that very effectively. And obviously, these kind of forums, networks and bite-sized learning and making it sure that learning is in the flow of work. So learning cannot be an extra work. It cannot be perceived as something which has to be done because it's a task. No, learning has to be in the flow of work because you can't, if in today's ecosystem, if you don't learn, you're not going to make an impact. So those are the challenges and those are the ways we can deal with it and handle it.
Perfect. We circle back. So we got time constraint, we got the pace of change. Lipika, what according to you are some challenges that HR professionals face?
Yeah, so beyond what he spoke about, I think what we are focusing on from a Schneider perspective is the impact that you're making in your role. And I think when we say impact, it's an acronym of 6 things, and M over there actually stands for mastery. And that is where, skills is something which is becoming super important. As we say that skills is the new currency, and therefore, how do you manage, skills in a meaningful way, and how do we make sure that people are getting skilled in the area that they're working on in order to create that impact in the roles that they're doing. So one of the constraints is what I see beyond cost, beyond the fact that people are not very ready to take these trainings or take the skills engagement as such because of lack of time, and I think everyone in organization is under a lot of pressure related with their work, and therefore taking that time out to go through any specific module, go through different training programs that we provide is a little bit tricky. So in that sense, even if they have gone through the program, the constraint still remains is how much the employee is actually using that skill or training provided to have that impact in the role. And is there a way we can measure it? If not, that remains a question mark. So I think one of the biggest things is to what even Bhavna was mentioning while she was answering the last question, how much are you able to take off that program, off that learning, and how much are you able to apply it in your day-to-day work in order to show the impact on the role that you're doing. So it's all combined. So there are multiple constraints over there, but there are solutions as well around that.
Bhavna, your take on?
So I think for us, the biggest, I won't call it a challenge, I will say the biggest realization is different people absorb, assimilate, and learn differently, right? And therefore to say that it's a bit of a myth. Any HR professional who says that HR knows it all when it comes to driving learning,
That's factually not correct, right? No single professional will know it all, right? It is a collaborative effort where it's about what is the individual's path, what is the perspective of the manager or the people leader of that individual, what is the perspective of the business, how can we augment it, right? And the way we're looking to democratize and give people the choice and the freedom of learning in a way that makes it relevant and easy for them is by creating an ecosystem, and we've got a few components of that ecosystem in place. So for example, we've got a lot of pull-based content in the form of academies that we have, right? Now, we're a global organization. We work out of more than 40 odd countries, and therefore it is as important for somebody in country A to have access to opportunities as it is for somebody in country Z, right? And therefore scalable solutions is very, very crucial. How are we doing that? Pull-based content in online academies. You pick it up, you consume it at your pace, you learn at your pace, and you apply it at your pace, right? You also have, we've got partnerships with companies that have video-based content, which is for skill upgradation, right? Consume the 30-minute video, improve your art of interviewing skills, for instance, if you're a manager who's hiring continuously, right? Or you want to build your own emotional intelligence, look at that 20-minute module, get some practical tips to do it. S&P is one of a handful of organizations in the world that has a standing career coaching team within the organization. Certified career coaches. Career coaching is completely confidential, and every one of our 36,000 plus colleagues can leverage career coaches as part of their growth journey at their discretion. The fourth element that we realized is that while we have our day jobs, we also want to have different experiences. So can we promote gigs within? And therefore that whole conversation on projects, on internal job postings, on gig work, that is something that is growing more and more. And what we also realize is that no matter what you create internally, there will always be a plus that is possible. So we've got an external learning budget for every single one of our employees to say, if you and your manager believe that you need a certain type of exposure, a certain certificate which is not available internally, by all means sign off, go out, go do it, and the company will pay for it up to your learning budget. What this has helped do is it's put all the pieces of the puzzle out there, but it's also given people the right to think about how they want to bring the pieces together to create their own picture, to create their own journey and their own path. And I think that helps us tap into people's preferred ways of learning a lot more effectively.
Very well said. So we have given the challenges as well as the resolutions to it. So understanding time constraint, pace, impact, and of course with an external budget, and then giving the feeling that, okay, you do it, you upscale yourself. That definitely makes my point. But as Vivek was also talking about, how technology has enhanced, and we have last 10 minutes. So before I get on to technology, does anyone have any questions right now to ask them, our panelists? Raise of hands. It's okay, we can get a mic. Can we get a mic? Okay.
Very specific to Bhavna, because Bhavna came out with a very interesting point in terms of how a HR person has to skill himself or herself, more importantly, staying relevant at all points of time. I think as HR leader, we also have an additional responsibility of creating an ecosystem, creating something where learning thrives. So in that context, I would like to know from you, what is the ecosystem you're creating for learning to thrive? Career coach, something which you said, but still, what is the ecosystem you're trying to create? Now it is beneficial for the organization, and more importantly, what is the business impact out of it?
Thank you for asking that question. And I think the ecosystem that we're trying to create, I spoke about all of the different components of it, right? The one component that I haven't spoken about is the maturity of people leaders. People leaders is the term that we use for managers in our company, because we believe that people leadership is so much more than managing human resources, right? The reality is when you look at maturity of people leaders, it's often a spectrum.
right? That spectrum will be to do with just the overall perspective, does the person have the skill of dealing with tough situations as much as easy situations, etc. So for us, part of creating a learning and upskilling enabled environment is about helping our people leaders grow and be more effective. The third component that I would talk about, so one was the opportunities for people, second was people leader maturity. The third thing that I will talk about is transparency in the organization. Are senior leaders comfortable to receive any question at any point of time and provide a response to the best that they can? There is information that, let's be honest, right? There is information that cannot be shared. But in what can be shared, do you do a good job of being out there, being open, being accessible, and speaking the language of your people? I'm going to give you a very small example, right? Even today, most organizations, millennials will be the majority of the workforce, right? But you have Gen Z that is catching up very quickly. The language of Gen Z is a very interesting language, right? It often resists me and leaves me also grappling a little bit, right? So we tried a recent experiment. Most organizations have this concept of town halls, so did we. 45 minutes, maybe an hour, global audience, things like that. We said we will do something called accelerators. 25 minutes, max 30 minutes, we close it off at 30 minutes. And we are going to try and use language that works for everybody, right? So we actually have senior leaders who are trying to pick up language and not just use what comes to them naturally, but use language which colleagues across the world also feel comfortable using, right? The other thing that we're doing is making leadership more accessible. So, whether it is our CEO, we have Martina Chung who's taken over as our CEO effective November last year, or it is any of our other leadership team, executive leadership or operating committees of our different divisions or corporate functions, being out there, sitting not in their offices but having conversations with people in cafeterias, real conversations. And there are questions that have come up. For instance, we've had colleagues say that in the whole world there are so many companies that are laying off. What are we thinking of differently? And sharing an honest point of view to that. So when we look at an organization that is conducive, or an environment that is conducive to learning, it is about, and I'm going to use a jargonistic term, but it is about creating psychological safety. And you create psychological safety when the trifecta of the individual, the manager, and the leadership are all making efforts. Sometimes those will land, sometimes it will require course correction, but are we making the right efforts? That's our attempt.
It's a beautiful question. I just wanted to build on what Bhavya has mentioned, because there is something which is the essence of the session which we are having. So I'll put it very simply. I'll try to do it as soon as possible. So when we are talking about learning ecosystem, it has to start with creating that will, that hunger in our people, that why they should learn. And so it has to start with what is the business context. For example, in Zensar context, I will just give an example, that it's a digital transformation company competing in an ecosystem where we are competing with companies of a size 5 or 10 times than ours. Then the culture has to be that we are here to make an impact, make a difference. So first of all, create that will and create that hunger in people and energize people to learn. And it also has to be by demonstrated values. For example, we have the value of one with client, which is one Zensar, nurturing, empowering, and centered around client. So it is important that you create that ecosystem and culture where there is a pull towards learn, that why we are doing what we are doing. Second is about the learning strategy, which I touched upon. So it has to be business strategy. It can't be just learning strategy. For example, in our context, there are practices and there are capabilities where we want to focus on, including AI, Gen AI, and all those aspects. So we have service line academies focused towards those futuristic capabilities. And then also identify areas which matters. For example, setting up customer academies so that learning is in the flow of the work. It is not disconnected with the impact which you're making for customers. Third, knowing about domain, because if we just know about technology and don't know about domain, we are not going to solve business problems. And then obviously creating a culture where we learn from each other, the community is, that is extremely important.
And third, not to forget that you have to provide consumer-like experience to our people. Because when we are talking about creating a pull and there is a strategy, you have to make your learning experience consumer-like so that they have learning accessible and they are able to reach out, and they also, when they learn, there is an impact to them, and there is a connection with respect to their capability development. And when you have that and you capture it and then review it to thorough governance, then you make an impact to business, and then obviously the budget will flow. So it's end-to-end, but it has to be robust in terms of execution of that.
So I hope they have cleared all your doubts. Lipika, I have one last question for you, and we have 2 minutes, 54 seconds to be precise. We are talking about digital age, we are talking, and how can we not touch on technology and AI? How do you think technology can be leveraged to enhance these skill developing programs for the future workforce, which can make it engaging and accessible to the employees per se?
Yeah, so I think technology, we all would agree that is super, super important, right? Because any solution that you are wanting to come up with, unless and until you have technology attached to it, you can't scale it up. Especially for bigger organizations, you have to have technology, and of course for smaller as well. But at length or at a big scale, if you are wanting to get into anything, you have to use technology. I'll give you a simple example of what we are doing in Schneider as far as skills and learning is concerned, and it's a big project which is going on. It's called Skills Project, where we are using technology right from the job architecture to learning, and it's a big linkage. Putting the entire job architecture in place, looking at different roles, looking at what is the skill needed for that role, not only internally from Schneider, but even outside, what are those competencies and skills that we need, what is the proficiency level of those skills needed for doing a specific role at a particular level, so to say, or at a particular grade. Then getting the employee to assess where he or she is with respect to that particular competency, that particular skill, and at which level, the manager to do all that, and then really link it up with the trainings or skilling programs that the person will go through. Attached with it, we are also looking at linking the entire piece with the career wheel, so to say, because there is a lot of movements which happens for people within the organization as far as different roles are concerned. So let's say in HR, if someone is doing an HR business partnering role, and someone wants to get into rewards, for example, or someone wants to get into talent management, for example, how does the person need to add on those skills to oneself in order to get to that level and that particular role? And that is something which we are trying to drive through a platform, and there are many platforms available. We have tied up with something called Eightfold, there is Skyhive, there is Gloat, you all must be familiar with these names, but that particular platform is going to help us build the skills of people and link the career advancement of everyone, actually related with almost 160,000 employees. So that's a big, big project which is going on, and it will go live in 2026. But why technology is important is to really make sure that we are able to have skilled workforce, and there will be several linkages as well. It will also help us in workforce planning if you really think about it, because today is a virtual world. If we need to have a particular skill set for a particular role we are looking at, we can just use the skills project and the platform through technology to figure out, okay, this particular skill set is available in Canada, for example, and this person can actually devote 30% of his time to do this project. And the gig workforce internally is something that we are very, very advanced with. There is something called OTM, which is your open talent market, where you get these opportunities to take up projects. Internal gigs are available. You can shadow someone. You can devote 20% of your time for a particular skill that you are wanting to take up. So I think through technology, we are actually linking the entire life cycle of an employee, right from the time the person joins the organization, how we skill up the person, and then how the person moves in terms of his or her own career journey and make an impact on the organization. So to sum it up, technology is a must, and it's imperative that we follow it across all organizations.
Thank you, Lipika. Thank you so much. And so is our time. But thank you so much, all of you. We touched upon why is it relevant today, the key challenges, how we can overcome them, as well as, of course, when skill development and continuous learning in the digital age that we're talking about. I'll come to all you three when I will have to upscale myself again. But thank you so much for your presence. If I can request all of you to please give applause to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima, for moderating that picture, please. Thank you so much, thank you. We'll have the stage cleared now for this session that we didn't have before this. We'll do that now. While we do so, क्योंकि अब नए लोग भी आए हैं हॉल में, we were discussing on this thought before. By a show of hands, how many of you are happy in life? I am. You want to be? That's a quest, it's a good thing. Okay, couple of you. For the ones who didn't raise their hand, we'll make sure अगले 20 मिनट में आप भी खुश हो जाएं. You have a very happy person joining us on this stage for a happiness session. And this is going to be a dance fit session with Shoaib, whom I can see now. Shoaib is only getting younger with age, and all of us are very jealous. How old are you, Shoaib? We can ask you. The sweet 16, don't give my mom's answer, not sweet 16. But how old are you, Shoaib? You're 38. Well done. You're more jealous now. Yeah. You need to provide volunteers as well, yeah? Come. A hand mic for him, please. एक mic देंगे sir को. Yeah.
Chikra.
Well, okay everyone, so we have one volunteer, she's there. We have 2-3 people at the back, I guess they can also join us. And he's already here, so anybody who wants to come and join me? It's not an actual dance, it's more of an aerobics, you can say. It's easy, so easy steps. And they know it well because they have already done it.
I think you start and then we'll...
You did it last time.
Yeah. So it's for everyone. I think हम सब लोगों ने बहुत खाना खाया है. We all are feeling very good right now. And sleepy also, I'm sure. But वो कहते हैं ना, there's a beautiful quote I wanted to start with. We always say happiness is new rich, right? Peace of mind is new success. And health is new wealth. So how many of you wants to experience that today? No one? I'm surprised. Then what we are earning for? Still no one?
No, we have people raise their hand.
So the people who raise their hand, can you anyone wants to volunteer and come forward on a stage?
We got big.
Can you play the music as well?
We have enough space actually. You can.
Sir brought up a man back. I thought you were coming here. I thought you were coming here.
And you have to stand up also. You can stand please. And you can...
Okay, so the idea is Shoaib will get us moving and we'll all do it together.
You just have to follow me a little.
Yeah.
Very easy steps. Nothing. It's just think about like you're just doing aerobics. That's all. Nothing. It's just aerobics.
Really everybody. And this is what we get the highlights on this.
Very easy. Ready? Shall we? Let's go. It's just 1, 1, 2, 2, that's it. As if you're in the club. Just think about that you're in the club. You're having a party. How do you party? Step back. The hotel. You can join us, please. Okay. Nishan, outline. Along with the hand. Come on, guys. Show me your talent. All right. That's good. To the right. See how it easy. With the left. Go. Why not? Now this is still tough. With a single hand. Don't worry, I'm gonna play some Punjabi also for you. It's just a warm up. I know your team. I do. Two more. One more. Last. To the right. That's square one. To the left. You'll feel hungry again. I'm telling you. If you do it, you can go for one more round. You know, after this, what's coming up? One, two, three, and go. Take it out. I got it. Clap for yourself. That's all, warm-up is done. And there's something for you. Second one. Now this is for the Delhi people, it's like Punjabi thing. Here you burn calories. Shall we, let's go? Yeah, let's go. What do you say? God!
One more time. Let's do some cardio. Super. Right, yo. Okay, something Punjabi now. Let's go from the top now. Good work. Put your hands up. Go again. To the right. Take 2 steps to the right. You guys need some Bollywood? Yeah. Can you play the 5th one? This is the last track now. Listen, शोएब हम लोग खुश थे, इतना भी नहीं होना था हमको. मैं खाना हजम करवा रहा हूँ. Okay, this is the last one. Just the last one. Everybody, please enjoy this. There's only a lady sitting there, ma'am.
I'm also a student. I'm not a professional dancer, but I need to listen. That's why I'm here.
Listen, that's a case of being modest कि नहीं मैं तो नहीं नाचती मैं तो बस. She's been modest. Of course. चलो last one. Put on the volume. It's quite easy. Swing. It's good for the side. This one is tough. You did fine.
Come on, boys. Let's go again with this one. This one leg. One more time. Go.
Great, awesome. Wow, thank you, sir. You are no more chicken, lunch is not served.
Thank you so much.
You have a world record for 50
hours. I just danced for
50 hours non-stop dancing world record. Thank God you said the last song. वरना हमारा 2 दिन जो है शोहे भाई. But thank you. Did you enjoy this?
Totally. Wow. Yeah, you guys dancers. सबके अंदर है ये precaution. और getting deaf.
But I think we should all clap for ourselves, sir.
Yeah, please, you all are very good, participated, enjoy, so clap for yourself. And for yourself.
Thank you, Shoaib, and thank you so much. Pleasure.
He's really a good dancer. He's being modest.
No, I don't Punjabi, I dance well. The code doesn't allow me. So that's it. But thank you. Thank you for getting us energized and happier. And now that all of you are happier, it's time to move ahead with our next panel. The next panel is on diversity, equity and inclusion, tech solutions for a fair workplace. We'll get the stage ready for this, and I will try and stick to our time so we can try and cover for other panels as well. Yeah. Within 30 seconds, get ready. Ashish. I'll introduce the panelists and then we'll welcome them together once the seat is set. Next panel on diversity, equity and inclusion, tech solutions for a fair workplace. And the panelists for this are Ruby Pandey, Group C, HR and Head of Marketing and Communications, Sterling Power. Joining her is Archana Kori, Global People and Organization Director. Sandoz, also joining them is Gautam Agarwal, former CHRO, ELS International. And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. And now it is not Arjun, it's going to be Risham, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Please, Aye. Let's welcome them. You're very happy. I'm sure your applause can be louder as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Though I won't pardon you, but yeah. Thank you so much, Shreya, for energizing everybody. I don't know, I doubt anybody of you want to listen to a panel after this dance. I'm not sure.
Archana enjoyed well. But today we are here to discuss DEI. Now, it's a tech conference. To my mind, it's a surprising element when we talk about DEI and tech together. I'm not sure, these are the experts who are going to talk about it. But HR is primarily a people's profession. This is not new, which I'm telling to you, but it is built on intuition, empathy, sympathy, some human algorithms that really can't be replicated with tech. But we understand that technology is here intervening every part of functions, be it at organizations or our personal lives. We would want to understand in this panel how, the question for today is how far can we rely on technology to ensure DEI excellence at our organizations? Now, for my first question, panelists, in your opening remarks, tell me, we are in 2025. Present us an ideal state of DEI at any organization, irrespective of the sector. Tell us some of the pointers that should be there when we imagine an ideal DEI state.
Thank you, Resham. I think in line with the dance which was happening here just before this session, I wanted to draw a parallel between dance and DEI. So I'd like to say that diversity is like being invited to a party. Inclusion is being invited to dance. And that's when I imagine or visualize that what should it be 4 or 5 years from today. I believe it should not be a field in itself. It should be taken for granted that people will be valued on merit, people will be hired on merit. There will be equality across all areas, whether it's men, whether it's women, whether it's people from minorities, people with disabilities. Everyone's representation in the organization will mirror what it is in the society or in the country at large. Engagement levels of all cohorts will be the same, whether it's an MBA, it's a non-MBA, and these are various cohorts of diversity, right? It's just not only men and women. So irrespective of what you are, who you are, where you come from, you're all as engaged. There's 100% pay parity. Irrespective of your background, you're all paid fairly for the skill you bring onto the table. And it's an absolutely bias-free workplace. So that's what I visualize the next few years to be like.
Interesting. It has all the points covered. Anything to add to it? Yeah, I think it was a very good start really from the ideal state of an organization. I'm interjecting. Can somebody ensure please close the door? Can somebody from the team please close the door? And also, can we have the lights open, please? Switch on the lights, please. I can't see anybody. After all, we're talking about people. I should see them, huh? Can we have the lights turn on, please? Yeah, I don't mind the music. We had the dance, let the music continue, so the party is still on. And when the party is on, the lights can be off, so that's fine. But just coming back to the question on the ideal state of DEI, let's go back to the basics of where this started from. Diversity always existed for centuries, and it's a fact. It's nothing that we need to imagine. It's just there. It's there in thought, it's there in ethnicity, it's there in just how people have evolved over generations. Now, inclusion is something that came about a few decades ago because one of the genders felt less included or less on par with the other. That's how the whole basis of D&I began. So when there was gender equity, then we started asking ourselves, is this enough? Right? Is it inclusion? Is there more equity? Now there is belonging. So there's a whole evolution to this principle happening. In fact, I had to research on what is the D that you have now with the DEI. And I would add another S there, which is safety. Right? We have the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act for women at workplace. And when I am at Sandros chairing that, a lot of men ask me, what about us? We also need to feel safe, right? So over the years, we've been focusing on a certain angle of DEI. I think no longer being conscious, is that still the angle we would like to focus on for future? Or is it just becoming a habit? So if we answer that for ourselves, every organization starting from a family at home gets to an ideal state of DEI because you know what is a question you're answering there. So I would just go back to the premise of what is DEI for you and what is that organization you belong to. Is it your family? Is it your team? Is it just a larger organization where you play an influential role? And then there's an ideal state to that answer.
So what I can understand from this, Ashna, is majorly before we imply any strategy, any act, so to say, or policy, so to say, in the organization, it is our ideology that matters. It is our lens, our perspective that matters before that. Now, we've been just now understood a 10 on 10 DEI state. Now, really tell me, how do you know it's 10 on 10? It can be 7 on 10, it can be 4 on 10, nobody knows. What are some of the measurement metrics that you kind of see or use at your organization? Talk about that, not restricting to your organization, from a larger lens. Tell us what can be some of the metrics to look at it.
No, absolutely, and I think what gets measured gets done. So, however, DEI is linked to all about feelings, it's all about a high-touch culture, but unless you measure some very clear deliverables, it's not really going to work. I think it all starts first with diversity, which is all about representation, and there, for an organization to take a very holistic view of what cohorts would you want to look at, definitely the most obvious one is men and women. What is the representation of women? How is it growing? And these things don't happen overnight. It's a journey. D&I is always a 3 years roadmap, and you need to put that for yourself. Are you looking at adding other cohorts of diversity? Because even things like regional, religious, bringing in people with disabilities, people from the LGBTQIA community. My previous organization, Godrej, we used to do a lot of work with hiring people, giving them career growth. So I think that's phase number one, building cohorts of diversity. Second is to ensure that there is equity in the organization. Now, equity is providing a level playing field to all. A lot of people ask me that why are there specific policies applicable to women? Because it's not an equitable world yet. Or to other cohorts or other minorities, why are there these special privileges given to them? It's given to them to create that equity, to create a level playing field. You have enough policies to provide that level of equity. Every cohort of diversity will need something specific. So the right policies, the right infrastructure, the right framework. Give you a small example. I represent Starlight Park, and we have infrastructure sites across the country. About a year and a half back, when we started our journey of diversity, equity and inclusion, one of the first things I had to do was to build women washrooms in the sites. And a lot of people asked me that there are no women on the sites, why are you building washrooms? Well, I think diversity follows equity, it's not the other way around. You have to first create the infrastructure and then diversity will follow, right? So that's all about equity. And the last but the most important, inclusion. Career growth, belongingness, engagement, pay parity, and measuring all those. A lot of organizations I've worked with in the past, the women engagement is on many occasions lower than what the male engagement is. So really trying to understand that, and if your overall engagement is low, then work for everyone. But if there are specific cohorts of diversity where you see that the engagement is low, working for them to bring them onto the level playing field. And she was mentioning the gender pay gap. How do you ensure that you're paying for skills and not for who you are? So I think measuring, putting some very tight measures, seeing the journey, building a roadmap, and measuring yourself against it is very critical.
A long way to go. It seems to be just a start. You're talking about building women washrooms is very basic. Now, we understand that technology is coming to help to cut down the redundancy in the HR branches. Now, it has covered all reading resumes, hirings, or let's say seeing the disparity all across in various functions. But when we talk about inclusion, which is far more intangible, talk about some of the measures that you are working with. Talk about some of the tech tools that you see are, in some sense, helping you there.
It's a very interesting question, Resham, because you're talking about tech tools programs to address inclusion, right? How about a bot greeting you good morning and saying you look beautiful today when you're entering work? Would you still enter with a smile if a person did that to you? The answer may not be true, right? Because you know that AI can travel a certain distance to scale up your DEI strategies. It can give them shape, it can give them power, give them a framework. But your question, I will keep coming back to what is your purpose of your DEI strategy, supersedes far beyond the technologies. Now, there are very successful examples of AI and technologies, right? So let's take the example of the pay database. So you've seen organizations like CRI, and we have a rating where India was rated in the 120s last year. And this is a commitment to reducing inequality. You've got EPIC, which is Equal Pay International Coalition. Now, these are organizations attempting to bridge the gap in pay. We spoke about this. How are they doing this? So here, if you only have an intention to bridge the gap between the pay of genders, if you have the intention to bridge the gap between people beyond their experiences, qualifications, etc., when they come to a certain job in an organization, how do you pay them equally? You need a database generating that. So your Workdays of the world, the SAP, so there is a large integration of companies that has happened who have committed to this cause, and you've told them that I'm committing to pay transparency and pay equity. Right? So there is a macro level of an organization governing that to say we are now going to bridge this gap of inequality, but that is an example of how a tech base is solving or helping them solve the basic data gap of what is there. Another example is a few decades ago, or even maybe a decade ago, maybe now it's still a reality in a few organizations, hiring panels, right? Hiring panels, though not by intention, sometimes may have not been diverse. We observed that there was one team that came up in one of my earlier organizations, and they came up with this complaint of saying, why do I observe people in my team coming from Maharashtra? And this didn't occur as a fact to the people on the team until they went back, and it was an after fact at that point to say, yes, many of them are from Maharashtra, what's happening here? What we realized is the panel that was sitting for interviews, though it was a gender mix, it was people who were based out of Maharashtra. So there was certain bias playing in, you don't know what level, right? Because if the base itself has some sort of a mix which is not diverse, your team automatically becomes an outplay of that. So here what AI can help you do is to sort a database of candidates that are powerful and diverse, a panel that is interviewing the candidates which is a mix of genders, ethnic race, lots of thought diversities as well, and then give you the mix on top of that as the outcome of how is your gender parity coming up. So the target that organizations see often is what's your mix, what's your gender mix, and that's what we report as HR heads. But what is the process to get there is what AI is playing still a significant role in. So let's talk about those two examples for today.
Interesting. Now we talked about how ideology, how your personal perspective is far more important before technology in place. Let me talk about what is your sense on how you look at DEI. Where do we actually draw the line between tech-enabled efficiency and, let's say, human diligence? Because it is all people thing. Tell me, what is your take on this?
I think tech is a very interesting tool, like Archana mentioned. I think it is a very interesting tool to support your overall journey. So when you're devising your DEI strategy, and there are multiple examples, she's given two very good examples. I think a lot of the hiring tools, because this entire very strong hiring bias in managers continues and exists, it's a reality. So DEI oftentimes becomes, I used to tell my ex-boss that DEI is a long-term strategy, but it's an everyday battle. Because, and you can't leave either. You need to have a long-term strategy, but it's an everyday battle. So a lot of times recruiting tools which use AI take the bias out of which are the CVs getting shortlisted, right? some of these panels can bring biases, and wherever there are humans, there will always be biases. But I think one thing to be a little wary of only purely using tech is if the bot, because that's all artificial intelligence, and if there is an inbuilt bias or an algorithm issue with that technology tool, then you are in for a severe challenge. And I think about a year or so back, there was a case study about a very large organization, it's a multinational, using AI to shortlist CVs, and it was just not shortlisting CVs of women. Because the algorithm which had played into the tool was itself creating that bias. So I think with the right human intervention, using the right technology is important. We've launched an AI chatbot in our organization which measures engagement. And I think that is a very bias-free experience which people get. I also sometimes feel that over the years, because the individual knows that the person at the other end is not a human, he or she is not going to judge you. I personally have seen that sometimes the answers are far more truthful. So when the AI bot is measuring engagement of men, women, and all kinds of cohorts, it gives you a very bias-free data point. So that's another example of how technology can be used for DEI.
Good one. Achana, tell me one of the best strategies that you're working with, you want to share with us in this DEI sphere.
Sure, and I'm happy to speak for Sandoz here. I'm very proud to be associated with this organization. We are the world-leading generic pharma company, and some of you who might have worked in pharma companies, it's a tall ask for a culture. Culture is not a bed of roses for people who make medicines, because the labs are busy, the supply has to be kept alive for patients around the world. So it's hard work. Now with that hard work, how do you keep people happy? It's again two poles coming together and finding a practical way to bridge that. So happy to quote a couple of examples that Sandoz has been doing over the past few years, and we continue to do. First of all, it's our global equal parental leave policy. So all our mothers, fathers, biological, non-biological, for adoption, surrogacy, whatever, once you become a parent, you get the privilege of taking an equal parental leave, whatever it applies in your country. So both parents in India get a 6-month parental leave, for instance. Now, when this started, maybe just an anecdote, I was the country HR head for a few line functions here, and I had a few men coming up to me into a closed room and asking, is this mandatory? Do I really need to do this? My family thinks I've lost my job. I can't take being at home for 6 months, because for men it was very untraditional to be at home after they had a baby for 6 months. But now we see a lot of fathers enjoying this parental leave, playing an equal role with their partner in raising their children. So we've come a long way in, this is an example of not just thinking diversity and inclusion, but implementing it in a framework, taking a bold step to be world leading in certain practices. And of course, we're also an organization, a second example, who's committed to pay transparency. So you will see this on media that by 2027, we've pledged to make our pay ranges or the internal and external positioning of a person on a benchmark available to all associates of Sandoz.
Very bold, huh? But looking forward to it. Now, before we actually go and close this session, before that, you want to add to that before I jump on to the next one?
No, I just wanted to say that, it's really incredible what Ashna is speaking about, what Sandoz is doing, and I genuinely have experienced in the past that the entire DEI philosophy at the end of the day has to be top down to start with. And there are lots of organizations which do it because it's the right thing to do by the promoters. Groups like Godrej are known for that. I'm very proud of the kind of work we did on diversity, equity, and inclusion that we were together. A lot of other companies, your top management will do it if you create a business case. I'm currently in the power sector. The women representation is sub 10%, and even if you want to hire a lot of women, across the value chain, first of all, you have sites in far-flung areas of the country. You have to create opportunities, you have to create business cases to go back to the management and say, here's why hiring women is also making very good business sense. And we have been able to do that in the shop floor in our manufacturing capabilities, where we're currently at about 30% gender ratio, and these are women who work on the machines on the shop floor. And we have also recently started a program across all our sites, started with Kishtwar, we're launching it in down south, where we're getting women to work on our sites and we're actually hiring them from the catchment. So I think diversity is always not one of the easiest things in many industries, but creating this business case really helps you.
Very insightful. Now, before we jump on to the last one, I really want to bring in a different perspective where we saw Donald Trump giving us different policies, cutting down support for transgenders. I mean, this is something alarming. There are many companies, there is a report that states there is a less discussion of DEI in many con calls. And tell me, how is it impacting India's roadmap? How are companies being influenced? Are we going to chart our own way, or is there any other way we are looking forward to? Tell me, what is your take on this and how are you looking at it?
Thanks for stating that. And first of all, just to bring light to the topic in the room, not sure if everybody is aware of the change. Resham just mentioned that there was a recent change in US by Donald Trump, where he stopped the federal support for intergender transmissions under the age of 18, that was 18 or 16. So that's what he said. So he said he's not going to support it. And you can look up for the story later, but there's this woman named January, she's not a man, a woman, whose story came about for how she observed her daughter was in her school getting influenced to, she mentions, hate herself and become another gender. So her gender preferences started changing, and she observed examples in her school where the parents were kept in dark as this was happening. So that was a step taken by US. They went, I think, another step further, and they've taken more measures now. For example, they do not recognize in your passport anything apart from male, female. Because by birth, you are one of the two sexes, and there is another minority which is still medically possible. But then what the states called out for about 20 or more states is to say that gender is not something that you will report on a passport. What we're interested is in your sex, right? So the question now is, how does that impact what we do here in India? And it's a truth that I've also read the report that a lot of companies did not talk about their DEI stats in their board reports. Now the question is, of course, as a country we are influenced by what the US did, what Europe did, what our partners and sponsors have done for the businesses that have been set up in India. The question is, was that the only base? Right? So there is a certain influence in how we start seeing it. Companies went a long way by building LGBTQ washrooms, support systems. In Sandoz, we have an insurance provider where we fill a form where we're asking for partner. We don't care who they are, like male, female, whatever, it's your preference, right? So companies are going a long way in that direction. They might want to cut short in one or two ways to say, is it worth going so far? We will still respect who you are, we will still respect your gender preferences, but are we going to make a whole lot of investment in that direction is what a question companies might ask themselves. This is my opinion. But that was not the only thing that was driving the DEI strategy for Indian companies. For a long time, we as a country have empowered our women for societies and generations together. So one change in US, I personally do not think will majorly impact what is our thinking. And everybody in this room should support that thought that we need to have our individuality to our DEI, DS, whatever that acronym now spans out as story.
Interesting. What's your take on it? And tell me more from a business perspective, how top bosses will look at it. How will you persuade them to take that extra mile?
Look, I don't think we can deny that there will be an impact. Archana is absolutely right in whatever she has shared, and there are multiple areas. And immediately after the announcement, which was done by the government and Trump, there were lots of news and loads of news reports that this large organization rolled back their D&I practices, and these are public statements made by those organizations, so those are realities. Now, there is a very obvious funding requirement which supports a lot of these D&I practices, right? And a lot of that funds might be coming from the parent company, which could be based out of US, so that impact will be there. But I'm 100% sure that India will bounce back, because India has its own individuality. For years, whether it's work with the LGBTQI, whether it's work with people with disabilities, or the kind of work which government is now doing with women, I think it will go a long way. Recently, a Pride Fund was launched by 3-4 large companies in India, which actually had no bearing by what Trump did back in the US. So I absolutely have a lot of faith in the Indian government, in the Indian system, in the Indian organizations, that we will definitely bounce back. There might be a little bit of a overhang over the next few years on the minds of some people in the top management, but I don't think it's going to go long.
Interesting. Just the final bit of it, we'll have to just 1 minute, in 30 seconds each. Tell me what will be one strategy, framework, tool, anything that you would like to put in place to see a 10 on 10 DEI at your organization.
I would put happiness then, right? I think I love the way you put it, really. DEI should not exist as a formal topic in organizations in future. Look for something that's overarching what you're solving for. It should be happiness. Happy employees are naturally happy, and they are who they are. So it's happiness.
Like I said, start at the top. I would look at a absolutely balanced top management, more women leaders. That would be the ask.
Very important and very, very insightful. Thank you so much, and that brings us to the end. Thank you for joining us for the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause? Do you have a question for him? You can talk to them once they come down from the stage. Are we ready for a picture, huh? I missed the applause though. Can we have a next round, huh?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Risham, for moderating that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Lovely to talk to you.
And thanks, Risham.
Next, it's a fireside chat, and I do not see Harbinder ji here. Can you? And after that, we have to do our discussions, and then, of course, the award ceremony as well. Risham, can you help with Harbinder ji? Anybody is attending a Business World event for the first time? Anybody? Two of you. Lovely. Harbinder ji, you are late. We will cut 5 minutes on your timer. Can you please check? थोड़ा जल्दी. Ravinder ji is on here? Yeah? Okay. Yes, and then two panel discussions after that on navigating compliance and data privacy in people tech, and the last of the future trends in people tech. What to look out for? This is a fireside chat. We have Pam coming and then Ravinder ji is here. Surely. This fireside chat on the hot seat is joining welcoming to the stage Priyanka Anand, CHRO, Ericsson India, and asking her those Friday questions is Harbinder Navalova, CEO of BW Healthcare World and also of BW Wellbeing World. So please welcome them. ऐसे तो मत करो. Take two करते हैं. Thank you so much.
Sorry for being late, Aditya. I know, please don't cut our time. We have a lot of questions. Thank you for bearing with us. Priyanka and me were actually sitting outside just thinking of what is it that could be of value to you. So it could have taken about 2-3 minutes more. So thank you so much for bearing with us. Priyanka, thank you so much for taking our time to be with us today.
Thanks, Ravinder.
Priyanka, you spent about 2.5 decades in HR, right? 15 years plus with Ericsson. I think let's begin with trying to understand that how HR as a function has evolved in the last few decades. Because I remember when I began my career, my HR used to be only a recruitment function. और तनख्वाह आ रही है नहीं आ रही पेमेंट्स वो सैलरी स्लिप हो जाए. So how has this function evolved to what we see today and its significance in the whole business?
Great question. Admiral, I would say I've heard about HR even before I started to know what HR is. As a child, because people in my family were head of the personnel department, which is decades ago, and that's how HR was considered as a back-end function, enabling the business to really continue to grow, and mostly administrative, like you said, recruit the people that you need to. Again, the decisions were taken by the people who were responsible, right? And then you were just supposed to be executing. So largely an admin function, which had both connections with the blue collar, but also the white collar workforce, right? And then from there, when I started to experience HR, it suddenly gravitated or pivoted towards becoming an enabling function. How do you enable business and the business leaders to fulfill their goals towards making an organization successful? So there was always directions coming from what we needed to do, but it will still be an enabling function. Where I see us evolving as an HR function today, in most of the organizations, and I've had the privilege to meet a lot of business leaders who are leading large conglomerates in India or Indian companies, and I've of course worked for a little over 2.5 decades with most of the multinational organizations, or interacted with them, and HR today is evidently a strategic partner, and it's a partnering function that leads from the front. You're part of the decision-making process and not executing the decisions. You come with very valid arguments to what should be the directional strategy for the business. And once the strategy and the direction is agreed, then HR comes and works hand in glove to look at how do you make the entire culture, environment, and people experience, people journey worth the while. Because today, I would very proudly say that we are sitting in a situation globally, but especially in this country, where it's a talent-driven market, right? People are spoiled for choices. For the right people with the right level of competence, you'll always see that they will be calling the shots. So organizations have to really step up to say, what do we need from our people?
And in a way, the whole narrative is more win-win now. Because you've got to put on the table what will you offer to an individual and how will you make the entire journey for the individual meaningful. And in reverse, it's a very clear deal. When I call it win-win, it's a win-win deal. As to what will the employee do to make sure that the organization doesn't just survive and perform but also thrives, because we are living in an era of cutting-edge competition, right? So it's a win-win deal between the employee and the organization, and HR has to be the enabler to make that happen.
So the two words that got my attention was that HR is an enabler, and the second word that got my attention was that you are no more just an enabler, you are a partner in making things happen. Now, one of the things that most organizations are doing today is working on transformation, working on using technology, and we represent a company which is a truly global organization. How does the HR strategy of an organization help in strategizing or helping the management in strategizing the transformation and align with the needs that you enable through people?
Wow, that's a bit of a complex question, Rubinder. So I'm trying to picture this in my mind. So you think there's a transformation that the organization needs to go through, and how does the HR function really enable or drive that transformation as a function, right? So number one, I would say we are living in an era where we don't have to drive change, we have to lead the change, right? Because change is the only inevitable. You all would have heard about this. So no rocket science to say that change is the only constant in the era where we are living in now, right? And it's happening at a pace which is unprecedented. I don't think any of our previous generations, at least in my mind, would have experienced change at the pace at which we are experiencing, right? So simple thing like all of us have a mobile phone with us, right? How many of you are still on 2G? Hands up as connectivity? Is there a side conversation happening there, or is it just me hearing something? Okay, it's okay, sorry. There's no 2G on anybody's phone. 3G on anybody's phone? It does in parts of this country. We still support 2G network, but yes, in the rural areas. And okay, so I'll hold that, but 3G, anybody has 3G on their phones? Anybody has 4G on their phones? See, okay, and 5G? Cool. How many of you had 2G 10 years ago on your phones? So this is the pace of technology revolution that we're talking about, right? So the transformation in the era in which we are living is natural. So people talk about how do you drive adoption? I'm saying it's so naturally built into our DNA now that we all edging to get to the latest technology even before it starts to become available to the masses, right? People in this room I would still call are privileged, because to your point, there's still people sitting and living on 2G, which is being sunsetted by most of the operators now, because they're investing in 3G, 4G, and 5G, and we're already working with the government bodies and academia to talk about 6G, right? So to me, organizations are at an inflection point where technology, if you don't harness it, will disrupt you. So we have to disrupt and innovate, and also technologically transform ourselves to be ahead of the transformation that will come through. And to me, the biggest thing that we have to learn is transformation will happen, and HR has to be working to make sure about two things. We do everything possible to make our people future ready, future fit, because there will be no time to make it happen on the go. You've got to prepare for it now. Make sure that you're investing enough to get the people that we have to become the people that we need. And that's a very clear mindset shift. And to drive that change, which is what I just said, to make the people that we have, to become the people that we need, is the only way we can drive transformations. And HR has to have a similar mindset. We ourselves have to become the HR of what the future will need today. So when we spoke about future of work some years ago, it felt like it's future of work. And the future is already here now. And to be able to harness that future, we really need to make sure that it's not just about being technology savvy. We need to be an HR organization which is inclusive, building that and breeding that in the culture, making sure that we are looking at empathy and having that human touch, because that's really important. People are very clear now as employees, that don't treat me as resources. That's why I don't even call ourselves a human resources function. We are a people function, because our people are people to us. Every single employee is talent. And we have a curated learning journey, growth journey, and a conversation about moments that matter with our people, right? That's what we call them. And most importantly, how do we make sure that they are being able to pivot into roles and become skill ready for what we need for not just here and now, but also for the future. So HR as an organization to drive transformation has to build a culture of innovation, build a culture of upskilling, and build a culture where people really put forward or put ahead of themselves the real needs of the organization to be future ready, future proofed, and successful in the future. And that's how I see HR really evolving and partnering with the business head in there.
It's very interesting when you're talking about technology and getting people who are future ready. In my understanding, in most organizations, the HR is the function which is relatively less exposed to technology in the past. But today, they are using technology, the HR tech, where they're exposed to big data, they're exposed to what AI can do for them. My first question is, how do you create the mindset of being technology driven among the HR workforce so that they're comfortable with technology, right? And what the technology can create for them in the benefit of the organization. My second question is that when they have been using technology in the past, specifically for recruiting function, it has been limited to psychometric tests, etc. Right? Manpower planning is a very important function that impacts the business, and it is dependent on the business dynamics and the economic dynamics of the country. How can technology help the HR function manage the future requirements based on the analytics that they are exposed to, which could in today's world also not just mean hiring more workforce, but could require a company to start replacing people with technology?
Wow, it's too many questions in one question. Let me get started then. The first you really said was, how do we upskill HR and have that mindset within HR? And I would say, HR is no longer, like I said, it's not a function that has to work on the side and keep doing what they were doing and make sure that they're enabling the business to grow in such a disruptive world, right? So we really have to understand that to be able to build the organizations of tomorrow with the investments today, we need the people who can think along with the future, right? And those people are HR. So you can't have, a cobbler's child to be in a way raised without the shoes, which are only meant to be worn by other people. So one of the biggest things that we've done is made sure that we have conscious thought through roadmaps and learning journeys for people in the HR function, where we are first eating our own dog food and being ready to what we have to serve to the larger organization. So we have to role model that behavior. Number two, we really have to create that level of psychological safety net for people to know it's fine to try different technologies, different way of doing things, which are going to be pivoting in a different direction from how we've done it previously. And once you create that culture and that mindset, you will see your own HR teams trying and embracing and adopting newer ways of doing things. Simple things like you just spoke about psychometric testing, right? You come a long way from there to competency-based interviewing, to using lots of technology to do assessments for us, which will give more unbiased feedback about person's potential as well as their capabilities. So with all that put together and the right level of investment in the HR teams, we have seen that we are no longer a generalist function,
HR clearly is a specialist function. And you have to also, as an organization, embrace getting specialists who have real experiences in depth as well as broader horizontal experiences on every single area that starts to become important to read the whole picture together. So to your second question that you asked, Hardinder, it was really about workforce planning, which becomes extremely critical in the times we are living today, because cost is one of the biggest factors in how we need to be controlling to be able to grow ourselves, right? And to get the right hold of cost and with limited budgets and cutting edge competition, we need to think about multiple simulations with the business leaders, the CEOs, CFOs and the business leaders to say what's the right size and org design, org health do we need to have to be able to not just sustain, like I said, it's not just about being able to perform and stay, but also to be able to strive and thrive, right? In so many ways to become one of the best places to work. So with all that put together, workforce analytics and workforce planning, which I call as headcount and manpower planning, is a very proactive business engaging function. So the way we would do it in Ericsson, we definitely use a lot of technology. From moving from here and now reactive data collection approach to being more predictive, and a bit more about looking at what are the various simulations we can drive to give business outcomes to the business leaders, right? On what will a simulation look like? And hence, I'll just give you one of our examples. When I started in my current role, which is spanning across 30 plus countries, and this is HR, driving the entire employee ownership across these countries, we were almost X number in our headcount, right, with a Y revenue. And that was the starting point. Then you have to start to look at every single way of how you do your workforce planning, workforce dimensioning, and the revenue plus per employee. And today, over 5 years of being in the role, our headcount from X has become minus 50%, and our revenue from Y has gone to 2 times. And that is precisely because of your question. Workforce planning became instrumental in the way we're driving the future. So when we did all the simulations at that time in 2018 or 2017, was with the mindset to double our revenue and half our headcount. And that doesn't happen just because you cut people and have the ones left behind to double the job. You do that by looking at contingent workforce, by doing automation, by really looking at how do you drive the scope by eliminating process inefficiencies, driving simplification, adding real value and resources where it brings revenue to the business. So that put together is how workforce planning and analytics is being done. So you work with the business, you take decisions with the business, and then once you have a plan agreed, then you also track tangible outcomes. Because a lot of times plans are defined, designed, and they're left in the tools and in the Excel sheets and people's mailboxes. But the outcomes are only realized when you also see them through into the execution phase. I will start off by saying workforce planning and analytics is a very critical part of how we drive business partnership, but so is about acquiring talent. You can't acquire talent when a position becomes vacant and it comes up. You again have proactive talent dialogues, talent engagements with critical people who can really move the needle for you in the business, right? So every single function from compensation, rewarding strategy, to acquiring talent, to upskilling people is all being done in a proactive, predictive manner. And that's when you move the needle for the business. No one function can move it, and no one activity can move the needle for the business in a sustainable manner. To grow and to sustain the growth and deal with the challenges, you've got to have the entire HR function think in a strategic manner and partner in ways where you can really move the needle for the business.
Priyanka, I was intrigued when you said that, specialization versus being a generalist. It brought me back the memories of one of my earlier jobs, which was decades ago. And the management was trying to prepare the leaders of tomorrow. And they were interviewing people who would become a part of the CMD secretariat. There was a parlance that was used at that time very actively, the chairman cum managing director. And the question that the HR head, the CHRO asked me at that point in time was, where do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as a specialist, or would you like to be a generalist? Right? I know what answer I gave. right? I want to understand from the CHRO's point of view, what is it that you're looking for? Because, there was a time when a CEO was expected to be a generalist. I'm sure it is still, because the person has to look at every aspect of the business, whether it is people, finances, technology, business development. But today, the earlier on, I would see that the CHRO would be the highest level a HR professional would reach. A CFO would be the highest level a financial specialist would reach. They would not aspire to be CEO. Today, I've seen a lot of HR leaders and CFOs take on the role of a CEO. What would be your answer today to this question that should a person be a generalist or should a person be focused on being a specialist?
Putting me on the spot. So I'll ask you a question back. I told you I'll have questions which will be not planned ones. Good. So I'll ask you a question before I start answering your question, Harbinder, right? What does this country need more of? Do we need more of doctors or do we need more of pilots?
I would say both, but doctors, in my opinion. I represent the healthcare field, so yes, doctors.
Okay, so he's fine if you guys are stuck and stranded in wherever you're sitting and you can't be flying out to meet if your family outside of the country. Maybe it's another challenge, but I would say every person in this ecosystem plays a very critical role, right? So to me, the question of the choice is not between this or that. It is a choice between this and that, right? So to coming back to your question, do we need more generalists or do we need more specialists? I think we need both. The industry or any function or any company won't survive with only having one, right? Because if you only have all generalists, then you're building a very mediocre organization. Whether it's HR, it's business, you've got to specialize in the field where you are. But if everybody becomes a specialist, then you miss the thread of how it really works at the ground or the grassroots level or the ground levels, right? So I would really say that everybody starts as a generalist, but not everybody needs to pivot into becoming a specialist, right? But when you choose to become a specialist, then that's the area where you have to be passionate about. Because that's where you really feel you have the inner calling, it's your purpose, you can really bring value. That's where you really feel you're getting all your best DNA to work, right? So to me, there will always be specialists needed, but I'm not saying that there will be no need for generalists, because what generalists do, a specialist couldn't, right? But at every given point in time, I would only say that there's always going to be an inner calling to find what you want to specialize in. So even as a generalist, if I'm a generalist HR professional, if I'm a generalist sales professional, if I'm a generalist finance professional, there should always be an intent towards equipping yourself and acquiring specialized skills. So if I'm a finance expert and I don't want to become a taxation expert, but I just want to be a generalist financial controller, fine, you will always have taxation experts working for you, right? But I would definitely say, and I'll urge and encourage, that zero learning in any profession we are in should be zero tolerance, right? Learning should always be a continuous learning mindset, and we always have to invest in upskilling ourselves, no matter who we are and what we do. Then, if you want to pivot into a specialist role, that's always a choice we need to make. But believing that I can be a journalist with having half-baked information, to me will be detrimental to succeeding in the times that we are living in. So having the specialist knowledge is important. Having that mindset and the intent and the approach is very important. But when you choose to use your skills, you'll always have a different references for different individuals, right? So I think that's how I would answer your question.
Yeah, so generalist is more like a mindset than anything else. And Bilkis, I'm going to take 5 minutes more because there are two important questions I would not like to pass. Yeah, that's the reason I... Priyanka, I used to work at Google, and when I was working there, there was this very different culture that I was exposed to compared to all the other organizations that I'd worked with. We were allowed to play around. There were a lot of these, activities which would pamper the employees. You could take your time off to go play a game. And immediately after that, when I left Google to become an entrepreneur, I tried to replicate the same culture. I tried to put in the same kind of an office environment, but it backfired for me. People would be playing games the moment the boss is out. What, in your opinion, is the right strategy to create the employee experience? And I'm choosing this word employee experience as an alternate to employee engagement, because today when we have work from home and these kind of things coming in, when people come to work, it's more of a, are they present there with their heart and soul, working aligned towards the objectives of the organization and the alignment of the corporate objective with their own personal life goals, etc. What is the right way, in your opinion, to create the complete employee experience for an organization that can afford to invest in it?
This is a great question. So I'm just circling back to your example of Google practices not really being the best experiment for the company that you started had been the right. And I would definitely say, and I'll just probably pivot into the Ericsson example because that's closest to me right now. Of course, because I've been here 15 years now, so it becomes synonymous to how I experience culture. So Ericsson is 145 years of existence, almost 148 now. We're getting to 150 almost next year, right? And we very boldly refuse to act our age. We still act as a startup in our approach, in our mindset, but at the same time, we very carefully guard our culture. We are proud of our culture, and we think that legacy has enabled us to be where we are today. We're a proud leader in our industry, and we very proudly say that at this point, we have the best technology to offer to our customers and to our people to work on, right? So, to me, culture is one thing that should really grow from the grassroots levels. And as you evolve, you've got to make sure that that culture becomes seamless to an employee who works anywhere in this company. So we have presence in 180 countries, and we have 100,000 employees. And I can very confidently say that the culture has the same shape, look, color, experience wherever you go in this company, which is very employee-centric. Employees are at the heart of whatever we do. And we make sure that our employees, and every single employee is a talent, and we make sure that we are curating their experiences of being with us. That said, coming back to your point, when we talk about employee experience, it will always need to be curated. You don't have to have one-size-fits-all employee experience strategy because that's bound to fail. You're living in an era where Gen Zs are coming into the workforce now. There's a very evident generational shift. We've had maximum number of generations coming to work today than it's ever happened in the past, which clearly means employee experience has to be tailor-made to meet individual expectations and curated for their preferences, right? Which is where I would say employee experience to be effective has to really have an ear on the ground and an opportunity for employees to speak up and speak their mind and talk about what do they value the most, right? Because at the end, as an organization, we could be doing 10 things, but as an employee, I don't even value 2 of those 10. So you're spending the time, effort, money, but that's not what I value. So spending time understanding what employees value. What are the things that they really want of an organization? How do we build the right experiences that continues to grow and cultivate the culture that we are proud of? That's how employee experience will start to really matter. And the other thing I would definitely say is for employees, experience is not about getting free coffees or getting, free freebies. It's really about, are you mapping moments that matter for me? So if I'm a young mother, the experience that will matter the most to me will be flexibility. I have an aging parents, the moments that matter to me will be having good parental insurance, right? So the moments that matter to me as an individual is where you've got to give flexibility and also make sure that you are engaging with me in ways that makes me feel that it's not just about what I can do for you. Like I said in the beginning, it's about the deal. What can you do for me and how do we make it a win-win? And that's how the experiences are really built together.
That's fantastic because, what I hear you say today is that it's all about personalization. It is not one-to-many, it is one-on-one kind of a thing. It's a deal between the employee and the organization. My last question to you, because you used this word culture. Every organization today is striving to make innovation a culture in the company, And while it is easier, in my opinion, to be innovative in a small company because you're doing multiple things at the same time, in a large organization where you've got a very defined role, how do you create a culture where you have the permission to perform, permission to fail, and you make the employee comfortable in experimenting and doing things out of the box, knowing well that there is a possibility that it could fail and the company would be okay with it as long as you allow them to try and create something which has not been done before?
Wow, it's a great question to call it a wrap, Harvinder. So Ericsson, like I said, it's been here for almost, we're touching 150 now, and we started our existence with being a telegraph repair workshop. That's what Ericsson was, in a small shop in Stockholm, in Sweden, 150 years, little less than 150 years ago. Who would have ever thought we would become what we are today, which is the biggest power hub of 5G evolution? Today, when you guys see 5G on your phone, almost 70% of the networks have Ericsson equipments on it, between Jio, Vodafone, Idea, and Bharti. I'm not saying it could be 50%, 70%, but a maximum portion of that is Ericsson powered, right? And to become a technology leader happened really because we were breeding innovation. And innovation to me doesn't happen when you look at the outcome. So, but just to give you a proof point, as a proof point, we have 60,000 patents to our credit. 60,000 patents. Thank you. So if you have heard of something called Bluetooth, you have? Ericsson was the one pioneering it. Talk about mobile phones, Ericsson was the one pioneering. Talk about Erlang, it's a programming language that Meta uses, the one pioneering it. So innovation doesn't happen by chance on the side. It has to be part of the DNA, not even part, it's woven into our DNA. And that's how you breed innovation. To me, innovation only happens when people, you create compelling events, which is really about sprints or hackathons, innovation clubs, innovation hubs. So you create visible commitment for employees to see how this is really valued. Number two, it's okay to walk fast and fail fast. There will always be a safety net for employees. And we proudly talk about the safety net. We would rather fail and try again and fail and try again and then succeed versus staying put and being overtly cautious. As a culture, we have been creating a huge amount of safety net and boldly talking about it. And the third thing I would say is there's a visible level of investment in people that we would want them to be innovative, creative in their approaches and mindset, and we publicly reward that behavior. It's not the outcome that we are concerned about. It's the efforts, the intent, and the contributions towards innovating. So we just don't go out and reward, and publicly recognize the positive, successful outcomes. So before Bluetooth happened, before mobiles happened, before 5G happened, we had immense amount of failures. But even then, everything was celebrated towards the final outcome. So as long as we have that culture, the DNA is woven into everything we do, and the last thing I would say is, of course, 30% of our workforce is R&D, research and development people. Of course, a large part of our budget goes uncompromised into research and development. But that said, what's important is that people feel motivated and people feel invested and people feel empowered to be able to innovate, create, and it's not happening only in the R&D function. Every single individual is both expected, empowered, and encouraged to innovate in everything that they do. That's how innovation happens.
Thank you so much. You know what? In my experience, when we look at a tech organization, or for that matter, any organization, we keep looking at what is being created the outcomes that are visible to people, whether it is a technology development, whether it is the sales that are being generated, new products being launched, and you realize that there are teams that are working on it. But we sometimes forget that everybody in the organization is performing something which is an outcome of the culture in which they are allowed to perform. And we sometimes, in fact not sometimes, many times, underestimate the role of HR in creating the impact of what is being seen out as an outcome coming out from that organization. So I think culture plays an important role, and it's a great moment that today we are talking of technology and how we are not just helping but enabling the HR to enable the business, which is an outcome of what people create. So thank you so much for bringing this to light. Thank you so much, Priyanka. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Harvinder ji, and thank you so much, Priyanka. A little token of gratitude, please. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are now moving to panel 6, and the topic is navigating compliance and data privacy in people tech. We have two very beautiful women here. Ms. Amrita Singh, Head of HR, Uno Minda, and Ms. Poonam Mathur. She's the Regional HR Leader, APAC in India, GE Vanova Software, please, on the stage. And we have the session chair, Mr. Ved Shukla. He's the founder and CEO, Milo Mart, and advisor, BW Retail World. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bilkis, for introducing the two beautiful ladies here. We had few gentlemen also as part of the panel. Unfortunately, one of the panelists' father got hospitalized today, so he's not here. So we are left with a lot of chance to deliberate on a lot of things. When we were talking outside, we thought that, data and compliance and cyber security and all that is a boring topic, but I think what came out of our discussion is that, it touches our lives so much, and we don't even realize that, data privacy and cyber security compliance is, very close to our heart now. With the era of social media and everything, so our lives so openly visible at places, on the digital platforms, that we have to be very careful. And before we start, I would like Amrita and Poonam to introduce themselves briefly about their journey in HR, and then we dwell upon the data privacy. Amrita.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Amrita Singh. I'm heading HR for the infotainment division of Uno Minda. And I've been lucky to experience multiple sectors, and in fact this is why this topic is going to be very interesting. I started my career with airports, moved to metro, and so did like a long stint with infrastructure, did some work with IT, textile manufacturing, and now I'm in auto manufacturing. And believe me, everywhere, while the end goal is the same, but the journeys are very different, the way they're evolving are very different, and therefore I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good evening. I am Poonam Mathur. I lead the HR for the electrification software business for GE Vernova. Now, unlike Amrita, I've been with GE now for 16 years, but in different businesses. So I started with oil and gas, corporate, manufacturing, aviation, a bit of healthcare, and then finally in software. So, a lot of the context will be about how I've seen this evolve in different industries within GE, and looking forward to the discussion.
Wonderful. So, let's start with something interesting and then we delve into the deeper aspects.
You introduce yourself as well.
No, my name is Ved Shukla and I'm advisor to BW Retail World, and I also run my tech company called Minomart, which is a Amazon for local businesses, brick and mortar shops. So coming to the data privacy, it's all over. So for example, if we post something on the social media and it is a confidential information for the company, we can be held responsible. So Amrita, please.
Yeah, so interestingly, while we were having a little tete-a-tete, previously, we were discussing this recent example of, you would have read in the news, that a Meta employee recently got terminated because he shared some information with his wife. Now, there are many stories to it, and I think the jury's still out on that one, what really happened, because he claims that it was a witch hunt, he was due for bonus, a day before he got his bonus, he was sacked, and that the information was already out in the public. But I'm sure Meta, the way it works on all our phones, it has a pretty robust system of also checking what information got shared, when did it get shared. So I'm not sure on that one. But interestingly, we are at the helm of a very fast changing world. And before we can spell future is already standing in front of us. And therefore, things are evolving so fast that you have to really think like, the earlier discussion Priyanka was mentioning, that you have to think ahead so that you disrupt the process before it destroys you. And that was my takeaway from the earlier discussion. And personally, I do feel that you have to think ahead in terms of what can really go wrong with the systems that you have currently in place. Maybe I'll share another example, and this one is out now. The jury is out in this one now. So in 2020, there was an employee who raised a concern against H&M on having surveillance at their Germany center, where thousands of employees were basically having surveillance on them about their families, about their medical records, performances, attendance, everything without consent. And the company, the court ruled in favor of the employee, and the company was sued to a tune of 35.5 million euros. So you can imagine the kind of importance data privacy security has. And just to add to what Amrita said, I think today it's not just viewed as an IT function. It is not about an IT organization or a cybersecurity organization doing this. This is important, as we owners in HR also have access to significant amount of data. It is a part of a leadership, HR, collaborative, effort to drive security and data privacy measures. So it's all encompassing, and it's important that we understand how we can enable this for our organizations. In fact, if I could just add to that, and it's interesting that you spoke about it. HR is not just for employees anymore. HR is also about employees and their data, right? So it's about their safety out there in the big bad world. I'll go back to a personal experience. About 10-15 years ago, I had applied to an organization. I will obviously, for obvious reasons, not name the organization. And they had, as a procedure of final recruitment, they had this pre-employment health checkup, as do many other organizations. And I was telling them about this experience earlier. When I went through that whole ordeal of multiple tests that I felt very violated with, and I asked them for my reports, they said that no, reports will come directly to the organization,
and you will not get access to them. I said, but what will you do about my X-rays, my ultrasound reports, my ECG reports? You just need a fitness certificate. You can hand me back my reports. Needless to say, I did not join that organization, but it's ironical that that organization is still continuing to do this. And therefore, I think it's very important, like I said earlier, HR is not just employees, it's about their data. So if such confidential personal records are available with you, first of all, are they really required? Secondly, if they are, then what are we doing about their security? How are we enabling people to be secure in their workplaces?
Wonderful. So now for the young HR leaders who are in the room and who are watching, let's go a little deeper in because you are seasoned HR professionals. So your perspective on how over the years data privacy and compliance you have faced, and how it has evolved and where it is going. So I mean, Anupa, you can start.
So like I said, I think the example that I gave, and that was about 10-15 years ago, and now people are actually asking those questions. You cannot really take them for granted. World has evolved to a great deal. We are talking about personal identifiable information being really confidential. We earlier, in my IT, in my experience with IT organizations, we used to do a lot of GDPR and HIPAA, and therefore I was privy to that information earlier. But over the years, this has become common stance even for other sectors. So right now, I'm a part of manufacturing organization, and we are doing a great deal to ensure that our data is safe and that all our employees' records are safe. Personally, when you're a listed company, there are hard copies, there are personal files. In different sectors, the challenges are very different. In an IT setup, maybe the challenges would be all your online data, right? Your cloud-based systems, and therefore the data, the efforts would be like that. But in a setup like mine these days, there are also physical sources of data, and there are also blue-collared workforce to deal with, because all of them have access to a whole lot of private information. How do you really upskill them? How do you train them? How do you raise them to be alert about it? So there are a couple of things that the organization does. We are talking about firewalls. We're talking about like egg yolk system. So not only you isolate your, your intrinsic data, you also set a firewall around it, and then another firewall around it, and then another shell around it. So you do that. We also got Cisco, set up to track any emails, malicious softwares, any phishing scams. So we are doing all of that. But that is not sufficient. That is not enough, because when we think about things, maybe the things have already happened, right? And I'll give you another example. Couple of years ago, and this is pre-pandemic era, we were interviewing a lot of people in the IT sector online. So you don't really meet them in person, but you do all the rounds, online. And there was this incident I was privy to, because I was also hiring for lawyers in the US and EU. I was already doing some bit of consent. So, I'm going to record you. Is this okay with you? I'm going to take a picture while we talk. I'm going to take down notes while we talk, because I was interviewing lawyers, so I knew, the language. India, it was working very fine. Till the time we received a case. The person who interviewed did not look like the person who joined. Now, by the time the person joined, it was a pandemic era, so the joining formalities were really happening online. And 3 months into the system, the reporting manager was like, she was so good in her interview. She was speaking so much about her subject, and now she doesn't seem to know anything. Thankfully, I had a picture, I had taken a consent. We took out that picture and we compared it with that person, and we confronted that person. It was not the same person. Okay? Now when I confronted that person and I asked her, I said, who is this in the picture? Oh, that's just me. 3 months ago, I was down with typhoid. I look leaner. But it eventually came out when you did your investigation, you did your disciplinary process and all of that, it came out that it was her sister who had appeared for the interview, and the one who joined was the other sister. Okay? So like I said, before you have even evolved, before you have even created some new systems, people have already found their hacks around it. That's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for sharing. I think the landscape is evolving. It's evolving in multiple dimensions. Of course, now with hybrid workforce, hybrid offices, remote working, right? The need for cybersecurity protocols, data privacy have become all the more relevant and all the more important. An example that I can share, right? For India is a data consent country and not a data privacy notification country, which means that you would need to have consent of your employees before you can share the data with other organizations. For example, if you have a partner that you want to work with, and you want your employees to have access to their data, you want to share data, you cannot do that without consent from your employees, which is enabling and protecting employees in a significant way. Of course, from an organization standpoint, the landscape is evolving every day, like Amrita just said. I think having stronger security protocols, having DLPs, data loss protection systems, having multiple authentication, multiple factor authentication, all of those are becoming single sign-on, zero trust. Having zero trust in terms of access to a person or a device. Every time you go on the device, you have to give access or authenticate yourself. All protocols that organizations today, day and age are implementing, and we need to continue to upgrade ourselves. How do we as an HR play a role? I think is to educate and embed it in our culture, which doesn't come naturally, right? How do you educate employees about what they're going to do? What does this mean for them? How do you educate people leaders at an operational level, because they have access to a lot of data for your employees. And then of course at a leadership level, which is more strategic, of driving that culture, cyber threats, safeguarding all the information in different ways, play a big role. And just another point that I wanted to add was about industries, right? For example, in the healthcare industry, you have doctors, people, patients, nurses having access to so many health records, which is why HIPAA was implemented. Similarly, for Europe, you have the GDPR. And in 2023, we also have the DPDPA for India, so which is basically informing and educating people about data privacy, data leakages, and security.
Yeah, so, data privacy and we were discussing that, hinges on three large pillars. One is the infrastructure, second is training, and third is your processes and policies. So I would like you to share in terms of all three pillars that, organizations you're working with, and how do you see in the future all these three pillars evolving? So Amrita, you can start.
So like I said, before you realize it, there is already a hack in place. Therefore, I think it has to completely keep evolving. So at our organization, we have this service operations, systems operations center. It's like an emergency response center. It works 24/7 to, real time analyze if there are any threats to the system. It continues to work that way. Of course, MFA, like, she mentioned, and of course firewalls, and all of those things are there. But what will not work is if your employees are not aware of it, if your employees continue to make unintentional, maybe intentional mistakes. So I think there's a lot of scope for training, and there's a lot of scope for all these phishing alerts that we do, the malware, you'll gamify a lot of those trainings, because every 2-3 months you'll have to keep them on their toes. But also, I think bringing in a culture. Now, I represent a manufacturing organization, and there is another anecdote that I wanted to share with you on this one. So when I had just joined, we were talking about gifting people vouchers on Diwali. It's a Diwali gift is supposed to be one of the grandest gifts in a manufacturing organization. When we were just discussing what do we do with that. And there was a point of view that somebody said, blue-collar workers will need gifts that are big, and they may not like vouchers. And when we did a cross-functional analysis. We called some people, blue-collar workers, and we asked them, so what would you prefer? They said, oh ma'am, I can shop on Nykaa, I can shop on Meesho, I can shop on so many things. And that really astounded us. Now, every time we think that we are this arrived, evolved workforce and we have our choices, but believe me, the choices are everywhere at every level of socioeconomic status. So how do you really prepare for that? I think building in a culture, you have to really elevate your awareness levels of the employees. So what we do is, in the policy framework, of course, there are policies drafted to prevent any data loss, any violation of those acts. It's embedded in the very code of conduct itself. However, we also do like induction mini orientation, like dojos, and we do gamification. Every month there are quiz, on the spot quiz. We do town halls. We reiterate. I think any amount of communication will fall short if you have to work on the culture bit or increasing the awareness bit, and that is what we are constantly wanting to do. But just the discussion that we've been having through the day and listening to the fireside chat earlier and now the discussion, I was just telling Ray that aapne meri neend uda di aaj ki. Because when I go home, I know what we are doing is still not sufficient, and there's still a lot more that you have to protect you, your employees, and your organizations against. And that thinking is, I think, the first step, that we are still not prepared. That is the mindset that we need to adequately think of as HR people.
Perfect. I think just to add to what Amrita said, from an infrastructure, let me just lay the landscape of what data privacy really means. It's multiple aspects, right? What is the data being used for? How many people have access to it? Who should have access, not have access? When are the accesses given, not given? Role-based accesses, as you would know. Retention of data. How long do you retain the data? If a person has exited, how long as an organization or a company do you have rights to retain data for that employee, and when do you remove that data? We were talking about an example earlier, right? CVs, resumes getting floated. How do you ensure the private information for those folks is retained and carefully maintained? And for us, we in GE have Workday as a tool which helps us ensure that all feedback, all resumes are maintained there. But we also ensure that anyone whose interview or video is being recorded, we ask for consent, like Amrita said. So some of those, I think, are role-based accesses are very, very key that we're driving. Policy frameworks that we have are very similar in terms of managers giving approvals for everything which is privacy data, even for work-related or employee-related. Some of those are things that we do. I think from a training standpoint, I think Amrita rightly said, it's a culture. We'll have to continue to educate on a day-and-day basis, monitor that data, ensure that employees are actually taking the trainings, attending those trainings, and encouraging leadership to go out there and let them know that we're tracking this, right? So that there is education. We also do it in a very fun way, and I was just sharing, we do quizzes. For example, you will show a picture, right? How do you have data in that picture? How do you reverse engineer it? So making it a little more interesting, because it can get boring and a drab topic. It's not fun. It's not something that employees want to understand and engage in. So you do it in different ways. Continue to engage, continue to upgrade the content, ensure that it's relevant, are some of the things that we do within the organization to ensure that we're up to speed.
Wonderful. So we just touched upon the fact that, workspaces have changed after pandemic. They have evolved, so earlier it was very easy. You have machines, fixed machines, people come and work and then they go. So you have data secured there, but of course there are organizations where you take laptops home. That's still okay because they come there every day. But now when remote working is there, people leave, and then how do you secure your data? What all challenges you have been facing, and what are some steps, interesting things you have done?
So interesting thing is we already had like long back only facial recognition system as an attendance marking system. It's not just biometric, it's also facial recognition. So I think that was very interesting because a lot of times you have to really restrict the entry. You have a lot of vendors, you have a lot of contracted manpower and all of that. But also going beyond, because your system is not just your own employees, your system is also made of your vendors, your subcontractors. How do you enable that awareness there? Because they also have like a chunk of your data in their hands, and they are susceptible too. So you go out and beyond and target those areas as well. In fact, we have also been, working on, and like I said, that how long do you retain that information? So by the way, we have to retain that information in a hard copy format for a couple of years, right? Now, how do you ensure that people do not have access to that data? How do you ensure who gets into that data? So even if there is a team, which is talent engagement team, talent management team, and holding employees' personal health data. So you have personal health data because you continue to do a lot of health checks. What kind of data sets can they really take out from there that are also monitored? Not everybody, even in HR, will have access to all kinds of data. I think that has to be very, very role-based, and that is what we are trying to do internally as well. But I think largely now, and with DPDPA coming into the picture, the whole piece on consent, it's still evolving in a lot of organizations like ours as well. And there are a lot of conversations happening already on consent, because here in DPDPA, people will have the right to withdraw, erase, ask for that data, right? And you're still kind of working around that paradigm on how to enable that for your people. So I think I don't have a perfect answer for you like you asked me, but I think every day things are just evolving, and with DPDPA coming to the picture, things are set to change.
Yeah, just to add, so for us, we have facial recognition, so softwares at least at our manufacturing sites. For the software folks, we still do just the biometrics and logging in through their tools and attendance monitoring systems. But a couple of things that we've done is we've had zero trust-based security protocols. Especially if you're at home, you're using your devices, you have to do multiple factor authentication. You have to, every time you log out, you'll be logged out automatically, and if you do log in, you'll have to give details. So some of those things are especially being done because there is remote working, because people are now working from home on laptops, devices that are there. More importantly, what we're also trying to do is to get employees to understand the risks, right? You get accesses to multiple softwares on Google. All of those software runs, malware runs are happening continuously. How we have our cyber security teams supporting the organization in terms of doing those protocol checks is heavy, because we're a software organization, so it's all the more important. I think those are the couple of things that we're doing to drive this in our organization.
Thank you. The monitor says time's up, but just to conclude on a very lighter note, DPDP is coming, and I was talking to a friend who was an HR head. He said now India is going to be Europe. So we were just talking, and I said, सबसे पहले जब हम इंटरव्यू लेते तो पूछते भाई तेरी तनख्वाह कितनी है? That's a data that's your data. You have the right of privacy to that. But here we don't even think about it. I think lots going to change in the future with the new regime coming in, and you guys have to learn that and comply to that as an employer and as an employee. I think both. Any passing comments?
In fact, adding to that, it's very interesting. It's a whole culture paradigm shift that's going to happen. And I was just talking about it. शादी होनी है, arranged marriage होनी है, या घर में कोई elderly relatives आते हैं, वो सबसे पहले पूछते हैं बेटा कितना कमा लेते हो. So it is very intrinsic to our culture to ask such questions, and I think we will really have to rethink a whole lot of things, not just officially, professionally, but even personally, with DPDPA coming to the picture.
Yeah, and it's so different in my organization. We're an American organization,
and no one, including HR, is allowed to ask that question. Only and only talent acquisition team has authorization to ask that question. Of course, hiring managers, no way, they can't even have those discussions. There are heavy training modules which are scheduled to enable this, and this is just a culture shift that Amrita just talked about. It will have to be a continuous effort so that we drive this and ensure we're educating people about it.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Poonam. It was an interesting session. Thank you so much.
Not only HR, even my Buaji is asking that. I swear. I felt this yesterday. It was happening. Commander said I'm an artist. And like, job to nahi karte ho tum. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once for them, please, for the ladies and for Ved, sir. Malik ji. Malik ji. Thank you so much. Thank you for moderating that. And इसी के साथ it's time for our last panel. And I believe the panelists are outside. Bindaji is getting them inside. And then we also have the awards ceremony as well. So you are here by the panelists. I'd asked this in the morning, anybody who's going to be traveling back to Noida or Delhi from here and who's coming by their own vehicle? Anybody of you who's traveling towards that side? Delhi, Noida, आप में से कोई भी जा रहा है? God bless you guys. 8 o'clock. So we'll meet here outside for an hour or so. Harvinder sir, your panelists sir. Thank you. The last panel is on future trends in people tech. What to look out for. And for this session, let's please welcome our panelists. Prateek Dubey, President, Global CHRO, Mankind Pharma Limited. Abhay Kapoor, Group CHRO, Uniparts India. Praveen Purohit, DY Group CHRO, Vedanta Group. Also joining them is Sunny Sadnani, Senior Director Sales, Ripple Hire. Also Krishna Kabra, India Head, Orange GCC. And this session will be moderated by Harvinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcare World and also of BW Wellbeing World. But please welcome them, everybody together. Thank you. Harvinder sir, we've increased the font size of the timer for you. बाकी आपकी श्रद्धा है.
Thank you so much, Aditya. I think you guys have been through most of the conversations, you've heard the conversations, so the stage is already set. Prateek ji, let me begin with you, Praveen ji. Prateek. And what I really want to understand is, with your experience, when you're talking of health tech, when you're talking, HR tech, because I come from a healthcare background, so मैं हर चीज़ को health के साथ बना देता हूँ. तो when we're talking of HR tech, in today's world, we start assuming that, technology अभी आई है, अभी innovation शुरू हुई है, सब कुछ अभी हो रहा है, just because everybody is talking of AI. But it is not that where we have reached today, कोई development नहीं हुई है. Even today, I mean, the fact that we are using technology, we have evolved over the last few decades to be able to use technology in our functions. In your experience, how has technology played a role to evolve HR as a function today? You know, in the last few decades, कहीं ना कोई technology like a computer even coming in, making things easier for us to search. How has tech evolved HR as a function?
Thank you for a lovely question. If you start the journey, from do punch ek lunch, we have grown to a level of co-pilot. Do punch ek lunch se co-pilot ki journey hai. Now, when I say co-pilot, I mean today I sit in a meeting where I play a role in taking decisions for the business. And I recall when I started my career from a manufacturing setup, and in that setup, when an operator or a worker used to come to my cabin, he used to put off his shoes. So I started my career there. And when I was used to operate on my computer, I still remember 2 or 3 people used to come and say, "Kya kar rahe ho?" That was the style. And today, if my laptop is not high-tech, people tend to say, "Yaar, ye tech savvy nahi hai." Or tend to say, "Ki miss aapki age kam." I'm pretty young. So that's the changing scenario. Now, when it comes as an individual, now, if you walk the path as an HR, remember when we started our career, we were basically responsible for majorly compliance or do punch. That is, आदमी अंदर आया, बाहर गया, खाना खिलाया और compliance किया. आज हम क्या करते हैं सर? आज हम ये करते हैं कि आज से 2 साल बाद मुझे अफ्रीका मार्केट को इन्वेट करना है, क्या मेरे पास टैलेंट अवेलेबल है? मेरे बिजनेस को आप मत जाओ वहां. I can't afford to give you talent. Now, how this has changed? This has changed because today my decisions are not based here, they are based here. I have data to talk about it. And now why data? Because of all these modernization, all these things which has come up. So I say the journey from do punch ek lunch to co-pilot is the HR revolution.
What a beautiful way to explain that, sir. Maza aa gaya. Praveen ji, I mean, you know, when we're talking of hiring and, you know, the role of HR, how it has evolved, and what you're also talking of is predictive analysis, you know. There was a time when I started my career, everybody used to say that technology is an enabler. It is limited by whatever you can imagine, you know. And today, I feel after at least listening to the sessions that I've been listening to and then moderating the last session, I realize that HR is the enabler. जो आप करना चाहते हो वो कर सकते हो, नहीं कर सकते हम बताएंगे, and the leadership actually comes to them that listen, this is what I want to do, build a team that can make this happen. Rather than saying कि हम कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते, मेरे को ये करना है, कैसे करना है, figure it out, build a team. So, Tony, you know, we have to work, every business, every function is dependent on business dynamics. Every function is also, and business is dependent on the economic dynamics of the economy of the region that you're operating in. How is technology today enabling you to create that predictive analysis for the business leaders who are taking decision on important aspects of the future of the business?
Thank you, Harminder ji. I think very interesting question. And so much to talk about it. Maybe I can take enough of time in terms of tell you how digital, how technology is helping us. And I represent a company which is one of the largest conglomerate in the country, and $30 billion organization with a vision of moving to a kind of $100 billion company in the earliest time possible. And I will tell you why this question is so close to my heart. And I operate in about 70 to 80 locations globally and 100,000 people. The reason why I'm giving you all these statistics, I think it's very important for us to appreciate why digital and technology is so important for us. You cannot do away with it. Whether you like it or not, आप चाहो या मत चाहो, आपको डिजिटल और टेक्नोलॉजी की हेल्प लेनी ही पड़ेगी. Otherwise you cannot survive in terms of the dynamic what you are talking about. So beautifully Pratik ji was talking about how we have evolved over a period of time. Can you believe? And I have seen for last 2 decades HR में हम क्या करते थे? Not HR in fact. Personal and P&A, personal and administration, जो एक जमाने में बोलते थे P&A पंगा and अनंदा डिपार्टमेंट, वो काम करते थे. HR का काम नहीं होता था. You know, that's the way. And today, I can tell you, and you know, I talk about this today. My entire business, and when I have a team of 5 who works with me, we all are driving and striving towards a single objective. How can we make our organization fully digital? हमारे chairman Mr. Anil Agarwal, you know, his vision for all of us is, जो past में हो गया है, how can we try to, you know, bring those legacy into a kind of digital as much as possible? Number one, we don't want to do anything. हम कहीं पर भी, this is not only limited to the HR function. HR function is very, you know, it's a very pivotal, it's most important function of the organization, and I can tell you for the reason that in Vedanta, nothing happens unless and until HR kind of gives steps to it. And that's what the pride and the motivation, all the 500 professionals who work in my team, that's the motivation we have. You name anything, and you so beautifully said that, you know, creating a team, the way we are expanding, when we want to take our business from $30 billion to $100 billion, can you believe the role of HR? मैं बताऊं, opportunity की कमी ही नहीं है, इतनी opportunity है. And the role of digital becomes so predominant, so important. I have a budget of 100 crore, and I'm taking this number for the reason, you know, the management, the leadership team, they are so open that you have a budget of 100 crore. How do you want to drive this organization which is not for today or tomorrow? We want to live for next 500 years. And for that to happen, you will have to start thinking in terms of how can we ensure we provide best of the experience not only to our people, which is most important, but हमको ऐसा करना है कि हमारे जो processes, हमारे जो systems, वो हमको अगले 500 साल तक आगे बढ़ाए. And my only advice, which I keep telling to the companies, whether it is in a small way or whichever way, in whichever capacity you are, you will have to embrace digital technology at the earliest time possible. Predictive analytics, I can tell you, I have in-house team. I hire 2,000 people from campus. हर साल 2,000 लोगों को मैं कैंपस से लेता हूँ, and they are the best of the mind. प्रतीक जी, अबे साहब यहाँ पे है. They are IITs, they are IIMs. They create in-house solution for me. And today, can you believe, I can tell you with example, and of course it will take a lot of time, it's an offline discussion, but today, majority of things, the predictive analytics I get on my table is through the algorithm created by my team. Today, based on those matrices, I am able to think of the succession planning. I am able to think of the attrition, retention, what we continue to speak. That's the way I think we are moving towards, and I am saying, still it's a tip of the iceberg, lot to be done. Very recently I have started working on AI. Can you believe of the initiative that is being run? Cannot get into detail, but totally digital driven. 13,000 people participated. 13,000 people in a kind of assessment from the organization, totally AI driven. आदमी की intervention ही नहीं है, no manual intervention. Everything is system based. People sitting in a different corner of the world, they are using the digital and AI to participate in the series of processes to come out as a kind of high potential. So I think that's the kind of era we are living, and हम अगर उसको embrace करेंगे बहुत benefit मिलेगा. And don't hesitate in terms of taking help of the experts. कभी-कभी and that's the reason I love when I meet a lot of business partners. And today I think we are very lucky. It was not there earlier. Today you have best of the partners, firms. They are available to provide you solution. आपको expert होने की जरूरत नहीं है. Not necessary. You just need to have that vision. You need to have that thinking. And there are people available who can provide you the best of the solution. But are you ready? Are you prepared? Do you have that thinking to take that on your stride and think of the business to to be taken into next level? So I can keep talking about it, but this is the time for all of us. I think we should enjoy and make maximum out of this. Thank you.
प्रवीण जी, one thing which I loved it, कल तक शायद हमारे प्रॉब्लम हुआ करती थी सोल्यूशन ढूंढना. आज हमारी प्रॉब्लम है क्वेश्चन सही पूछना. The problem has changed because solution is available. Just Google it, you'll get it. What he said was the best. For now the problem is ask right questions so that you get a right answer.
Correct. And एक और चीज इससे पहले कि कोई और बोले, I mean anybody who's looking at selling something to the CHROs is a man who said he's got 100 crore budget. So you know he can't come and tell you कि मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है, budget नहीं है.
तो सब कॉफी पीने चलेगा?
Please carry on.
So, Abhiji, you know, you represent a manufacturing setup, you know, and hiring for a manufacturing, most of these companies, of course, your company is an ancillary to an automobile industry, but when you're hiring for a manufacturing setup, a lot of these hiring happens from people who are working in factories which may not be in the main cities, right? Have you started using VR or AR to start interviewing people who are living and are available in remote locations and being able to attract talent for your factories?
So, I think the adoption of technology in interviewing candidate has taken a very different shape post-COVID. And today, luckily many tools and technologies are available readily in the market, which you just have to adopt, and you can have a real-time virtual experience when you are interviewing the candidates. I don't know how many of you may have seen the early days of Reliance Telecom when we used to go to the one video interview and we used to interview candidates, and I remember like we have done many of such interviews as an interviewer also, and have appeared as a candidate also, and you're right from first phase of interview to rolling out the offer. I think that entire process of hiring people is happening virtually through your all AR and VR technologies available, and it's a real-time experience which you get in there. Until and unless you have to really see the physical condition of a candidate, otherwise it has none. So in manufacturing, sometimes it so happens, like if I have to hire a security head, I would like to see him personally, that is he intact and can do that job or not. So only few roles where we feel that yes. Otherwise, even I have hardly seen physically the candidates post-COVID, and luckily I was working in a Windows IT setup in Amazon. So even Amazon, we used to do it, most of the interviews virtually, even before COVID also. So I think people, those who have hitch or those who feel that no, candidate must come physically, I think that is not the case nowadays.
Great, sir. I'm just looking at, I was just imagining when you were talking, which is why I was distracted, because I was distracted by my own imagination, trying to figure out when the orientation happens. And I'm thinking aloud as I speak, it may make sense, it may not make sense. But I'm just imagining that when you're orienting somebody who's sitting in your corporate office to the factory environment, I mean, if the real estate industry can actually create virtual reality of you walk through the apartment, why can't we take them as a walkthrough to the factory to give them a feel of what your employees for whom you create strategies may be going through?
So my induction is like that only. My entire induction is walk through to my office, to my cabin, to my factory, to everywhere. Even they can feel the product. So we have done everything totally AI driven and totally on that way.
Awesome. I'll come to you in a while because, I want to set the stage for the question that I have for you. Prateekji, when we are hiring people, one of the issues that I usually get confused about is when I'm looking at interviewing somebody, I use psychometric tests or AI-based softwares to ensure that जो objective चीजें हैं, they do not get left out based on my own bias about the person which is coming out as a part of the conversation. Versus being stuck with the only objectives but ignoring the subjective part of it, like attitude, like, the perception that you are able to create when you meet the person in the first go. How has AI-based softwares or HR recruitment technologies helped you in making the right hire for the right position, ensuring that you have lowered the mistakes of wrongful hiring?
Okay, let me answer it in a different way. I wear my hat of clinical psychologist. Coincidentally, I did that. So let me wear that. Let's understand what are the three biggest and most important elements in a human being to perform a duty. Very simple. First and foremost is humanness. Second is intellect. And third is courage. Why I say this? Humanness means his behavior, his attitude, blah, blah, blah. Intellect means whether he can understand it or not. And courage, can he take the decision? Now, these are the basic three elements on which I personally believe 90% of your workforce will stand upon. To measure humanness, you need to have a feel. You need to touch him and say, yeah, I'm here. That's nothing in this world can replace. And that's the reason I say, any tool you bring, you can't replace HR. Because HR means human relations. I also say HR means hum hai. That's what HR is. So that will not. Now when you go and eliminate biasness, how you can eliminate? The way he takes a decision. Is his consciousness allowing him to take the decision which is appropriate for the organization? There you need the help of psychometric. Then you go into the part of his intellect. Again, whether he has a wisdom to understand what your business is all about, again goes into. But third part is when you have a data-driven decision, when you have a psychometric is nothing but a data-driven thing. The way a person thinks, it's algorithm which comes out, 90%. So if you have all these things, you're more accurate to understand a person better. And sir, मेरा व्यक्तिगत मानना है 99.99% लोग बहुत अच्छे होते हैं. 99.99%. वो मुझे देखना है कि क्या इस कुर्सी पे साहब को बैठाऊंगा तो वो ठीक है कि नहीं. He is very good. He is aflatun. So it is my problem. Now my problem. So when I take decision basis my kursi and marry it with his skill set, I'll be always accurate. That's my view.
So 99.9% people are good, but we have to figure out if he's good for the role that I want and for my organization. Sunny, you're the only one who's on the other side of the table. Everybody is using technology to serve a particular function in the organization. You are the one who's enabling the CHROs do this.
Sure.
हम क्या करेंगे, क्या होगा, वो तो एक अलग बात है. But in your experience, when anyone is investing in HR tech, they're looking at some kind of an ROI. What is it that has made a difference to the companies that you have served with your technology, which is measurable and can be said that, listen, we have seen this as an outcome, there has been a positive impact, and this is how it is measurable?
Sure. Prima facie at the outcome, I have always come with the belief, and in fact the three leaders here have actually just enforced that belief. I feel HR is the endorser, the advocate, and eventually the enabler, but also accountable for technology. So while the leadership, the chair, the board will always have HR set on technology-driven projects and build teams, to the example you quoted, if the outcomes are not favorable, then again HR is made accountable also. In our journeys of transformation projects, while it will be fairly self-prophesizing to quote the outcomes, but across manufacturing, across BFSI or IT services, what is always heartening is that the team's effort being optimized, be it elimination of certain rounds from a recruitment standpoint, to making sure that if there is a performance-driven process, can you help technology use predictive analysis to make sure that there is no human intervention, that's involved there. And in fact, one of the things that leaders always tell us is, I would want, because I come from the lens of recruitment, I would always want our stakeholders, my recruiters, to do the real job of having conversations. To your point, sir, about essentially bringing the aspect, your incumbent candidate who will eventually be your employee is largely your biggest endorser outside in the world. So if you are going to have the folks who are, enabling these people to come in, just be doing record keeping, just be, having to feed systems, inputs into the system so that there is some kind of audit being maintained, I think there is a long way to go for technology to be enabled. But yeah, to answer your question, we feel impact from an optimization of time to impact from, let's say, optimization of cost, because that's everybody's mandate. We've kind of come across a long way, and numbers are of course north of 10-15% across these pieces year on year.
Naveenji, in my earlier discussion in a fireside chat with Priyanka ji of Ericsson, there was a piece of conversation around employee experiences. Today, one of the things that AI has brought in, and I know it for a fact that it is important for the healthcare industry, but the more I research on it, I realize that it is impacting every industry, is the power of personalization, right? And what Priyanka ji was saying that, we are able to today personalize the relationship with each employee with the organization. It's a win-win situation for each employee. How, in your experience, have you been able to create employee experiences to keep them engaged? Because, हम जब भी HR की बात करते थे, तो employee engagement also emerges as a metric. So how is AI helping you personalize to create employee engagement so that you're not just able to attract great talent, but you're able to retain them for a longer period of time?
Again, very interesting. And I think each of the company, they have their own way of, engaging with their people. And I think no harm in terms of, taking help of the technology for having a kind of engagement with your people when they are located in a kind of multiple locations. Even in our organization, what we have seen is, while of course personalization happens in a kind of certain way, but then when you have to connect with 100,000 people across organization, we have seen there are many of the in-house tools we have in the system that help us in kind of connecting the people very seamlessly. But then there are many other engagement opportunities in terms of the town hall, in terms of the many events that we organize, and I think it's not only having with employee but going beyond that. I think we have many occasions where we also engage with our business partner, and as we speak we are also thinking of in terms of what kind of technology or a kind of tool we can deploy that can have a kind of robustness in the system in terms of connecting with the people. But I think all the panels, they have very rightly said that there are ways of engaging with people. There are ways how you bring kind of innovation in the system. And then I think we have done, we have decently done a kind of good job in terms of ensuring that we are connected with our people, we are connected with the family of the people, and I think we have done, all of us have done seamless job when we saw COVID coming and disturbing all of us. We not only, connected with the employees, but I think we went beyond that in terms of ensuring we touch families, we touch our business partners, so on and so forth. But I will tell you, through AI, through digital tools, we have been able to experience, we have been able to provide best of the experience to our people in terms of the business solution, in terms of the the domain expertise. But yes, wherever needed, I think we have also seen a kind of personal touch happening seamlessly. But it all starts also from the top. I think what's the leadership tone you have, that's very, very important. आपके culture में है क्या? वो बहुत जरूरी है. Otherwise, the way people keep talking about the business numbers, the profitability, the kind of dynamics, the challenges we have, I think it also a kind of culture what you want to create in the organization where there is a leadership who believe in terms of engaging with the people, who want to give them a kind of flexibility, who want to move forward and provide a kind of care for the people. वो ऊपर से आता है, वो कल्चर से आता है, वो लीडरशिप से आता है. बाकी challenges तो चलती रहती है, and there are lot of tools, the way I said at the beginning, there are tools, there are digital model technology available which can help you in terms of connecting all the dots across the geographies, but you have that intent. Intent है क्या? हमको वो करना है क्या? What is your thinking? Or do you want to continue to talk about cost? Or do you want to continue to talk about optimization? Or you want to continue to talk about growth only in terms of the profitability? Or is there a kind of agenda in your leadership vision where you want to think of something on the software area in the terms of engagement, in terms of supporting your people, your business partners, so on and so forth? I think that's very, very important to my mind.
I'll just take 30 seconds.
Sure, sir.
You asked a question and I have an answer for it. In my organization, when an employee joins, I send a small gift to the wife or the spouse of the family. Till yesterday, I have to write a letter and all those things. Then I change it and I make a video. Now, this is my AI. Believe you me, I make a personalized video. So when my coffee mug goes to a wife, when Pratik Dubey is saying, "He, Sujata, I welcome you," and the way she feels, wow, trust me, nothing can beat it. I'll give you one example. This same hotel, I was here for a dinner with my family, and small kid came to me, Rani, "You're Pratik Dubey." I said, "Yeah, I thought I'm famous now." But suddenly she said, "I'm daughter of so-and-so. I saw you in Mama's video. When you took my name, I felt good. I want to give you a jhappi." And that day I said, I have done my HR.
सर मेरे दिमाग में एक चीज आई, AI से गलती भी होती है, तो कभी मुझे याद रहे कि किसी की वाइफ का आपने मैसेज भेजा और पता चला कि you've taken the wrong name.
Sir, I work for pharma industry and we have got good painkillers. We ensure that people don't suffer pain.
I'd like to make a recommendation though on the employee experience bit as well. And this is largely for organizations who can perhaps leverage that as well. So to your point, we do this on the point of offer for organizations. So when you're looking at grassroots, tier 4, tier 5 employees plant, maybe have a leader, just call out their name on the offer experience and kind of replicate.
Sabi Shahid, IDFC first we work together.
100% sir, I very much remember.
I know what you're doing for me.
No, I'm not trying to pitch, but essentially reference is also a very leading indicator of culture. Absolutely reference. And what we've seen is from an experience lens, because we learned it from our customers, a slight bit of tweak from the lens of instead of money giving out some kind of experience, a dinner at a 5-star for someone who's otherwise going to get a 10,000 rupee cash reward can go a long way from a recall and a retention perspective. Or maybe a mobile phone instead of whatever money you are giving. And that kind of experience also helps with the stickiness of the employee.
Absolutely. I think it's a very good point, because it is not just about building efficiency. I think if a technology can recommend you what you could do basis the profile of that person, it could just help the HR make things better and more personalized. Pratik, I want to come to you about something which is very important. You're from the pharma industry, so healthcare industry, pharma industry, there's something called patient centricity. And you are in a function where there is something called people centricity. We have been using technology to go track our sales employees. कि वो कहाँ गया है, कैसे गया है, कितने बजे उसने रिपोर्ट किया था, सब कुछ हम as a monitor, we are looking at that particular data. Your industry is the one where you have medical reps going and meeting doctors. And you, because of diversity and inclusion, are hiring different sets of people for this particular role. I come from a family of doctors. I'm in healthcare, and I see more women taking on this role. And I've also seen, because of my understanding of healthcare, that the person has to wait outside for 2 hours waiting for the doctor for that 3-minute conversation, right? How are you using technology, or how do you intend to use technology to look at 2 aspects of your people when they're on the field? One is the well-being of the employees, because धूप में भी जा रहे हैं, बारिश में भी जा रहे हैं, women हैं, they have their phases that they need to go through. Second is the security of your employees, because they are, the OPD ends at 8:30, 9, and 9 o'clock is when they're meeting the doctor. So how do you intend to use technology to address these 2 aspects?
First of all, I believe there's no differentiation between men and women. We should treat them equal and one. First point. Second point, when my people are on road, there are 3 things which I expect from them. First is their well-being. I repeat, their well-being. Second is they are carrying a mankind badge on their shoulder. They can't do anything which is not logical, ethical, or socially correct. They can't do it. That's second. Third is talk science. I don't want to sell a medicine. This is a gift item, or this is anything. I want to sell a medicine. If my medicine has that capacity, that quality which can reduce the pain or suffering of a person. So, mankind started, unlike other companies, from small town. Our first is serving life motto. Second is we want to give a quality medicine at affordable price. That's what we stand for. Now, if that is the attitude, what was my first point? Are you fine? When my data, when my things come to me, what is first thing which I check is, has the person reached home safely? That is the first point. I never check doctor के पास कितने बजे गया या OPD में कितने बजे बैठा, वो घर कितने बजे पहुंचा. And if that data comes to me that this guy is continuously getting late, trust me, I will personally call that guy. Hey, what's the issue? Do you need any help? This is technology driven. Then you every HR people, every one of us do top 10 review, bottom 10 review. When I do bottom 10 review, I don't check numbers. I understand from the data where and what is the suffering of this guy and how can I help him. Because if I want to help the patient to get rid of the pain, first I have to ensure my people are going home with a smile. First day when I joined Mankind, someone asked me, Pratik, what is your motto? What do you want to do? I said only one thing. From my MD to the pantry boy who brought the coffee for me, should go home with a smile. That's the simplest thing to do in HR. If you can do this, the entire world is done. And I do it through AI driven.
Fantastic. I mean, that answer actually demonstrates the ethos with which the HR as a function works. Thank you so much for bringing this out. Abhiji, when we use technology as an underlying enabler and enabler to build efficiency for HR, and at the bare minimum level, most organizations have started using technology for at least the recruitment process. And many of these companies are using technology for the recruitment process right from the time of putting in a requisition for a position that is there to identifying the target set, receiving the application process until the final decision is being made. There's a flow of information and data which is going from one level to another within the organization to different sets of people. How do you ensure data privacy, and how important is data privacy to you when you go and choose a partner who's going to enable your technology for this hiring process?
Yeah, so over a period of time, I think system is pretty evolved now, and right from raising the requisition. So it is basically when you manage it through the digitized platform, you manage it role-based. Now every role is defined or who has the access to what, who has access to the manpower requisition, who has access to the interview feedback, who has access to the
offer letter and all these kind of things. And second, the technology, again, when you are using SaaS platforms, when you are using cloud, when you are using a lot of encryptions, I think, and through different cyber security mechanisms, we are ensuring that information is number one, is hosted on a very, very safe environment. At times when I have finalized the digitization partners, we make sure that we are visiting their facilities, where are they storing the data, where their people are working. When the people are working on the back end, like payroll management, okay, what kind of access other people are having. We are outsourcing, like I'm just jumping from recruitment to payroll for a more critical information, like, yeah. So then your lot of sensitive data is lying on the third party platforms and they are having full access to it. So you have to also ensure that it is being maintained in a very confidential manner. So similarly, in recruitment process, right from which candidate is referred by whom, which candidate you are sourcing, what position, sometimes we are also recruiting for the confidential positions. So how do you ensure that that entire tracking? And I think digitization is something which is, otherwise we have started our career in the days when we used to use different colors of envelopes just to ensure that which color is going to what. So that is, we define the roles of the people through the colors of envelopes to maintain the confidentiality.
Sir, have you ever come across a situation where you want to invest in technology, the features that you want come at a cost, and there is a pushback from the leadership which says that, बस इसमें पैसा खर्चा अभी मत लगाओ. And what is your response to anyone who thinks that way for investing in technology to manage people which may not have a direct financial ROI that is visible beyond the team?
So it again depends that when you are moving for this kind of transformation, how you are preparing the business case and how you are able to present the business case in terms of ROI, that what you are investing and what return you are getting, tangible and intangible both. Okay. Now, for a mid-size auto component manufacturer, I can't suggest something which Praveen can suggest for his employee, his organization. Okay. So what is the use, what is the ROI, what is the business case? I think that is something which we need to practice and do that. So I'll give you an example. So I don't know how many of you have seen the expenses management tools. So now expenses management tool is again a very critical process to control your expenses in the organization and monitor the expenses. Now if you, largely it is used more beneficial for if you have a large sales driven organization where people are traveling a lot and using multiple kind of expenses in their travel and all. So now if I implement the same tool to a hardcore manufacturing organization where people are not moving and that to a B2B, so I may not be able to justify the ROI, that how much I am investing and how many people are using and how many expenses I am controlling. So that depends how you prepare the business case and how you can sell it through the management.
I love it when HR folks are talking of preparing a business case. I love that. Sunny, let me come to you because, that's the perspective of the CHROs. What do you think any HR professional should be focusing on when they choose who to bring on as a partner for HR technology? Because one thing I know for sure that for any organization, I'm consciously using the word partner than a vendor because today the relationships, especially when it comes to technology, is a long-lasting relationship. You can't try it and then go because of all the reasons that we've been talking of, data, privacy, etc. If you bring on board somebody who is not the right partner for you, it's detrimental to much larger aspect. So what in your experience should be the things that an HR professional or even a finance professional in the customer side should be focusing on when they choose who to partner with?
First up, I think HR has the most front-facing with the management, with the leadership in the organization, the ones who hold the budgets. So the first parameter to go out there and look for something which is transformational because it is long-term is always to see the appetite of the organization as well. Right? Something that we do, there are 5,000 other products in the country which are doing that. Right? The journey from digitization or manual to digitization to improvement to performance, that is the journey that HR as an organization needs to decide on and then transcend. Very specifically, I always also recommend you should choose partners which can marry your scale and can marry the industry that you are working in. To the point that sir mentioned, right? An automotive requirement is going to be very different from a heavy industry requirement, right? You look for partners who've, of course, serviced in your industry. That also, of course, bring to the point whether there is a compliance-friendly product only, which we know there are, of course, these global products which supports different facets of HR, global in nature, not very friendly to the Indian volume way of doing things, but will have compliance. More often than not, we also come across leaders who would rather sometimes take risk and perhaps fail with a global product than try their hands with an innovative, robust, new, impactful product as well. So scale, industry lens, and of course the appetite of the organization are the three parameters that should be the benchmark.
Sir, sorry, I'm not so smart like him. Simple answer. Partner ka matlab hota hai part in earning. The person who can support in your earning is the partner.
Which is where ROI comes into the picture.
Whatever you call, ROI is not always in money. Let's be clear, we are HR people. I respect money 100% because of money we exist. But if anything which is getting partnering or which is supporting your earnings, just go ahead and do it. Don't waste your time because now, again, it's time of today, not today. In fact, now. Your time starts now. It's like that.
Sir, the robustness comes to the only way we fight or where we fight the most is status quo. Right? When leaders would want to change but cannot because of their current ecosystems. So the impact answer that you gave is very meritorious.
I think it's very important what I hear is that HR ka role is not just to align everybody else to the leaders, but sometimes also be a coach to a leader, to be able to help them lead better and create future organizations. Time's up, but I'll live up to my reputation of taking 2 minutes more. And this is something that emerged, this question actually emerged when I was listening to one another panel before lunch, and where I remember Lipika Verma of Schneider, she brought out she said that skills is a new currency in HR, Now, we all date back to the time when the first thing that we would see on a resume in terms of trying to match the person's candidature to the role that was available was the degree and his qualification for that, right? How has the HR's mindset changed over a period of time, and how can we use technology to move from degree-related matchmaking to skill-based matchmaking, because it's very difficult to identify if the person is skilled in that particular job or not, because skill is something that you can understand from actually what we used to call it like on the job training, on job experience. So each one of you, just closing remarks on how you would think you could bring in this change to identify and find the right people based on skills. Start with you, sir.
Very interesting. I think this question should have come when we had enough of time to talk about, because skill is the new currency, data is the new currency, and I think the organization like us, which is very big in size, we believe the data can help you a lot. I think that's the new oil, that's the new machine. And before I just come to this skill, I wanted to talk about Abhay Saab, जो उन्होंने बोला कि investment in digital, and you know, if you go to your management, is there a kind of, can you expect it, you know, नहीं लेंगे हम proposal, कहीं नहीं होता है. I can tell you, at least the way I have seen, if you have value, if you can show that, you know, this is something which can help you in whichever way, tangible, intangible, in terms of the monetary, non-monetary, I think in today's context, I have seen leaders, I have seen management, in fact, they are pushing you, the organization is pushing you to move toward the digital way. Are you ready? Are you prepared in terms of, you know, thinking towards that, asking right question and implementing those things in whichever domain you are? I can tell you, leave apart HR, when we sit in commercial and supply chain, can you believe we tell our people कि supply chain में अगर आपने 10% का भी dent कर दिया, that will have an impact of $2 billion in your P&L. $2 billion. So that's the kind of potential you have when you see in commercial, when you see in supply chain, and of course HR as well. So I think digital technology, needless to say, no proposal will get discarded provided the mindset is there. Partners, most important, I think end of the day we are sitting on the same side of table. It's not that आप सामने बैठे हो, मैं यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ and we are negotiating. No, the time of negotiation has gone. Believe me, today we are part of the same problem. We need the same kind of solution that can help business, that can take my business to the next level. And that's the reason I have 6,000 business partners in my company. 6,000 business partners. And we call them business partner. हमारे यहाँ पे vendor, supplier word use नहीं होता है वेदांता में. Coming back to this skill, it's a very deep subject. Believe me, today we end up hiring. I have hundreds of expats, specialists working in my company, and they come from about 50, 60 different nationalities. The point what I'm trying to make is, the reason you need to bring those expats and specialists in mining, smelting, refining, safety, so on and so forth, for the reason that you have dearth of talent and skill available in the country. आज की तारीख में एक जमाने में NPTI होती थी, you know, अभी भी है, those power engineering colleges, the numbers have come down. Today, if you have to hire mining engineers, you don't have enough of the induction happening in the colleges in first go. The kind of requirement what you need. Today, I contribute 1.5% to the GDP of the country. Can you believe the number? And for that, I need amazing talent and skill. But there is a dearth. So I think there is enough potential. Skill is the only way that can take you forward. Whether you learn from expats, whether you learn from the kind of best of the partners who can provide you that facility, or on the job, or whichever way possible, taking experience from the senior. But skill is something most important for anybody for that matter. Sorry, I took some extra minutes. Please go ahead.
My 2 bits on skills. Of course, there are tools which are dime a dozen available, which can give you all the predictive analysis. But to Sir's point, look internally as well. IITians within your community will give you IITians. IIM grads will give you IIM grads. Diversity candidates will give you diversity candidates. So from a skill lens, you can always bank upon your existing workforce to go out there and grab more.
So alongside qualification, skill was always an important factor. And we have seen that while hiring people, we always look at that what kind of skills that person brings into the organization. While in the days to come, the more focus is moving toward skill, because the world is changing so rapidly that the kind of talent we look forward is not readily available. So while hiring people, I think apart from seeing that what skills that person bring in, more important is that what is the learnability that person has, what is the agility that person has, how the person takes the personal and professional transformation in his life. I think that is something that is more important skill than any other skill that you look into, because the skills are going to change. Today, whatever I will hire, after 5 years, I need a different skill set for that person.
सर सारा गेम 2 ही चीज का है, स्किल और विल का, बाकी कुछ गेम नहीं है, और शुरू से यही है. आज की बात हम कर रहे हैं, शुरू से यही है. Now, there are pretty young people I can see from here, I'll tell you, डिग्री का जो वैल्यू है ना कमिंग टाइम में इज ओनली गुड इन योर मैरिज रिज्यूम जो शादी के लिए बनेगा और आपके लॉस को पटाने के लिए रहेगा, बाकी किसी चीज में नहीं होगा, बिकॉज द HR ऑफ टुडे डजंट वांट टू लुक ऑन डिग्री एंड देयर इज अ डेटा आई कैन शेयर इट विथ यू. 29% ऑफ HR people or roles I should say are degree centric. Remember, out of total only 29% are degree centric. Remaining roles are not degree centric. Only degree will be required. You should have your degree because शादी करना है तो degree चाहिए. That is the time which has come. Ravi sir? नहीं, you are handsome so आपकी शादी में दिक्कत नहीं होगी, but for general people I am saying. Okay. I am not talking about you, but I am talking about one. Okay, so that is one point. And second, the problem now is not only hiring the skill. Problem now is how you are nurturing and developing continuously the skill. Because what is required today will not be required even tomorrow. पहले हम 2 दिन बाद की बात करते थे, कल के लिए भी नहीं है. So you need to now invest time, you need to invest on technology, you need to invest on mechanism so that your workforce is always ready for the new dimension. And skill is the only currency which will work going forward. Skill और will का खेल है, going back on my first point.
Absolutely, I think it's very very important. आपने अभिजीत ने I love. At the end of the day, this is exactly what is emerging, that one thing that we are sure of is that we don't know what the future is going to be. So we are, the only thing certain is the uncertainty of tomorrow. We don't know as a parent, I don't know what to prepare my son for, because most of the roles that we see today may not even exist tomorrow. The only skill that a person may have or should have is being receptive to unlearn, relearn, or upskill and reskill. That is what it is. And the second thing is, I think there's a learning for us as organizers, because from a non-HR person sitting here and driving this panel, I realize that there should be young business professionals to be sitting there and listening, because I've always seen that fight that HR drives the business and salespeople say that, salespeople drive the business. At the end of the day, it is people who drive the business, right? Whether it's a salesperson, accountant, financial specialist, or a salesperson, which is bringing the business to life, That's a big learning. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you for being a great audience. Aditya, Aditya is the only person in my panel, after my panel, he is never around because usko pata hai ki ye time lagayega abhi.
So we allowed you 40 minutes and you took 55 minutes overtime. But thank you. Did you enjoy this? Did you? Guys, yes or no? A picture please, gentleman in the front. Aye.
Come Aditya. Come.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Because you've been such a lovely audience and we'll not now do a dance session, we'll make sure we also allow some time for chai coffee. Yes. We take a good 20-minute chai coffee break, and after that, once you're refreshed, we'll begin with the awards ceremony. Of course, followed by dinner. Yes. Just a request कि हम जब आपको बुलाएं अंदर please आ जाइएगा. Yeah. Thank you. Please enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Console some house music, guys, if you have any. Okay, everybody, humble request if you can all take your seats. We can now begin with the award ceremony. Did anybody actually manage getting coffees? Because I didn't. Congratulations, man. Surprise, great. Sir, maybe surprise, sir. This is out of syllabus for me also. But surely, from the discussions in the morning and the afternoon, it's time for the celebrations for this very evening. My name is Aditya Malik, an absolute honor once again to welcome all of you to the PeopleTech.Future Awards 2025. We are celebrating stalwarts like you, which are in the HR tech space. The pioneers who, of course, demonstrated exceptional innovations, commitment, and dedications towards shaping and also adapting the technologies of today. To begin with, I would first thank our partners, our associate partner Ericsson, our HRMS partner Great HR, our talent solutions partner Ripple Hire, our HR tech training partner Enlink, our employee recognition partner High Fives, and our exhibition partners Talent Monitor and Lead 10X. Our event partners the TECH Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Phantom, and Billy Coffee. Any pictures that you take and you of course share them or would want to share them online on your Instagram, any of your social media platforms, please also use the hashtag BWPeopleTech.Future. You can also watch the ceremony live on www.bwpeople.in. And before we begin, We also have a jury AV to show the entire process of कैसे आप लोगों ने nominations भरे थे. In the time I've just got the winners list in my hand now. The entire bit, of course, goes through a very rigorous jury process. I would first like to thank our jury members. I have the names with me, and then we'll also play the jury AV for you to see the process. The jury members for BW People Tech.FUTURE Awards were Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business Channel, founder of the Exchange and Media Group. Dr. Akhil Basrai, Chief Executive Officer of Akhil Basrai Consulting, Ex-Executive Director, HR, IBM Corporation. Mr. Sunandan Bhanja Chaudhary, Client Partner, Leadership Coach and Search. Mr. Arup Sinha, former Executive Director, Northern Region, Indian Oil Corporation. Mr. Deepak Jolly, Founder and Director, Consortium Advisory Chairperson, IFPA, ex-EVP Coke and Director, Corporate Communications, Bharti Airtel. Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, Coach, Startup Mentor and HR Head, Southeast Asia, Swissre. Mr. Amit Malik, President, Japan, Asia Pacific and Australia of WhatsPay. Mr. Anirban Chakrabarti, Co-Founder of Cadmus Capital Private Limited. Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, the CEO of BW Business World. Mr. Rohit Shukla, Founder and CEO of Milo Martin Advisor to BW Retail World, and also Ms. Meha Mathur, Consultant Senior Editor, BW Business World. Now for the jury AV, what it looked like, what the process was like, and how we've arrived to the winners list today. Basically, can you please have the jury AV?
Events and occasions provide a lot of opportunity to peek into the minds of especially young people who are dealing with technology and bringing it to real life situation in HR domain. Very happy to know that very few companies are able to use technology more creative, not in making stuff which was training only. But we're happy to see that many companies are using them in new areas, experimenting with them, especially in rural areas where the employees are spread out far and wide. That means the technology is very, very impressive. And I must congratulate the team organizing this and big learning experience. I'm sure as time goes on, this program will become a better platform for showcasing the work being done by many organizations. At the outset, let me compliment and congratulate the people in business world that was a unique intervention to look into the future HR tech trends. The entire process of the jury being drawn from varied walks of life with very enriched insights, held in very deep deliberations and insightful examination of the presentations in a very holistic manner. The experience of interacting with the nominees for the awards were also very, very learning-oriented, that they gave how they have ventured into homegrown, that is in-house, as well as adopted and adapted technologies duly customized to their vision and mission. The significance of recognition of such upcoming trends and the people who have championed the cause of such is the need, the hour, to bring in that ecosystem whereby cutting-edge technologies find very acceptance and robust implementation in the entire employee life cycle in conjunction with the business objectives and growth. I found the entire experience extremely enriching. Thank you.
Well, I must say that, we had a great time as jury to select the winners for the Business World TECH.FUTURE Awards. Tough because we had great entries and tremendous nominations. It wasn't easy, and that is what it should be. And I think the Business World team did a tremendously professional job and flawlessly executed the whole thing. And I think credit to Business World for pioneering an award which is very fundamental in the times we live in. Congratulations to the winners and to everyone who applied. All the very best.
Let's have a round of applause for jury members as well. And now, to officially welcome all of you and also to open the award ceremony, we are only going to allow 45 seconds to Mr. Harbinder Aruna, the CEO of BW Healthcare World and also of the BW Wellbeing World. Sir, 46 seconds.
ये मार्जिन लेके चल रहा है.
अभी इतनी बजट है ना. आइए.
Good evening, everyone. I have this opportunity to have this conversation with you because Dr. Batra, who was on his way, was at Mahipalpur flyover and he got stuck in a jam. We tried that if he could make it on time, but it seems a little difficult because he's still about 30 to 40 minutes away as per what the GPS says. So that gives me the opportunity and the privilege to have this small 40-second left conversation with you. When in the last panel when I was talking about having the business folks listen to the conversation about HR tech from the mouth of the HR leaders, I really meant it because my perspective by being here during the day has changed about my understanding of what role the HR plays. And as a generalist, because we had this conversation about generalist versus specialist, being a generalist, I now realize that, even more, that people are actually the backbone of an organization. It is not just a cliched thing, it is really something which is a reality. And I would like to first of all thank the nominees who participated for these awards. I can tell you, the experience of the nominees and people who've been invited as winners, you would know that we have not sold our awards. So we are very, very clear about it. The second thing is that the jury that you heard and that you presented to are of the level where we cannot dare go and tell them that was इनका देख लेना. I mean, they would not lend their name to an award which is not based on the sanctity of how we do it. There are challenges that we face. We have feedback from the jury of how we can make it better, and we've taken that critique very seriously. Hopefully the next year is going to be even better, more organized, but the fundamental thing is that we have been very, very transparent in our process, sir. The third thing is that our gratitude to all of you who have been sitting here since morning. It's very, very important that the speaker who's on the stage feels heard. And some of you have been a great audience, so thank you so much for being there. Thank you so much for listening to what is being said. I just hope that whatever is being spoken today, it goes beyond the words and gets actually executed, implemented, the insights are taken seriously by the industry. So all I can say is that one word, gratitude to everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for making this a super success.
Thank you, sir. That's just 4 times of what we offered you. But thank you so much, sir. Thank you. चलिए इसी के साथ it's now time to reveal the winners of the first edition of BW PeopleTech.Future Awards. Once you receive the award, all the winners, please proceed to stage left once you step down, which is your right and my stage left, for an individual picture. And also stay back till the end for a group picture, both for editorial coverage. I think we have 20 awards. And we'll move in next. But my humble request to you, जो भी stage पे award लेने आए, please make it an effort to cheer and clap for them. Eventually we all from the same fraternity. Just a request, yes? And to present the awards to our first set of winners, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Sanjay Motel, CEO of AgroLinks, along with Ms. Priyanka Anand, CHRO of Ericsson. Please. So for these, we have a main category, there are a sub-category, and then of course the awards will be displayed on the screen. The first category, it's people and organization, and the sub-category is best tech team of the year, organization using HR tech. And the award goes to?
Faculty Head in HR to receive the award.
This was the gold and the individual picture. And the silver in this goes to?
Insurance, yeah, we got Simple Gora and PeopleTech, the Senior VP HR and the EVP HR to receive the award.
Next subcategory, it's Best HR Tech Team of the Year, Product and Services. And the gold in this goes to?
week. And Vandana Negi, the GM Talent Development will receive the award.
Congratulations. And now for the Silver in Best HR Tech Team of the Year Product and Services.
Technology, we have the CHR over here, Ranjan will receive the award. Congratulations, subcategory, it's Best Implementation Leaders, Organization Using HR Tech. And the gold in this goes to Rahul Kumar, the manager, HR Tech and Analytics will receive the award. Congratulations. The next subcategory, Best Innovator, Product and Services. And the gold in this goes to the CEO and co-founder, Sagar Rodriguez, will receive the award. Congratulations. Winners, just a reminder, please stay back to be very into the group picture as well. Next, we'll make a switch from people and organization to people tech, product and service providers category. And the first subcategory, it's Best HR Tech Implementation in Employee Engagement. And the goal goes to AI. Here with us, Saurabh, you are the CEO. The co-founder along with the Smithy Bhatt, you are to receive the award and also the entire team. With this pattern music, it gives me Lagan vibes. 11 players खड़े हैं उधर. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for introducing the award. So once for them as well, please. Thank you. We request Surya Srinivas, VP, Engineering, Grade HR, along with Praveen Purohit, Deputy Group C, HR of Vedanta Group, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to next year winners. Thanks. The next, it's a gold again, and the subcategory is Best HR Tech Implementation in Employee Wellbeing. And the gold goes to? Mohamed Naim, the Vice President of the Indian Partnerships Preferences, along with the Party परिवार Senior Operations Manager, ASD Kebo. Congratulations. Next, it's Best HR Tech Program, and the gold in this goes to? We have with us Arunava Bhattacharya, Senior Vice President and Global Electronic Supply Chain, who received the award. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now please request Abhay Kapoor, the CHRO of Uniparts India, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards as well. Next, it's Best HR Management System, and the gold goes to? Singani, who was the Director of Marketing, Surya Srinivas, VP of Engineering, Akash Mishra, Engineering Manager, Anurag Sharma, Senior Engineering Manager, and Uma Khan, Software Development Engineer, to receive the award. Next, it's Best HR Tech Implementation in Learning Management System, and the gold in this. Services. We have with us Shambhavi Mishra, Senior Associate Director, and Lee Ruchika Gupta, Senior Associate Director, and along with Pooja Sharma, Manager, and then he will receive the award. Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual picture as well. Next, it's Best HR Tech Implementation in Mobile-Based Applications, and the gold in this goes to you were clapping, this is the background music. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. So next, it's Best HR Tech Implementation in Talent Recruitment and Selection, and the gold. Technology Solutions. We have with us the HR VP Ayushi, who receives the award. Congratulations. And thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us with the awards. Once for them, please. Thank you, sir. I please request once again Sundar Srinivas, VP Engineering of Group HR, along with Mr. Ved Shukla, founder and CEO of Milo Martin, also advisor to BW Retail World, to please do the honors. The next category, it's Best HR Tech Implementation in Web-Based HR Applications, and the gold in this. And we have with us the Workline team to receive the award. Let's have the audience, guys. Please come, higher. Please come. This time. Okay, it's it. For them, please. Congratulations. Surely the next category is Best Use of HR Tech in Internal Communication Strategy, and the gold goes to Elastic Run, we have also HR lead Hitesh Kamhar to receive the award. Congratulations. The next category is best use of HR tech in learning management system, and the gold in this goes to Elastic Run again now, and this time we have with us Gaurav Bhargava, the HR Associate Director, to receive the award along with Congratulations. The next category is best use of HR tech in mobile-based applications, and for the gold, I can just say that the run is becoming a marathon. Because the gold goes to Elastic Run, we have it as a technology director before the authority to receive the award. Nice. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Once for them, please. I request Bilkis Nakmi, business head, PW people along with the way to lunch on the CHRO of Zen South, to please join us on the stage and help us with the final set of awards. That was a gold, and now it's time for the silver in best use of HR tech in mobile-based applications, and that goes to KPMG Global Services. We have with us again Shamali Mishra, Ruchira Gupta, and Pooja Sharma to receive the award. And winners, please stay back. 2 more categories and a group picture. Thank you. Congratulations. Next category, it's best use of HR tech in performance management, and the runners should be ready because the goal goes to Come running. Elastic Run again, and this time we have Nayan Agarwal, the HR lead, who receives the award. Congratulations. And the silver in best use of HR tech in performance management is going global because the winners are KPMG Global Services. The ladies, आइए. Congratulations. Don't forget the picture. And the last category, it's best use of HR tech in training and development. And the gold goes to KPMG Global Services. Congratulations. And now to the final award, which is Best HR Tech Implementation in Training and Development again. This one goes to, there's no AB for this. Okay. So the Best HR Tech Implementation in Training and Development goes to Enlink. And we have members from the team. For a link, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Bilkis. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. With this, we come to an end of the award ceremony. And I just realized that यहाँ पे HR हैं. So any events are coming, please also call me. I'll also host them. Yeah, I'm MC that profession. Thank you. And for the closing note, जिसके बाद हम सब मिलकर group picture करेंगे, followed by dinner because अभी बाहर बहुत traffic है. Makes no sense to go out. Yes. For the closing note, let's welcome on the stage the Vice President of DW People, Abdullah. Nice. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have had some very, very extraordinary, insightful sessions throughout the day. On behalf of Business World, BW People, I express my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed speakers, all our partners, namely our associate partner Ericsson, HRMS partner Great HR, Talent Solutions partner Ripple Hire, HR Tech Training partner Enlink, Employee Recognition partner High Fives, and exhibit partners Talent Monitor and Luke Connects. And the very, very engaging audience, And last but not the least, entire BW Business School and the BW team who have tirelessly worked to bring this PeopleTech.Future conference and awards to you. Thank you so much. We look forward to associating with you for our subsequent events. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Winners with your trophies, आइए for a group picture on the stage, please. The business world team, can you make sure no winners left outside? We want to have everybody in the picture. All the winners, please, with your trophies, आइए. On the stage. All the winners, please. All the winners with your trophies on the stage, please. Shweta, can you make sure no one's left outside, any winners? कोई बाहर ना हो. You can also sit in the front if you want. You can also sit in the front. If the men want to sit or anybody, आप आगे बैठ सकते हैं चाहे तो. हाँ, please. Come. All those who are short-heighted, can you come in the front? आ जाइए. The tall ones can go back. Yeah, please. Not given a video, आप थोड़ा video in the camera, please. Smile, no? Nice. And also please stay, the jury members, Priyanka ma'am, Praveen sir and everybody also request you. All the jury members please आइए. Here, also the presenters, please. Smile. And congratulations and enjoy your dinner. Thank you.
Trust me, baby, you know you're not alone. Anywhere you go with me, that will be your home. You gotta trust me, baby, we're in this thing together. You and me, sunshine is only weather.